Do you feel like you're getting anything from this conversation, or
A little bit.
well, possibly could you tell me, like, so have you exposed anybody before?
Not like exposed. I mean, I want them to know that somebody's recording them, and they should be careful what they say, because if they go too far, and somebody wants to take action on what they're saying, well then, I'm just saying, knowing that somebody is listening to you, it doesn't even seem to actually phase the people who are making homicidal ideation death threats regularly.
Like, yeah, I can understand that. Have you ever come to the point where you've, changed somebody's mind?
No, I don't think so.
Really?
People's personalities seem to be extremely fixed positions. Doesn't seem like you can actually change somebody and their political position. That seems pretty constant.
Okay, right. Well, let me say this. Do you think that people are on here because they have an ideology that is not changeable, that is fixed?
That's not why they're here. They're here for I think, to dope up in their position.
So it's more, like you say, well, like we've said, a date we fix.
It's echo chambering in here. Constantly. People repeat themselves over and over and over and over. That's why I say they're trying to like either get confirmation bias all the time, get the dopamine, but I'm ready to actually shut off my usage of this app, and like an August break, because I have
be definitely good for you myself.
Yeah, because you know what the alternative is. I like to read books, and when I get back into books, I realize just how foolish everybody is here. Like they're literally, it's like a brain rot exercise.
Exactly, yeah. Well, so I live in England, and it's summer now, so I have a hammock, and I'll sit in my hammock, and I'll read a book, and I won't touch my mobile phone. I think, its connection to other people is so, it was wonderful, but at the same time, it can become somewhat traumatic with the fact that we have an open way of communicating with people that we have absolutely no idea who they are. And that kind of communication, it can be very, very difficult to digest. There's no stopping. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I mean, you don't know who anybody is. I rent out apartments to people, I don't know who they are, but I have faith in myself, and I have, enough confidence in myself to know that, like, I have confidence in other people. But nonetheless, you're going to get disappointed. People are pigs. People trash things. People are dirty. People are inconsiderate. People they just do things which they make people make bad decisions. You can't stop people from making bad decisions. So what I work on is, how do I respond to people making bad decisions? Am I gonna get flustered and angry over documenting, and analyzing, and then respond, in a cool, calm, collected manner effectively?
Oh yeah, that's definitely the way to be. I mean, also the other thing is just to understand that I know it sounds cheesy, but this is a journey that we're on. We're all born, and we're all gonna die, and at some point nobody will remember our names. It's about how we traverse this little bit of life that we live in. So it sounds a bit hippy-dippy, but it's kind of how it is.
Well, some people are remembered. If you've ever watched a movie or a book, I mean, you are remembering the person that created that product.
That's true. I mean, have you thought about writing a book?
No, I mean, I like to read books, but like, I don't even know, I don't even have time to read. So it's like, how the fuck would I waste my time creating a book that nobody else is going to read? I need to read the books that are out there that are going to transform my life and maintain my life. I'm looking for wisdom, and that's been the dopamine of that friction, as opposed to the peace that can be created by wisdom.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm with you.
So what is it? It's like I think Elon Musk he says in politics there's too much signal noise, and so he can't. He has reduced the signal noise that he is receiving, and he finds it a much better place to be in terms of like life experience.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, obviously, I suffer from. I say suffer. I don't suffer. I am autistic, so I do understand the fact that my brain will point in various different directions at the same time. So it's difficult to have clarity sometimes with, I suppose, just sitting down on a chair and just relaxing. That's not something that my brain can do. So
are you sure about that?
Yeah, 100%.
You can't just sit down and relax your brain through different techniques?
No, definitely not.
All right, if you say so.
No, I have to be active. I cannot stop, thinking. The only time I stop thinking is when I'm asleep, I suppose. And even then, I'm still thinking.
Well, have you ever done a breathing exercise?
Yes, yeah.
So what do you think happens when you do a breathing exercise?
I'm thinking about what's going to happen once I've finished this breathing exercise.
Well, have you done a guided breathing exercise, I should say?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, well then let me prove to you immediately that you're wrong about your opinion about your overreactive brain.
I'm very into that. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so take the deepest breath of the day through your nose. Hold it for 10 seconds. Let it go and say, I am a flower.
I'm a flower.
Now take the second deepest breath of the day through your nose. Hold it for 10 seconds. Let it go and say I. Meaning like you just got hypnotized, because all communication is hypnosis. And but you won't remember this conversation because the side effect of communication is amnesia.
No, I didn't think that.
I'm just joking, but what I'm just trying to demonstrate is that take a 10-second moment of silence and let's do a deep breathing exercise. No, people just go into it like it's Mortal Kombat. So I'm just saying, if you want to control your mind, you can stop. You have the ability to stop thinking by forcing communication, by saying "I'm a fresh flower." Like you are forcing your.
I see.
It's the linguistic. Yeah, it's like Hegelian dialectics, I guess.
I see what you're saying, but I think that. So, do you know what the makeup is?
Yeah.
So you're Hegelian magnetic system. So I feel like mine is constantly on fire. So it's constantly thinking about a threat that might be coming. So I think that part of my brain is never able to shut off.
Well, it's just your opinion. I mean, because you may not be doing techniques to override your brain. Like, do you know what mantras are?
Yes, of course.
So, I mean, if you were to just say Om, Om, and do Om 1,000 times, eventually you would, in a way, override your thought creation and speaking, interior monologue. You would become Om. So it's one
I'm
way.
not sure. I mean, trust me, I've tried. Like, I'm not sure that's true. I mean, have you done that? Is that something?
I have, yeah, and I do it in the sun, or like after a jog, or I'll do it with music. I'll play musical instruments, and then if I'm still having thoughts, eventually my brain stops producing thoughts, and I become one with the activity, and I'm no longer thinking about how I got to go do this, and I got this problem, and this and that. I'm no longer thinking. I'm literally in the moment of now, playing the music, saying the mantra.
Yeah, I kind of understand that because obviously I work as a gardener, landscape gardener, and when I'm digging, I've got a tree, I've got to dig out a tree. Um, it gets so difficult, and I get so tired while I'm doing it that all I'm thinking about is digging that tree out. And that's probably the only little space that I have when I'm thinking.
Yeah. And so that's a good example of you being in what they call a flow state, or what you might call an alpha brainwave state or something. So I'm just saying there's a way to brain hack and get into your flow state. Um, Clubhouse will not do that for you. Clubhouse just it's like taking your brain and shaking it and shaking it, shaking it. That's what it does.
Yeah, I'm not here for that. I'm here for connection, I suppose, or just have an interesting conversation with somebody like you.
Yeah, I mean, this is a clown house analysis where we can just discuss psychology and maybe educational approaches
Sure.
to making life better. That's
Yeah,
the way
I
I look
agree with that. Okay, well, right, I'm going to go and let the cats in and probably get to bed.
Okay, well, it's been fun chatting with you, Orlando. Have a good evening.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you. It's been a really interesting conversation, so thanks for that.
Okay, you're welcome. Take care.
Cheers.
Bye.
Poland was there first, right? And then they got invaded by the Russian. The Polish have been invaded 500 times. Yeah. They're it's surprisingly still in the country because they're not the brightest. So tactical, I wouldn't assume that they would be smart tactics, but bravery and strength, that sheer alone, they.
Welcome back to Clubhouse on a Saturday night.
Before you know it, you'll be teaching him how to fit.
Oh, that's a baby.
He's telling us all. That's a great point. He has the best points in the room.
I'd like to
I
ask.
love the cooing stage. The cooing stage for me, I love that.
I'd like to ask the room a question. What have people here in Chilism learned about psychology, philosophy, and politics? I'm just wondering.
Oh, that's great. Congratulations, Si. And then they also have that death grip, too. They got that grip. The worst is when they grab their own hair. Oh, my goodness. God, yeah. That was the worst. That is the most scary and helpless you feel as a parent when they grab their own hair. You complain.
Right.
But people respect themselves. That's the way that.
I cannot do it alone. I don't know. Yeah, this is a guy handle. And I don't know. Thank
I went outside and chased the nigga down, and you cocked the gun.
Wow! That ain't cool. That ain't cool.
In the house cocking the gun.
That ain't cool. That ain't cool.
Cocking the gun in the
That
house.
ain't cool.
So we should not use it. I take blame for it.
I'll give you my word. for that. I guess the only thing that she's truthful about is the photos that I post here are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Okay, that's true. But anything else is complete lies. Thank you for allowing me to say that, Miss Nima. And anybody, don't be surprised if this person sends you messages about myself with these lies. Okay, she really hates me being on here now. So just so you know.
I just want to say something before I go.
Okay, sir.
Like, look, speaking from a children's heart, okay? Just
Play a game. Why are we not adults?
Nothing beats a jet ski holiday. Nothing beats a jet ski. And right now, you can get 50% off. What are you talking about?
Hello? Hello?
Nothing beats a jet ski holiday, Sam. Would you like one that's 400 pounds for $1,000?
Concrete, I want to ask you a question. On a Saturday night on Clown House?
400 pounds off for a family of 4. Do you not have a family?
200 pounds.
Do you not have a family, sir? If you don't have a family, just say that, sir.
If you leave and you don't come back, I will miss you. So
Well, you're a single person, Bobby.
You might as well send me that number. That way we just keep in touch. You don't have to be like.
Sir, do you have any family, sir? You miss me every time I fucking leave. Fucking.
Concrete's got no life. He's here 24/7, 7 days a week, chit-chatting with people on chillism all day, talking about
Do you
nothing.
have any family for your jet to holiday? I actually had to side with him. Like, literally, I was in chillism, and I'm like, this is pathetic. I'm not. No. This is pathetic.
Pathetic. Let's say it all out loud together now. Pathetic. Pathetic. Pathetic.
Nothing beats a jet to holiday to the hallway. See you later. You can think about it and answer me another time if you want to. There's no pressure from me. Maybe you can think about that. And I think that you would do something too, actually. You know what because, like, my mom used to buy corn nuts all the time, and he would sit on all of them. So I just started calling him corn nut. Then my niece is Chicken Little, because when she was little, she wanted to do everything the kids did, so I said she was Chicken Little from the movie. And then my youngest nephew is Squish or Bestie. He goes back and forth. Because he says his PT is his best friend, and if his mommy makes him mad, he said, I'm telling TT. She's my best friend. Mom! You're going to tell too?
Mom!
And little dude wanted me to say that his mommy spanked him 3 times, and he cried and cried and cried.
Mom!
So he wants to stay with me immediately.
Mom!
What do you do about that, Ashley? Can they hear us? No, me and her have already discussed it, and we were laughing about it. She said, I have spanked his butt one time. आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम् आश्चर्यवत् वदति तथैव चान्यः आश्चर्यवच्चैनमन्यः शृणोति श्रुत्वा केनं वेद न चैव कश्चित् देहि नित्यमवध्योऽयम्
यस्य भारत
तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि
तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि
न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि
न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि
धर्ममपि चावेक्ष्य
धर्ममपि चावेक्ष्य
न विकम्पितुमर्हसि
धर्माद्ययुद्धाश्चेयोन्यत्
क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते
क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते.
Destroying other people's property, I can't get behind that. But if you have a piece of property today, meaning again something that you've earned outright and you've actually traded for, I will radically defend you. I don't care who you are. If you are a person in this region that is Israel, aka Palestine, I would 110% encourage. You've lost the ability to reciprocate rights. You no longer have the defense, and the defender's choice at that point. If you're going to harm another person, if you're going to cooperate with people who harm people, that's all. You are my enemy.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Beaver, for that. Hi, Mr. John. Mr. Harvey, you came back. Did you want to say one more thing?
Oh, no, go ahead. I'm just listening.
Okay. Mr. John, would you like to say anything? Welcome.
Hey, yeah, I mean, I don't know what your title means necessarily, but, unfair Zionists. Like, I don't like the way that people use the word Zionist. And when I ask people, can you tell me what the word Zionism or Zionist means? It's always a really dithering type of, explanation because it's very generic. To me, Zionism means nationalism. So I think the Palestinians are Zionists. I think Lebanese are Zionists. Syrians, Zionists. Americans, Zionists. UK, Zionists. I think every country is looking out for its own self-survival and, proliferation. So to me, it's a useless word. It's a meaningless word. Don't say Zionist, just say nationalist. And that's it. Leave it at that. Because when you use the term Zionist, it gets into this ethnic, religious adjective description game, which means nothing. It means nationalism. Am I wrong here?
Well, you said your view of the definition of Zionism. To me, I think it's my intelligence level's low, my IQ's low. Okay. Nobody will get me to say otherwise. It's not a false modesty. I can only think about things in very simplistic ways. Okay, so if an individual lives in the United States of America, and I ask them, do you accept that country exists? And they say yes. And I ask, do you have a problem with it existing? And they say no. That's basically what a Zionist is. But there's no name, like you said, for that person. It's only with Israel there seems to be a name applied to that.
So see, that's where I disagree. And people use it as a negative. Nationalism or patriotism should be honored if it's virtuous and authentic. If your patriotism and nationalism is racist, bigoted, and evil and angry in nature, well, that's not nationalism. That's just, nastiness. Or the opposite of nationalism, which would be what? Xenophobia. So, and I like in Bima's picture, it shows everyone in a state of peace and nirvana. She's got it backwards. You have it backwards, Bima. Nirvana and peace comes from within. And there will be no national peace or global peace until individuals at the individual level decide to take personal responsibility for peace in their life. And basically depolarize, depoliticize, and go inward as opposed to this never-ending outward politic propaganda communication. I mean, if people on this app were serious about peace, they'd be teaching meditation courses on here. They'd be playing music with each other. They'd be reading poetry, peace poetry to each other. They wouldn't be on here doing homicidal ideation till 5 a.m. sorry, Bima, but most people on this app have mental illness and they're just homicidal ideation projectionists. And they live with hate in their heart. And that's the way people are. That's life.
Yeah. I don't see the difference between scientists and anti-scientists. But I think, again, I'm very simple. I believe that's the peaceful picture that you have. And I believe the heart's in the right place.
I mostly agree with you, believe it or not. And it's so funny. Listen to this bit of conspiracy. This is obviously AI created. I did not ask it to do the flags. And then once it kept creating images with both flags, because I said represent both Arabs and Jews and Christians. And so it kept giving me these two, like just the flags. There was always flags. And then I started prompting it to not have flags and to just do not add flags. And it still would only give me the flags. So I think that that's AI conspiracy. Or maybe it's not a conspiracy. Maybe it's just a large language model with a predictive text, and that's what we're putting into it. So our collective mentality is a nice mirror to see that our collective mentality can't even get past the point of the conceptualizing people living together without claiming this collectivist mentality, which is such a disease, John. And I agree with you. The individual needs to be taken care of. I love that. I would say the only thing that I would push back on is we can teach meditation and peace and these things, and I'm not going to disagree with you, but I think also that most people they're not inherently ugly individuals, and if we can figure out a way, which I'm definitely not the person to do because I'm not smart enough. I try, but I know I'm not nearly where I need to be. But if we could just break down the framework and let people understand their moral inconsistencies, they'd be able to adopt a better ideology. And I truly believe most people are rational people if given the opportunity. So that's my hope. That's why I come in here and I'm on Clubhouse and I like to debate people because I want you to expose your moral framework, and then I want to show you all of your inconsistency. You want to create principles. You have to have consistency. It's absolutely necessary. But most people are going to give you their opinions on politics based on emotion without any type of consistency whatsoever. No principles, just emotion. Like, let me ask you, John, do you have any moral principles that you use, moral principles, and apply them and come up with an answer?
Yeah, 100. No, what is the golden rule, Bima?
Okay, well, let's see. Why don't you give me a few?
Well, the golden rule is treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated. And that's why October 7th was such a betrayal of your neighbor. And, that type of betrayal is very hard to forgive. It takes incredible mercy, incredible kindness, and incredible compassion to let that go. They were asking for too much on October 7th. And if you want to talk about genocide or ethnic cleansing, that was genocide and ethnic cleansing. And, when you open that bottle and the genie comes out and Pandora's box spills over, you fuck around, you find out. I mean, the leaders of Hamas are gone. They are dead. And if you watch their speeches, they hold up babies with machine guns and they're screaming death to the Jews. We're going, death to the Zionists. That type of political communication, plus shooting rockets every single fucking night of the week for years, it's insane behavior. So, again, go back to the golden rule. Treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated. And the United States Constitution says, friends in peace, enemies in war. Those are the golden rules of life. And again, fuck around, find out.
Would you agree that though would be inconsistent, treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated? Meaning, if you were to apply that to, let's say, somebody in the, I don't want to use stereotypes. Take a couple countries. Listen, let's take a Gazan and let's take an Israeli, and we
It's a universal statement, and it's undeniably logically true. No one's going to deny that statement because people want to be treated the way that they treat others. And, you know, it's not, it's, it's a very important thing to recognize that, you know, the way I treat you is the way I expect you to treat me. If I give you disrespect, I should expect disrespect. If I give you respect, you should give me respect. The moment I get angry with you and start yelling at you, I don't expect you to comply with me anymore. I don't expect you to be my friend anymore. You know, like so. But again, there's a big distinguishment here between your average militant and your average soldier who is in a career job type position versus an Islamic jihadist terrorist who is who is more than ready to die and to go to Allah. So there's a huge differentiation between the characters in this performance, and you lump them together, and I think that's where you have it wrong. There are different people in this casting, and you should be able to know which ones are problematic and which ones are just doing a job.
Well, I think sometimes, do you think, let me ask you the question, do you think that sometimes religion gets in the way of a person understanding the golden rule? If they've been taught, trained, and indoctrinated to believe that life should be this way, and this is what God says, and they need to follow God's path, do you think that could interfere?
100%. Islam is an all or nothing theocratic religious and judicial system all intertwined into one. So it's the perfect mind virus. And that's why it has spread to 2 billion people and why it was successful at the time. It was a response to Christianity. And it was a political response to Christianity and to the environment. Polygamy, warfare, lying to obtain one's goals, things like that violate the golden rule. So you show me where in the Quran or in any Islamic, scholarly information or any kind of religious information where it says treat your neighbor, the way you want to be treated. Show it to me. Show me the golden rule in Islam.
It's interesting. Have you seen the movie Heretic from 2024 with Hugh Grant?
No, I haven't seen it.
John, check it out. I think you'd enjoy it. It's a psychological thriller.
See, I don't think, Bima, can you explain to me psychologically the revolution of Christianity? What was Jesus doing 2,000 years ago that was so revolutionary in terms of psychology, spirituality, politics, economics, the whole kit and caboodle? Who was Jesus and what was he all about? And what was revolutionary about it?
Well, I think I could give you what the Bible says of who they believe if we consider Jesus to be a real person, and we say that everything that the writers, the multiple writers of the Bible, that they've interpreted it well, and the oral tradition of passing down X to X to X to X, right? If we believe that all of Torah, Old Testament, New Testament, we believe all that's true, I think Jesus was an incredible person, obviously, and I think that would be an excellent way to operate life.
What was it in the environment during Jesus' time? Who was the reigning power, and what were they doing?
Why does that matter?
Let me ask you, does environment matter?
I don't think that there's any type of difference in, of course, environment matters. That was actually my point to you. That's what I'm saying to you, that religion does. It does. It can affect you, but that we also have plenty of sects of Christianity that have read the same New Testament and have come out with, the Westboro Baptist Church, for example. So how do you explain those individuals? Or, I've gone to Baptist church where I've seen the preacher reject his teen daughter because she claimed to be possibly a lesbian, kicked her out at 16 years old. You think Jesus would?
No, I don't think. See, this is the thing about Christians is, that type of attitude and behavior is not compassionate or kind enough. But a lot of Christians are just men and women, and frustration with regards, to people's activities or political leanings, etc., is hard to really grasp. And that's why I say, like, an esoteric, philosophical metaphysic, or I guess energy, is a way to essentially depoliticize, is to view everything in terms of metaphysics or energy. And, removing the anger, removing the hate, removing the animosity, basically de-escalation. So if I'm in a conflict with you on this app and I'm a mature person, I can humble myself against my opponent and ask for, de-escalation, for compassion, for
kindness. Why do you keep saying that? I'm just curious. It's distracting me at my ADHD. Why do you keep saying that? I'm just curious.
If I ask a question?
Yeah, the way that you're saying it and then you re-say it in that way. What do you...
I've gotten so used to listening to people here on this app ask questions. I have a hard time saying ask anymore. So it's partly because of my environment that is causing me to constantly say ask as opposed to ask. I use Clownhouse a lot. I'm on here a lot listening. So naturally I absorb my environment, and now I too ask questions. Sometimes the hard questions.
Do you think that you're making it a deliberate effort to sort of mock people who say the word ask in that way?
What did you ask? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
It seems to me, I don't want to make an assumption, I don't want to make a claim. Are you deliberately using that accent, the way that you say ask? Are you using it intentionally to mock people who say it that way?
So you're asking me if I'm saying the word ask to mock people who say the word ask?
Right, yeah, that's my question.
If they say the word ask using the word ask, what's wrong with me speaking like my fellow Americans? And this is an honest question I'm asking.
Could I derail a little bit? I'd like to hear what John was about to say about when he asked the question. What was revolutionary about it?
When he asked the question.
Yeah.
Bima, when I ask a question, I'm just waiting for somebody like yourself to get upset over how I'm asking a question. And it's a trick question when I ask a question that way. It's to find out just how emotionally sensitive you are to people asking questions, if that makes sense. It's called wordplay, Bima, to find out just how emotionally intelligent you are. Sorry for asking too many questions.
I think emotional intelligence would probably be more of me making an accusation and making a judgment upon you. I was just asking you why you're doing it and if you're intentionally doing it to mock people who do it. And I guess my answer is yes. Was that correct? Was your ultimate answer?
I would
yes?
say that the question you just asked would confirm your suspicion that when I ask a question, I am, possibly, making fun of people who ask questions like that.
Okay, that's all that I wanted to know.
But going back to what Michaela just asked about what I asked about Jesus and what was so revolutionary about his way of doing things, or perhaps his level of awareness or his way of looking at the situation, guess what? Jesus, is very advanced psychologically in terms of emotional intelligence. I don't know if you know this, Bima, but a lot of the stuff in the Bible, it's called metaphor. And it's not literal. It's actually dealing with emotional intelligence.
What is emotional intelligence?
Well, for example, in the book of Philippians, it says, "My God will meet all your needs according to his glorious riches in Christ Jesus." I mean, I have these little Bible cards, and I read them from time to time. And the wisdom in these little passages from this little book called the Bible, it turns out that it deals with how to deal with yourself and how to deal with others.
So, is that little book in your cards? What do they say about mocking your fellow neighbors?
This is from the book of Job 5:17. It says, "Blessed is the man whom God corrects. So do not despise the discipline of the Almighty."
Corrections, I think, I love corrections. I would definitely say if someone said a word and you offered, hey, look, you said it this way. This is how it's said, and this is how you can, this is how we say it. But I didn't say correction. I intentionally said mock. What does your Bible or your book say about mocking your fellow neighbor?
Well, the book of Timothy, 2 Timothy, says, "God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control." I just want to ask you, do you think a lot of the Free Palestine people practice self-control?
Nice deflection. Do you think mocking your fellow neighbor is an element of self-control?
Well, when I ask a question, to my neighbor, I generally ask it respectfully and transparently and authentically. I just wonder how many people on the other side of the fence also think that way.
So you brought up the environment Jesus was in. What were you pointing towards?
The poverty.
And he wasn't encouraging Jews to rebel, right?
No, he was an Enlightenment teacher. I think that he was nonviolent and more of a pacifist than some type of revolutionary, counter-political figure. I think he was.
They fight for our land. It's our land. But that's what brought them down, because there were revolutionaries there, and they brought the wrath of the Roman army on them, which is, I would think that's sort of what the Palestinians are doing.
May I get in the queue?
Yeah.
May I get in the queue?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think Jesus actually had some pretty good sarcasm, and I like the way that he uses mockery. Like, for example, Matthew 23:24, you blind guides, you strain out a gnat, but swallow a camel. I think this is a perfect example of the good Lord giving us instruction that it's not only okay to mock people, but it's encouraged.
Matthew 6:21 says, "Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also." Jude 20 says, "You, dear friends, must build each other up in your most holy faith. Pray in the power of the Holy Spirit." Bima, what do you think Free Palestine people think about when when you talk about the Holy Spirit of God?
I think they wonder why the people committing a genocide on an innocent people don't have that spirit in them.
Okay, so let me ask you this. What is the law?
You're going to have to be more specific. What type of law? Man, law,
Just tell me
God's
what the
law.
word law means in English. LAW. What does it mean to you?
It depends on the type of law you're referring to. Are we talking about man-made law? Are we talking about God's law? What are we talking about? Natural law? What are we talking
Just
about?
a word. It's a 3-letter word. I don't know if you're capable of actually answering the question that I'm asking. But what does the word in English, LAW, mean? You can Google it and look it up in a dictionary if you want.
Can you act in a more respectful way, please?
I do apologize. I am autistic and neurodivergent. So if I am coming off as rude, it could be because of my diagnosis. I apologize, sir.
Okay.
So I'm gonna come up with my own definition. I'm gonna say laws are collectivist mentality disease of a superstition, a belief in this myth of authority that gives some people a moral inherent power to oppress, violate, control other peaceful people. But that's what the law is.
Who is peaceful? You assume people are peaceful.
Peaceful people would be represented by any human being, regardless of sex, gender, race, any place on the planet, as long as they are not harming their neighbor or their property.
And don't people harm each other day to day with their words, their actions?
I don't think we can use words as an objective harm, right? Because of too much subjectivity. So it has to be like a specific violation, right?
And who decides who's peaceful?
Objective facts. So as soon as somebody objectively, so when I say that, I'm talking about a point where you actually see somebody touch or violate another person or their property, they are no longer a peaceful person.
So it's an individual decision. One person decides who's peaceful and who's not, and then they can execute punishment on that. One person can decide the other person is not peaceful, and they can punish them.
Well, we each decide. So we all want to have maximum liberty, right?
Not you.
Not statists don't. Statists don't. But maximum liberty.
Can I ask you a question?
A common ground to how we determine that, and that would be go ahead, Roger, go ahead.
So Bima, when somebody violates somebody's liberty, who has the authority to hold them accountable?
Right? All rights are mutual reciprocal understandings between consenting adults. Just meaning coming together and saying, hey, this is descriptive. These aren't normative rights. Okay? This is a bunch of people coming together and saying, hey, look, let's all take it. Let's say we're not going to punch each other in the face. We're not going to hurt each other. And, now, okay, these are our rights now. Right? Just like that.
So I would beg to differ. I would say that if what you're calling a right requires mutual agreement, that means that if somebody doesn't agree, then they don't have to recognize the rights. That's why rights have to come from somewhere else. The authority first of all, who grants these rights? Natural law, were they given by God? And the idea that you think that it has to be mutually agreed upon, if you said, hey, I don't want you to hit me, and I say, I'm not going to mutually agree upon that, I'm going to smack the crap out of you, then under your framework, I would not be violating your rights because it was not mutually agreed upon.
So, first of all, I answered your question of where the authority came from, and that comes from the individuals. Sometimes we like to say that they're God-given rights, but we know that God doesn't grant everybody the same rights on the planet, right? And if that was true, we'd all have the same rights on the planet, but we don't.
Bima, let me interrupt you politely.
Americans and North Koreans don't have the same rights as Saudi Arabians and et cetera. So it's all different. So what we've concluded is descriptively, it's just what people decide to agree upon when they come together. They say, okay, this is what our standards are, and this is how we're going to interact. You let me know where your boundaries are, and I say, okay, these are my boundaries. Let's make a decision. The society that we live in the West, the federal constitutional republic, which is a democracy, that's all that is. The only difference is that you're tied into and
Yeah.
They come.
Good call on getting out of Bima's, projection there. She speaks as if, I don't know. She uses like technical, like Marxian terminology. Do you ever notice that?
Yeah, I think she's somebody that probably spent a lot of time, listening to anarchists talk, and then thought, wow, that's unique. Nobody thinks like that. Nobody talks like that. I think I'll adopt that because it makes me unique. And then really what she sounds like is
a robot.
It's very weird. Very, very weird.
So I don't know if you've ever read the Book of the Law, but I want to just read a thing in here, if I may, if I can ask to read this to jumpstart your "What is Anarchy" room. It's just one little paragraph. Do you want to hear it? It's a good jumping off point, I think. It says, democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers, it kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. DORA, the Shops Acts, the motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship, they won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism, and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators suppress all art, literature, theater, clubhouse rooms, music, news that does not meet their requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The herd will be destroyed in mass. In the words of the famous paradox of the Comte de Phoenix, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will. So I'm just wondering about that last part. The absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will. Is that logical? Hello, is this thing on?
Yeah, sorry, I had to put the poll together. Everybody needs a poll these days, so we got a poll now. No, that was interesting. We should read that again when we get people in here. I'm gonna start pinging people, but I wanted to get the poll posted up here so everybody can cast their votes.
When I was young, I bought that, the Anarchistic Manifesto or whatever it is. It's like a booby trap book, like a warfighter book. I don't know if you ever read it, but supposedly it was banned.
Yeah.
Oh, the Anarchist Cookbook is what it was like.
The cookbook, yeah. There's a book by Michael Malice. If you ever want to hear an entertaining anarchist, you should check out Michael Malice. There's a great debate between him and I forget the guy's name. The objectivist. They were both on Lex Friedman's podcast debating anarchy versus minarchy. It's just pretty interesting. It went the way you would expect it to go. Akiba says anarchy is ultimate freedom. It's amazing.
I mean, what would you describe the conquest of the West and the journey west in America? Cowboys, Indians, far off, distant little towns. You know, what is that anarchy, Hekima?
Why you ain't touching this plan? You just finna say it right, and you just switch it up.
I mean, why don't you just tell me your real name? Is it like, you know, Tony or Lamar or like, you know, it's not Hekima.
That's fucking name.
Out Lamont. That would be a good one. Wasn't that the son from San Francisco?
Why my name can't be Hakima? That's weird.
I mean, it could be Hekima. I don't know.
But it actually is.
I like the name Lamont, though. Lamont's cool. That might be my next clubhouse name, Lamont. Lamont Sanford.
Is it pronounced Hakima or is it, you know, Hekima?
Nobody pronounces it correctly, so you can pretty much do whatever you want. He's very accustomed to nobody being able to pronounce something that's spelled out fairly phonetically.
So if you're new in the room, be sure to fill out the poll. What is anarchy?
That's fine. You can give some thought to it. I'll tell you what. If you spend 5 seconds thinking about it, you'll spend more time, more thoughtful time thinking about it than, let's say, somebody like Bima. So. By the way, if you guys are connected to Bima, everyone invite her. Like everyone, just go into the you do the share button. If we all invite her right now, we will center Bima and we'll just all sit silent and let her drone on and on and on. And then every once in a while, John will interject and ask her a question.
You know, I want to ask you a question, Mojo. Have you talked to Daniel on this app? He's a Canadian who wears a red jacket, and he goes on and on and on about how he's going to solve the debt crisis. But his explanation is that money is all fictitious, dollars are all fake, so it doesn't matter how much we print up. And his method is he wants to give you a time expiration deposit of however much you want or however much you need. But if you don't spend it within the certain time frame, it'll disappear. But the money that you do spend and the people that take your money and give you goods or services for the money, it doesn't expire for them. Okay, so have you talked to Daniel about his incredible idea on how to tackle that?
David, you have to mute yourself. David, if you're going to stay on the stage, you're going to have to play like an adult. Let's see if Alfonso wants to come up. Alfonso's like probably the friendliest guy in the religious rooms. And by religious rooms, I mean people arguing about religion. Alfonso, you're the smartest atheist on the app, right?
I don't know what smart means, but I think I am a different kind of atheist, sort of.
Yeah, I don't hear you're making the dumb arguments, is my point, I guess.
Whoa. All hail no normal.
Yeah, hold on. We're talking to Alfonso. We don't always get Alfonso. Alfonso is a... Let's talk to Alfonso for a second. Alfonso, you explain to the room your position on the absence of God.
So, well, I've got a bit of a journey to how I got here, and then, you know, why it makes sense to me to say that in the traditional sense, God, there's no way God would exist, right? I'm not an agnostic. I actually claim to know for a fact that there are no gods. But I am willing to entertain the idea that, we can use it as a metaphor. We can use an analogy to say, you know what, I'm having such a great time enjoying the company, the conversation, and feeling enlightened. So God is moving among us, right? But that's a metaphor. That's your happiness,
Okay, David, I warned you. Go on, Alfonso.
So, yeah, and one of the strongest, I guess, arguments, I don't like to debate or argue, but one of the strongest thoughts I have about spirituality and theism is that for most spiritual practices, you must believe that you are a soul, independent of your body, right? People say, I have a body, but I am my soul. And I think that has been greatly debunked by modern science. We know that. So the arguments that we used to hear for the soul was it was the energy that gives us life. So as long as as soon as the soul left our bodies, it was the energy leaving it. And now we understand that by eating food, by got all these inputs of energy, and we know what these energies mean. We can objectively measure them, right? So that argument of energy leaving the body is kind of fallen through. And the other one is your personality. That's who you are. Right? Now we know that our brains have different functions and different parts that interact to create our personalities. And you can affect these with chemicals or trauma or tumors, and your personality will be radically changed. So, those are a couple of very strong arguments for me to think that spirituality is it's a beautiful story that we've been telling each other, that we've evolved. These stories evolved through us, but they're no longer relevant, right? Those are a couple of thoughts on that. And also, if you want to actually question the existence of God, you can't even define God, right? God kind of serves the purpose of us understanding reality or paradigms. Sorry, I'm thinking someone happened in my Uber, but yeah, I'll leave it there for the time being.
What I don't understand about atheists is, have you been to a book club? Have you debated books, talked about favorite things that you read in books? I mean, that's what people are doing. And so if you think that there are no gods and there's no spirituality, but you still use terms like soul, I mean, isn't that tied into this whole God universe of the Marvel comic book known as the Bible? So I just question and ask, why do people not like information? Why are you so negative with regards to information? Is it because you don't want to read it anymore because you don't think it's real? Or is it really just because people are lazy and they don't want to do anything other than the easy solution, which is click a button, pick up a device and just stare at a screen and click a button? So that's why I have surrounded myself in books in my house, and I find the value of those books. And I know a lot of wealthy people. A lot of those wealthy people do have pretty big book collections, but it's generally the angry people. A lot of girls I've noticed, I go to their house, they don't have any books in their house. They got everything you could possibly need except for books. I'm just like, maybe you're angry at the world because you don't have enough information to help you get yourself happy. It's called psychology or therapy or wisdom. Those are my thoughts.
John, speaking of reading a lot of books, in 2016, I set a goal for myself that I wanted to read one book a week. So I wanted to read 52 books, and I got to 49. So I fell 3 books short of my goal. And then after that, I got so fatigued by it that now, I just download things on Audible. Do you consider audiobooks the same as reading?
Yeah, I think if you're really listening and it's flowing through your brain and processing, and you're actively listening, it's just a great way to read a book, to listen to somebody read a book.
Even if it's at 1.5 speed?
Yeah, that's what I bring up the speed generally, or 1.25.
Yeah, cool, man. Well, let's get into the topic, guys. What is anarchy? Anybody want to take a shot at what is anarchy? We got a poll here.
Accurately described in your poll. What was it? A childish philosophy. Yep, that's it.
Yep. Has everybody pinged Bima? Let's ping her.
Not friends with her.
Well, just go be friends with her and then ping her.
She has the one.
I pinged her, but I think she's modding and running her room and getting her dopamine. Mojo, do you think people come here to dope up?
I do. We've got an anarchist. I wonder if she's got a different answer than some of us do. It'll be interesting to find out. Oh, welcome to the stage, Al Pacino. I don't think I've ever seen Al Pacino in one of my rooms. I've had other celebrities, but not Al Pacino. Yeah, if you were Al Pacino, you'd afford a better microphone.
No, I'm from Sicily, but I live in Germany. Yes, where are you from? Are you from?
Respectfully, nobody cares.
Okay, but I just say this, okay? It's okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. I don't care about you. It's okay.
Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend, okay?
You want to play rough?
Just talk people. What's you say?
You want to play rough? Okay.
I play, okay? Okay. No, I'm.
You know, when people laugh in Italian, I fucking hate it. Don't do the Italian laugh. Can you laugh in American, please?
I don't know. You say, I don't know. You love.
I'm not okay with this. I'm not okay with this at all.
What?
You hate? Okay, wait, my friend. you hate Italians?
Let's get back to the title of the room. Can I ask a question here? Can anybody tell me the root causes of anarchy? Where does anarchy come from?
I'll tell you the root causes of this room. And why Bima has that opinion. Bima is a blank statist. She doesn't believe that pit bulls are any different from other dogs. So, yeah.
What did any of that mean?
No, that's it. She pit bulls change her life and they have a bad rap. So she's like, they shouldn't be collectively punished.
You think if she shaves her armpits, got some some
She
effect?
doesn't shave her armpits.
No, she does not. But do you think if she did, this is her words, not mine. So you think if she did shave her armpits and got some effective deodorant going on, maybe styled her hair in a modern way, perhaps considered some makeup, put on some heels, and lost a few pounds, you think she would maybe abandon this anarchy thing and realize that joining civilization might be a good idea?
It's possible. It's very possible. I think she just needs a shift in perspective.
I'll bet you she comes back to this room.
See, those are the health outcomes of a lack of intelligence or wisdom or really understanding one's environment, I think, and what is natural and what is unnatural. I mean, asking the question again, what are the root causes of anarchy? Is it government?
I would say it's, mental retardation. Because if your solution to the problem of the government can have in terms of overreach, usually what that would lead to, let's just say she was successful, there was no state. What we would have is somebody trampling on her rights on a more consistent basis, and she would have no recourse to deal with it. I think the thing that she forgets is that as imperfect as government is, and as much as government does trample on her rights, it's the least amount of trampling that she's going to get in this world. Because should she ever get her way, the true authoritarians would take over. And I think that we have a very thin line protecting us from complete animalistic behavior. And I don't think she fully appreciates that. else wants to chime in with their expertise on anarchy, please go on. Or your amateur opinion, doesn't matter. Just jump in. Okay, when everybody's quiet, okay.
Well, Hakima, Hakima, let me see. Yeah, anarchy is ultimate freedom. Hakima, I don't know if you're trolling or if you're being serious. I'm gonna assume you're serious. I almost voted the same way as you, Hakima. But then I had to think about it. I'm like, you know what, let me go Google some shit. And I realized, you know what, Hakima, I actually don't want to have an anarchist society. I don't want a lawless society, Hakima. I mean, unless the shit hit the fan, you know what I mean? If the world was poverty-stricken, if there's no food, I don't know, if the government turned, like the Mad King and Game of Thrones and wanted to burn us all, perhaps I would join the anarchists. But, no, I like law and order, Hakima, so I decided to vote the opposite of you, but for a second there, I was considering rocking with you on this, Hakima.
I just gotta say one thing to that. Sorry, Kima, go ahead. Looks like you're about to say that. Thank you. Just one thing to say. First you get the money, then you get the power, and you get the women. That's what I got.
Was that something?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if the drug, the war on drugs, I think that's an example of anarchy. I mean, why let Colombian narco importers and traffickers and terrorists control the cocaine market? If that's a chemical additive that people want to put in their diet, why didn't, the U.S. government and U.S. capitalists monetize that chemical? Why instead have we taxed, countless generations to pay for a military war against narco traffickers and terrorists? Why aren't we smart enough to control the market internally as opposed to letting international exporters, bring it on our shores and make all the money, as opposed to us taxing ourselves and spending all the money to fight the people that are making all the profit? Explain that one to me.
Actually, they're doing both. They needed a legal so they can lock people up. They're not worried about the tax money. They want the money in form of conservation. That's what they prefer. Trust me, they know everything you know. And they chose the way that suits them best, and that's mass incarceration. It's not about taxing. In a free country, you should be able to use cocaine. I wouldn't use it if it was legal, but a person that wants to use it should be able to. But so they want to keep it illegal so they can lock people up.
Wait, John, hold on. If I was processing what you're saying correctly, don't the traffickers have the better drugs though? Just curious.
Well, I think your average psychiatrist that prescribes Adderall is actually doing the exact same thing that cocaine importers do. And cocaine and Adderall, to me, I don't think there's any difference. So white people or anybody in America that has a psychiatric prescription for Adderall, they literally have a license to use speed or coke in their life legally without getting locked up. But you got to get it through a psychiatrist.
And maybe that's the thing. Some people don't want to get a prescription or go through a doctor. They just want to go to, the trap king or queen down the street and get the hookup. It's just easier, less drama, less paperwork, less conversation, very transactional, and keep it pushing. Right?
And it's cheaper.
And there's no record. Like, there's medical records if you have to go through the doctor. There's no paper trail if you just go to the cartel or the local drug dealer. Choices.
I'm going to give you the best example of anarchy at work and being effective. This is the best example you're going to get, and that's with language. The United States doesn't have an official language, yet there is an agreement socially standard language. Yes, there's people that speak other languages, some people that don't speak English, but the overwhelming majority of people in the United States and actually around the world, learn how to speak English. And here in the U.S., again, while it's not an official language, the government hasn't said that English is our official language. We print documents in multiple languages. It's a generally accepted thing that this is how we're going to interact and communicate with each other. And that's an example. You can put all the thumbs down you want. We communicate in English. And that's done in a way that people prefer to do it, because I think we all would agree that it gets messy if it's Tower of Babel and everybody was speaking their own language.
I live in anarchy, because there's really no rule of law here. My country, Bolivia. So it's, but I also think that no matter how we want to find freedom or do away with our organization, allow people to do as they please, that's an impossibility, right? Nature rules. All our behavior, all our acts have consequences. So order is something that happens naturally. We can't avoid it. But as I was saying, in my country, you've got laws and then you've got what's actually done. And that's kind of relevant in many places, right? I think depending on how astute or intelligent your lawyer is, you can bend and twist things to fit your agenda. But especially crazy here. You're much better off bribing people as the first sign of them not wanting to cooperate. Otherwise, they're going to give you a hard time, even if you're trying to do things legally and orderly. So yeah, that's probably, if you guys come to Bolivia, you'll realize what it means to actually live in anarchy.
In Spain they have Catalonia, which that's about as anarchist as you can find in a first world nation. Is anybody familiar with Catalonia?
Is it in Spain?
Yes.
My
Yeah.
last name is actually from Catalan.
Yeah, they have their own pope there, actually.
Catalonia is very rebellious and probably the most anarchist place. What I find interesting, though, I don't know if you guys know this, but in Catalonia they have a tradition in the nativity scene where they have what they call the cagané. The cagané loosely translates to the shitter. And so in the nativity scene, they have a figure that's taking a soft swirl style shit, and they put this in nativity scenes. Like they have a huge shopping center with a 3-story tall cagané, where the shit pile is as tall as a human being. And they tried to remove it, and the people went absolutely bonkers. This tradition is older than the United States. It's more than 250 years old, and they love it. In fact, there's a website called Kagane.com where you can get your celebrity Kaganes. Like you can get a Donald Trump Kagane, you can get an Elvis Presley Kagane, you can get any Kagane that you want. But these are figurines that are squatting down, and then there's a little pile of shit that's the shitter. They believe that was a piece of tradition that was left out of the nativity scene, and they like to bring attention to it and hold strong on it. Has anybody ever heard of the Kagane?
I have not.
Yeah, I'll pin a link in the chat to Kagane.com. Hold on.
Yeah, that will be even, because you know about tacos. But Mojo, riddle me this. Would you could one argue that there's organized anarchy, and I don't mean January 6th, I don't mean BLM, I mean organized from within, such as the 2008 housing crash, where there was this defined anarchy, a lack of authority overseeing these mortgages that they were handing out to strippers that couldn't pay these houses off in 3 lifetimes. Now, if you have a gunshot or something, you walk into the ER, good luck getting opioids. I mean, it's just, but in both of those scenarios, there's major disruption to people that were not direct. So obviously the housing market made housing unattainable for quite a while. Folks who were legitimately in need of painkillers were gone through more of a thorough screening process, if you will, skeptical process, if you will, from doctors. So, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that we do where government is in the way, government is wrong. I think regulation in general is often misguided, but I think the answer to that is not having no government. I think the answer to overregulation is less regulation, and the answer to bad regulation is good regulation, and just understanding proper rule of government in general. I think there's a danger in rejecting the idea that there should be an authority that could make rulings. I'm a firm believer that you need to have a judge, and I'm just wondering if anybody would disagree with that, either that's on the stage or in the audience, anyone that thinks that the world would somehow be a better place if we didn't have military, police, or a judge courts, essentially. No, I guess we're all in agreement. Great. I can shut the room now.
Having been to court, a couple times in my life for speeding tickets and other things like that, to me, it's basically like dealing with robots. Literally, the judge demands a guilty plea, and then you have to confirm it, and then go pay your fine. So, a lot of this is anti-constitutional. I'm just saying, a lot of the legal-industrial complex operates off of anti-constitutional behavior. No jury trials. It's like automatons. It's like dealing with robots that have no care and compassion. And then occasionally you get a judge who has a YouTube channel who puts up videos of people who have absolutely nothing, are living in devastation and destitution. And, because of the internet, those videos go viral. Then a GoFundMe campaign gets built up for this old granny or young single mother or whatever. And then they get a little social equity justice. But I'm just saying that, to me, robot people are the worst people in society.
But if you know the rules and you show up, it doesn't have to play out that way. I hear what you're saying. The courtroom these days favors those that have money enough for representation. And also money enough in case they want to remand you to jail, you can pay your bail, and so poor people have a different justice system in this country, and I think that's something that we should talk about.
Yeah, JB is bringing up prosecutorial misconduct and basically Russiagate and what happened to Donald Trump, but. When I went to court, it was amazing. If you had legal representation, you got to go first, and you got to get the hell out of there quicker than everybody else. So, having money to buy a lawyer also saves you time.
JB, what do you guys say?
This is the island of misfit toys. That's just one thing. The second thing I'll say is not the judges. I don't feel that a problem. This is from a man who's faced many judges. And police are not the problem. The problem is the prosecutors. Here in New York, and I'm pretty sure pretty much most major cities, the prosecutors share the same building as the judges. The defense attorneys don't, but the prosecutors do. It's 100% the real reporting network. It's 100%. If you have money, you're going home. There's no mechanism in place to stop these prosecutors from falsely charging people or overcharging people. That, my friend, is what I feel is the problem. Not the judges, not the police, the prosecutors. I rest my case, Your Honor.
What about the legislators that make these laws possible for the police to apprehend you or the prosecutor to prosecute you?
Yeah, I was gonna say they are. What is it?
I was just gonna say, bro, here in New York, our legislator, they love criminals. You could punch a cop in the face and you're going home the same day. So I don't know. The only law they've enacted that I'm aware of lately is that there ain't no bail here in New York, so you can fuck anybody up you want. You're going home to your wife at night.
Yeah, I would say they all the problem, like, from the legislators to the judge to the prosecutors to the police. Like, you can't have one without the other. They all one entity. I don't separate them. They all are the problem.
Well, it's the economic disparity that prosecutorial misconduct grants them, that they are funded by the state to take you down with unlimited resources. Meanwhile, the lawfare or the trial is the punishment because you go broke defending yourself.
What do you think of people that falsely accuse people of things? Do you think we could get a law like that if like, I'll be extreme here. If a woman accuses somebody of rape and we can prove that she's lying, could we then maybe say that she should get the same punishment that the rapist would have gotten?
100%. False accusations of any type, any false accusation should be met with the possible penalty of that person. I don't care what it is. And but there's no punishment of false accusations. But not basically there's not. And that's terrible. They get people to green like this, keep doing it. People should definitely. I think prosecutors and police who work hard to find a perpetrator and just charge anyone. I think they should be fucking prosecuted when they knowingly like fuck we had a law. They be knowing a lot of times they don't have the right person. And they move forward anyway just to get a conviction. I think they should be fucking prosecuted.
Absolutely, perjury should be taken very seriously. But I think JB, really brought light to a very, very important point that a lot of folks have no idea the power a typical DA has in their city. They're elected officials, right, or appointed by the mayor. What does the public want? To sleep at night, their kids are safe. Convictions, get the bad guy. There is a great series on Netflix called The Confession Tapes, where each episode is about somebody confessing to something they didn't do because they've been interrogated for 12 hours. And after the first 9 hours, you eventually break. And everyone, who would possibly admit to saying something that admitting to something you didn't do. But there's studies that show that they do that. And DAs have no problem, no gumption with holding exculpatory evidence that could actually exonerate them from the beginning.
I love the true story. Somebody I did time with, right, was charged with 2 counts of rape, 2 different women that came forward. I mean, I crazy numbers, football numbers, as we call them, high football. And they put them away. Well, a decade later, they find out that the police and the prosecutors promised both those girls different things to lie because they wanted this guy so bad. It's absolutely a true story. Matter of fact, he was able to prove he wasn't even in the state at the time, and they still overcharged him. Now, if that's not prosecutorial misconduct, I have no fucking idea what is. This dude gave a decade of his life for crimes he didn't commit. And they were able to prove that the prosecutor lied and coerced these women into lying. Nothing happened to them. All they did was get a promotion because the conviction rate was through the roof.
Exactly. 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 I mean, when they do get their prosecutorial misconduct, hand caught in the cookie jar, I think it's something absurd, like 1% or less than 1% are ever held accountable. Maybe less than 5 in the entire country have ever been actually fired. Like it's there. This fear of a bubble of protection around them is crazy.
Who's check this out though? So the guy does 10 years. You can't sue. You can't sue a prosecutor, right? And not only that, if you Google his name, guess what comes up? The charge is not the conviction, not the overturn the conviction. The original charge was pop up first. So now he's a social pariah because he was accused of something with no facts, was found guilty, and he's struggling in life because imagine that.
On your record for life, when you never did it. Or if you're lucky enough to sign a plea deal, so you do less time, but it's on your record for life. You know you didn't do it. Like literally every attorney on both sides of the aisle say if the plea bargaining system didn't exist, the justice system in this country would collapse.
Well,
Go ahead, Jimmy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, not just that, but also the fact of where are all these people? And I'm not saying you don't apply like flood, but where's the outrage in this country that prosecutors have so much motherfucking power to steal somebody's life? That dude will never be whole, no matter what comes out, no matter what evidence he can produce. When he goes, he can't even get a job, bro. The dude can't get a job because let me tell you what companies do, even though it's illegal. They don't do background searches. They save the money on that, and they just do a Google search. So if it comes up, Moose likes to fuck Moose, and you don't, guess what? That's what they're gonna see. It's a horrible, horrible system.
There's it's either a movie or a series on Netflix. It's about a girl who was raped. And she goes in and she tells the police, right, a few times, and they don't believe her, right? This is like the 80s, I believe. They don't believe her, and ends up being, she gets prosecuted for lying, okay, really, and he's like a serial rapist, violent serial rapist, or a murderer, I believe. I can't remember, it's been a minute since I've seen it, but it's really bad, but that's a true story. Give that a watch.
Yeah, let's welcome Necro, Tomato, Sloan, and of course Dr. Jordan. Welcome to the stage. Looks like Sloan is new to the house. A couple pig tickets. My friend still has his pig ticket. He just likes to hang out and pig things. But
Well, when in Rome, don't you have him in your house? Come on.
yeah, in the love, hang on to your pig thing. Anyways, I want to kind of stand back to the topic of anarchy. I think we've had some people take a shot at the definition. Necro, you're romanticized by the idea of anarchy. Why don't you give your definition?
Yeah, so it basically is, definitionally is that there are no sorts of restrictions on, any sorts of freedoms that we have essentially, and the government is the only thing that limits those freedoms. So, unfortunately.
But Necro, walk me through then how we have left-wing anarchy, right-wing anarchy, and one version says that property is theft, and then the other has their entire philosophy built on property rights being the most important right of all. How without a police force or a court system would you determine whether property is theft or property is a right?
Yeah, and so, it's one of the things why I hate the word, ultimately, but, so, if you have, basically,
decide, who would have the authority to decide the dispute between a left-wing anarchist and a right-wing anarchist over property? Like, let's say you think that I have stolen it because you're a left-wing anarchist and think it's theft, and I have ownership of it, and so who would decide whether or not I get to stay or go with this property?
No one. There is no authority.
This is more the anarchy point, just what the Adventure Tales and anarchy point. So
I mean, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how we decided. Do we just like play a game of Hungry Hungry Hippo, whoever wins? Do we flip the coin like Bruce says? Do we do dueling pistols at 12 paces? Like, I'm just wondering, like, what do we do here?
You answer your own question.
yeah, rock, paper, scissors, and
Whoever has more dots.
Yeah, your answer is
Tomato, go ahead, give me the answer.
You answered your own question. It's paradox. It doesn't exist. Even the smart people on Clubhouse demanding an anarchist society, they're not serious. They're just fucking with you. Because if anarchist society existed, precisely zero of the Clubhouse anarchists would move there. It's just a debating point. It's not serious mojo.
Right. Well, and the interesting thing is that in the U.S., the vast majority of anarchists are right-wing anarchists, and globally, they're left-wing anarchists. And I totally agree with you. This is all just like some philosophical debate club shit, because the people that say that they're an anarchist, they don't do anything to mimic that. If they did, they would like go and move into Amish country, who are the closest thing that North America has to anarchists.
Yeah, I mean, I have friends who claim to believe in certain things, and they move to societies that espouse it. So they have credibility with me. Like, I've spoken ad nauseum about Singapore. I have a lot of friends that wanted the Singaporean government. They moved there. They're happy. And then I have friends who wanted a more free, libertarian existence, and they moved to New Hampshire. And both of them are valid. The people that are not valid are the people on Clubhouse who they complain all the time, but they never get off their ass and actually move to the place they claim they want to live.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. Did you read the story about the town in New Hampshire where when they got enough of these folks together to take over the city council, one of the major things they did was they got rid of the ordinance that forbid you from feeding bears, and by allowing people to feed the bears, there was no prohibition on it. The bears started getting more comfortable, got closer into the town, and then eventually human beings started getting mauled by the bears. So there's as much as I love freedom, there's certainly a level in which if your love for freedom leads you to do stupid things, which is what I think anarchists do. I feel like anarchists are the ones that have they've decided to just go to the extreme of this idea of freedom, this notion of freedom, and to the point where they will ignore common sense. And so I don't know if you've read that story, but it's an interesting read to understand what happens if the anarchists were to get their way. We'd essentially get mauled by bears because they're stupid.
you see Wild Wild Country documentary? That's a form of anarchy, I'd say. I mean, at one point they actually, the whole Raj Mahaji cult thing, the infamous Sheila, that was his assistant. At one point, she was literally orchestrating an assassination attempt on a senator in, where were they? Washington State, I think, or Oregon.
Right. I would put forth the proposition that the average human being without children wants to live in a more anarchic place, right? In general, if you don't have children, you're okay with drugs being legal and it being legal to ride a motorcycle 100 miles an hour without a helmet, and legal gambling. Like, there's all kinds of freedoms that you're in favor of if you don't have children. On the other hand, most people that have children want to live in a society where those freedoms are restricted because it's just obvious, right? If you have enough
there's a small handful of them. They seem to be comfortable with being oppressed. They just don't want to be oppressed by government. They'll let any other entity. In fact, they would erect a society that mimics a government as long as they don't. They're just anti-government. They're not anti-oppression. They're not even pro-freedom really. What they're really looking for is just this, the elimination of government. And that seems to be their calling card. That's what they're really begging for. Hold on. I just got the laughy emoji from one of the anarchists on this app. Maybe she disagrees. If I was wrong, I'd love for her to come up here and tell me that I'm wrong, that she wants to be oppressed. I mean, the same person that gave me the laughy emoji that hates the state and says that she's an anarchist lives with an abusive boyfriend that doesn't allow her to speak on Clubhouse. If he's around, he tells her that she's got to get off. So we've all seen that. In fact, we were hoping to do a wellness check. She probably wouldn't appreciate the wellness check because in order to do a wellness check, you'd have to call a government official to go do the wellness check. So I don't know. Maybe she wants to come up and go ahead.
I think it's hard for me to believe there's anyone that stupid, and the reason is the anthropologists and evolutionary biologists have data on all societies before government, and the reality of being a human before government was, first of all, we have clear evidence that 20% of the men had sex with all the women, and in order for 20% of the men to have sex with all the women, they murdered a massive percentage of the weaker men. And you can see in the anthropological record, right, in societies before government, more than 40% of men died from murder. Whereas today, because of the benefit of government, less than 1% of men die from murder. We also have records that like civilization never existed without a government because the simple reason, like, why should you bother to build a machinery or why should you bother to build a tool when in the absence of government, some stronger man is just going to come and steal it from you and kill you. So in the absence of government, life is nasty, brutish, and short. And for that reason, it seems like we have a lot of retarded morons on Clubhouse. It's hard for me to believe that there's anyone that's that retarded. I'm done speaking.
Could you name one of them? No. So I have to challenge that for a second. Tomato. It's possible, but I would think that 20% of the men, if we look back at our lineage, there would be such inbreeding depression, profound inbreeding depression, genetic bottlenecks, and also the heterogeneity that we see today with all these males who are pretty diverse. I would think we would be much more homogenous as a gender, and we're not. In fact, that's why we have so many problems today, because we're trying to accommodate the softness of all the male fragility, the male, the domineering male, the toxic masculinity.
Narcissism. How about the narcissism? Does this play in at all?
Of course it does.
If you just say the word, please.
Narcissism.
I think that's a record. That's a record. Long as he said taken that to actually say it.
Yeah. I love it.
Let me ask you this. If you could snap your finger now, is there anybody on stage that would want the state to just be completely gone and have no government at all? Is there anyone on the stage that desires that?
Absolutely not. I have a question for Tomato. I can't get confidence. I can ask so we get more people.
Well, you could certainly offer up a question, but I wouldn't ask him. I would ask him.
I would ask Tomato. I wouldn't ask Tomato.
Oh, okay. I'll ask you, sir. Did you say that people without children want to live in an anarchist society, that they would prefer that over people who have children? I mean, actually, before I continue, I just want to make sure I heard you.
Yeah, that I never understood, Tomato.
You heard correctly. I would absolutely benefit from that explanation if Tomato could. go home, take care, bed diaper, no one's relying on them. They can live a little on the edge, even though we're in a world now with Uber. I think the DUI thing was that, like, it's just, when you just throw that in as one of your laundry points, it gets blended in there a little bit. So I have to, that just stood out to me. I don't think there's data or to validate that folks with people who don't have kids or are childless are more reckless, are less likely to care if some drunk driver just killed an innocent family.
Well, it sounds like you agree with 80% of what I said, and you think I'm stupid about 20%. So I'll take that as a win. I'm not even going to argue the point.
Stupid was your word. I never.
Well, I use provocative, irritating words just for effect.
Interesting. Yeah, the DUI point in the motorcycle helmet. I never would have clicked. If I had to write a list of anarchist behavior, the motorcycle helmet point, I don't know if that would be on the list. Dumb choices, perhaps, living on the edge, being reckless, but...
Well, no, I would say 4 years ago, Mojo and I used to get in polite disagreements. Very polite disagreements. Mojo, 4 years ago, to my recollection, was more of a classical libertarian. So Mojo, I recall, argued in favor of everyone who wants being allowed to ride a motorcycle without a helmet. And I don't criticize Mojo for having that view, but it was something that I remember pretty clearly him arguing for. And I argued strongly against that. And I puzzled over that for like 3 years of arguing, and then I kind of realized that Mojo was imagining like a young man with no responsibilities riding without a helmet. And I think he was saying, shit, if you're a young man and you have no responsibilities, you should have the freedom to ride without a helmet. Whereas for me, I was imagining a man with like 6 kids to support who was riding without a helmet, and by killing himself by riding without a helmet, he was leaving orphans. And so I think that Mojo and I's disagreement was not a philosophical disagreement, it was just a disagreement about who we imagine when we think about public policies.
Yeah, I can dig it.
I also apparently childless adults are six more times likely to not put the cap back on the toothpaste.
Yeah, that's why we need to have children to remind us to, always put on pants as well.
A lot of the political arguments I've heard on Clubhouse they're not really political. They're arguments between people that have different life circumstances. Like let me cut to the chase. I see a lot of crazy shit being advocated by people on Clubhouse, and I just know listening to them, they don't have kids and grandkids. And I'm not criticizing people that don't have kids. I'm just saying very often their brain just doesn't work the same way as people that have a lot of kids and grandkids.
Yeah, but what you're really saying is that when you have kids and grandkids, you become more risk adverse, and I think that's fair to point out. That being said, sometimes playing it safe is not the right way to go either. Some people are so risk adverse that they would bubble wrap their children, and I think that there's a risk in harming your children by being too risk adverse. Would you disagree?
No, I agree with you completely. But the issue on the table is society's rules. And I think in general, whether for right or wrong, the average person that has a bunch of kids wants to live in a society where the government does more and the government has more restrictions. So, for example, I think drunk driving, let me go back to the drunk driving point, even though it's unpopular, right? In general, most young childless people, if someone is caught drunk driving once, they'll give them a pass. They're like, okay, pay a fine and you get your license back. Even, I think if you survey people that are childless, they might give people 2 chances. They say, you're caught drunk driving twice, take a class, pay a big fine. Whereas my experience is people that have young children, they're like, fuck it. If you're caught drunk driving once, fuck off for taking your license away for life, because
I wouldn't even necessarily outlaw it. I would simply say that if you get into an accident or if you harm somebody, the penalty should have a 10x multiplier. We should make the punishment for if a bad thing occurs while you're doing this behavior, that the punishment is larger. The one thing that's interesting, you can find these studies where they've compared drivers that are tired versus drivers that are drunk, and people that are intoxicated on alcohol can drive better than people that have a certain level of fatigue mentally. And so we don't have any laws, that clearly target people that drive tired, but there's a lot of people that do. Whether it's the end of their workday or the beginning of their workday, there's a lot of people that fall asleep at the wheel, and we don't hear anybody talking about that.
Roger, what about
why would you think that talking now while I'm talking would be the right time for you to talk? How about wait till I finish, and then whoever that was, you can respond. Here's what I would propose is if you pull somebody over for a traffic violation and let's say you find that they're intoxicated, let's say they ran through a stoplight, because you could do that sober or drunk. I would just say whatever the penalty would have been when sober, I would 10x the penalty if they were drunk. If they harm somebody in an accident, whatever that penalty might have been if they were sober, including manslaughter, I would just 10x the sentencing for that. I think that if we just had really harsh punishments if something bad happens while you're intoxicated, I think what we would do is build a culture around people being a lot more careful, and if they choose to drink, which I think is perfectly okay, then they should take the risk that comes along with that, which is a very harsh punishment if they do harm. But if somebody was driving home and they've had a few beers and they get home safely, I really don't care.
What about forcing people to have a certain level of insurance to cover the damage they do? Are you okay with that?
No, I don't think mandating insurance is the answer to anything.
Okay, so let's try to do this. I'm worth $1,000. You're worth $1 million. Okay? You have a grandchild.
I would say 4.5, but go ahead.
Okay, you're worth $4.5 million, right? Is that what you want to be worth?
Closer to reality. Let's go.
Okay, good. You're worth $4.5 million. That's great. And I'm worth $1,000, right?
You're worth more than that, but go ahead. You can value yourself wherever you like. Go ahead.
Well, it doesn't matter what I'm worth. Here's the point. I run over your grandchild and kill them or maim them for life. Okay? Now, you chose not to have insurance, and you fight me in court, and you don't pay it, and I end up being screwed. Is that okay with you?
I don't think I understand your point. Can you try to explain it a little bit better? I'm
okay.
trying to understand and make your point.
You're worth $4.5 million, right?
Sure.
And I sue you because you killed my grandchild, right? And the court system resists my ability to pay it off, and I die before the court gets around to it, or your lawyers are better than my lawyers. Is that okay with you?
No, I don't think the justice system should be tied to how much money you have. In fact, I think that's one of the perversions that we have in our justice system is everything from cash bail to what type of representation you have in a court is far too highly tied to the amount of money that you have. I don't think that's the justice system.
Okay, let me see if I understand your point. And I don't want to interrupt you because you're right. I don't want to interrupt you. But I find your position to be morally reprehensible, and it may be that I don't understand it, so maybe it isn't morally reprehensible. You don't think someone should be compelled to have insurance, right?
No, I do not.
Okay. And if I'm worth...
Although I think it's a good idea. I do think it's a good idea. I just don't think it should be mandatory. I would advise family and friends to have insurance because it's a good idea. It's wise, but I don't think it should be made mandatory. No.
Okay, let's try inverting this now. I'm worth $1,000, and I run over your child. You're worth $4 million. You sue me. The worst you can get is very small amount. Is that okay with you?
I don't think if I lost a child I'd be thinking about money.
What I would be thinking about is the justice system. If you took a life, then you should be punished for it. And so you would rather see me go to jail or be hung or be executed in a. I don't believe in the death penalty, but I would be perfectly fine with you spending the rest of your life in jail. Because I ran over your child while drunk and I was only worth $1,000. Even if you were worth $1 million, I'm perfectly okay with you going to jail for the rest of your life or killing somebody. Thank you for making your point clear. So I have a question for Tomato. This parental prudence that you speak of. Let's look at climate change. Let's forget that it could be anthropogenic and assume it's biogenic or geogenic. So how come there are so few parents that parents base their belief of climate change and interest in climate change mitigation on what side of the aisle they stand, right? Like, to me, that's the biggest thing that we can be preemptive and preventive about, or at least mitigate to some degree, but we don't. So I'm just curious because, I've been curious about it for a long time. I think that, climate change, whether it's human-induced or natural or geologically sourced, because of various environmental pressures, the forecast does not look good. So why are people with kids not much more concerned about climate change?
Well, since you directed that question to me, I will answer you succinctly. But before I do, if you click on the right link in the room chat, the precise point of fact that I made before that you claimed couldn't possibly be true, I have a link that proves it indeed to be true. Within the absence of government, the top 1 out of 17 men reproduced, and the other 16 men didn't reproduce. So it's in the anthropological record that indeed, without government, the top tier strongest men got to monopolize 17 females and 16 men were left out. So doctor, I don't expect you to read that now, but can you commit to reading that at some point in the next hour?
Absolutely, I appreciate it. I find it fascinating. I appreciate you sharing. I also
let me answer you about climate change. Okay. I believe that most people in life are not logical. They don't think things through logically. Most people are tribal. They just identify what tribe they want to be in, and they mindlessly parrot the beliefs to their tribe. And so for that reason, you're correct. All liberals and leftists mindlessly just say they believe in climate change and they demand that we have to make changes in the economy to prevent climate change. Now, they're not evil. All the leftists who believe in climate change, they're not stupid. They're not evil. They're just shutting off their brains and being tribal. Okay. On the other hand, the MAGA people also don't think about climate change. They just mindlessly parrot the opposite view. But I'm peculiar. I believe in using my brain on every issue. That's why I think the MAGAs are retarded about many issues, and the leftists in this room are retarded about many issues. If you talk to me long enough, it's guaranteed you'll hate me because my study of the issues doesn't agree with either tribe. So now that you brought on climate change, I'll answer you. Even if all the leftists are correct that humans burning coal and shit like that is causing climate change, and even if all the leftists get their way and America shuts down a bunch of industries and we lower our standard of living and instead of eating meat, we eat bugs, it still doesn't matter. The climate is still going to change for the simple reason that if you actually look at carbon emissions are growing so rapidly from India and China, and even if the United States and Europe does the crazy leftist shit and shuts off our industry and lives a poor life, the planet is still totally fucked because China and India continue to emit. Therefore, you're like a religious person who's like giving up meat for religious reasons. Like, you are so eager, doctor, you're so eager to sacrifice the lifestyle of Americans because it makes you feel warm and helpful. But even if you're right about the science, even if you're 100% right on the science, the world is still fucked no matter what standard of living Americans have, because people in India and China are causing all of the increase in emissions. Therefore, your desire to cut our standard of living to help the climate, it's a nice religious tribal thing that makes you feel warm and fuzzy, but it doesn't do jack shit for the environment, even if you're correct.
Well, thank you. I mean, I appreciate it. I don't have nearly the passion you think that I do for it. I really don't care that much. But my point more is to the fact that let's just say that we have some control and we are contributing more than, say, East Asian, South Asian countries, right? The point is that people aren't making that a priority. Forget about where it's really sourced and what contribution they can have in the mindset of people. Let's just say, no one seems terribly worried about the floods in Texas, the fires in LA, the longer hurricane season, the longer fire season. I'm not terribly upset about it, frankly. I don't have kids. I really don't care that much, and I was in the environmental science space in addition to biomedical, and I absolutely don't care that much. And as you know, I'm in a completely different field now. All I'm saying is that logically, the rationale for these parents should be, hey, I'd be pretty worried about, what's happening with the climate, whether I can do anything about it or not. And that's really the only point that I want to make.
Well, I think maybe parents are smart enough to realize that nothing that is done by Americans has any impact on the climate. So it's 100% logical for parents to think about it. I think if you were a parent, I know you live in a part of America, I'm not going to dox you, I know you live in a part of America where woke, leftist crazies kind of control the public school system. And if you were a parent, I bet that you would be very focused on saving your children and grandchildren from public schools that teach them to cut off their penises, because cutting off the penis cutting off your penis is the trendy thing among all the celebrities that live near you. Now, if you think I'm exaggerating, I'm happy to hear it. If you had children, that protecting them from being taught to become trans in school or being taught other insane, dangerous shit is important. And then finally, something that's not political at all. I bet if you had children, you would focus at least half your time on trying to persuade them not to take fentanyl, because the number one killer of fentanyl near you the number one killer of children in your neighborhood is fentanyl. So I think that the climate change is a nice tribal, religious, theoretical thing, but if you actually had kids, I think you'd be focused on more practical things. I'm done speaking.
Tomato, who's the number one mule importer from Mexico for fentanyl? Americans, contrary to popular belief. It's not the immigrants.
Well, you realize that the creation of the cartel and the street gangs that sell this stuff on the street are both products of the war on drugs that's been going on since 1971. So until somebody wants to talk about the war on drugs in a meaningful way, I think both parties are complicit in the drug trade and the propping up of both street gangs and cartels.
Well, and also, actually, speak of the devil, on August 11th, the book is coming out. It was reviewed in Rolling Stone about special ops units at Fort Bragg, essentially the Delta Force members, Green Beret Station in Texas, elsewhere, are implicated in facilitating a lot of cartel operations across the border, and it's kind of fascinating. So that's a whole other thing. I'd love to do. I haven't done a room in years, but I'd love to do one on that because it's such a fascinating topic.
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Jordan. Do you think if somebody that chose to use cocaine dispensary where packaging was clearly labeled that their product was fentanyl free. Do you think that the average drug user would opt to buy that versus rolling the dice with purchasing fentanyl laced products?
I doubt it. I think when you're an addict, you're gonna roll the dice.
Well, that's assuming that you believe that that they enjoy rolling the dice. Maybe, just maybe, we should take into consideration that the addict they want the drug of choice. Maybe they want the high from cocaine. Maybe they want the high from heroin, without the risk of killing themselves with fentanyl. Now, I agree that if they didn't find the fentanyl-free variety, that evidence shows that they are willing to roll the dice with those drugs, because what you're comparing it to is not getting high versus getting high with the risk of high risk of death. I think that you would actually, if you were to legalize these narcotics and sell them in dispensaries, at very least what you're going to do is reduce the violence in this country that's associated with people killing each other for selling drugs in a rival territory. You would then have businesses that could sue each other. You could have the right to have a storefront, and if you had a dispute, you could take it to the police and go into a courtroom. When you make something illegal, you, by definition, you're putting it on the black market, and in the black market, they're going to find their own ways of policing. So I think the people that, if you really wanted to reduce fentanyl death, the best thing that you could do would be to legalize drugs, make it safe, and tax it.
Yeah, no, I misunderstood. I was kind of making the assumption that the fentanyl free would be more expensive, not cost prohibitive, more expensive, and in greater demand. And the point I was trying to make, and it was based on my erroneous assumption, is that the fentanyl, the user, the addict, is so desperate in need of a high that they're going to take what's available, even though they know that it, might be dangerous. Not that they're innately risk-taking.
We're going to have a compromise where Roger gets exactly what he wants in 3 states, and the rest of America.
I don't even need 3 states. I need one location. We could call it Barstow, California, and we could turn that into a drug emporium and oasis for addicts. And then out on the borders of Barstow, we could build rehab centers and a place to get reacclimated if you choose to get off of the substance of choice. I think that would be the perfect setup. If Barstow becomes the drug-free zone, or the drug zone, and then you have the buffer where we have care facilities surrounding Barstow, and then if you want to get back into polite society, you have to go through the detox in one of these facilities. But I think that's where we should put them. And if somebody's caught high on one of these narcotics, they get shipped to Barstow.
I'm 1,000% supportive. Not only would I vote for that, I would donate to who actually wants that. I think very, very strongly, if someone is caught taking fentanyl anywhere in America, I don't think they should be punished. I think they should just be exiled to Barstow and have a segregation, right? Have a big part of America where people can take as many drugs as they want, and then have the rest of America be drug-free. Who could argue with that?
They prescribe fentanyl patches. Right.
Hospitals use them every day, correct? But obviously they're not using them at the lethal levels that addicts are.
Yeah, are you familiar with what a lethal dose looks like of fentanyl?
I have no idea. I heard it's very little.
it's very little. The images is very illuminating, which is what makes it so fucking dangerous. I'd be interested in hearing from any of the anarchists in the room of what they think of turning Barstow into basically a Disneyland for addicts. I would love to understand what the anarchists think of this idea.
Well, that
Abby, let me tell you, Barstow is a shithole, and it's interesting because if you go through Barstow, they have old train cars that have been turned into Subway, McDonald's. It's a fascinating fucking place. It's the closest thing that the United States has to Mad Max, and it's a very interesting place to be. I think it's a perfect place for this Disneyland for addicts.
I'm with you on the 10 times, whatever the charge is for one. Essentially, amplifying the DUI charge for anyone doing harm. I think it's the legal term. I think it's GBI, great bodily injury. They factor that into an incentive thing. I just read about a recruit somewhere who graduated from the police academy less than 48 hours while celebrating, chooses to drive allegedly intoxicated, going so fast at like 2 in the morning, flying through a very slow road. The only car on the road was zero at a fucking red light. It's not that red light. This family's life has changed forever. He hit that minivan so hard that it shot into or shoved it into one of those like steel street like concrete lamppost. That minivan bent like a toothbrush. They had to do 6-7 hours of emergency surgery to save the mother. I heard. It's all with the story. Last I heard, best shot, she's looking at paralyzed for life because this guy wouldn't take, or this person wouldn't take an Uber. A cop that just graduated the police academy.
Messi, how do you think certain religions would do in an anarchist society? Do you think there would be compatibility between? Oh, you cut back in? Sorry.
Depends on if that religion is authoritarian.
Well, what do you think would happen if the proponents of Sharia law were to show up in an anarchist society? I'd love to understand. Bima, is an interesting one. She advocates for the good folks of Hamas is who she advocates for, and but yet she calls herself an anarchist. I wonder what would happen in an anarchist society where terrorist groups like Hamas that built a religion around a pedophile and will kill non-believers. I wonder what Bima would think of this religion. I'm sure it's the religion of peace for her.
No woman, no child would be safe in that society.
Well, the thing is you would have people that want to behead people, and you would have no authority to do anything because of the beheading.
Yeah, rapes and beheading, a plethora, no doubt about it.
Yeah, although one thing I would challenge Bojo is that do you think that Islam is because the reason
sense.
Well, I think anytime that you're crazy enough to submit to a religion whose perfect idea of a man is a pedophile that married a 6-year-old girl and fucked her when she was 9, and beheads people that don't want to convert to their religion. I think that if you subscribe to those things, it probably makes it easier for people with that belief system to dehumanize other people in a civilized society, which certainly could lead them to an easier decision to go and rape and murder civilians as well as take hostages. It doesn't seem like there's much morality baked into their religion whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I push back is because even though I do think, as much as I disagree with Islam, I personally think that you would still have people who would still believe that, they're being oppressed, that would feel the need to elect a group like Hamas, even if Islam never existed, because, that's why I always said, even if religion did not exist, in a world where religion did not exist, conservatives and liberals would still exist. So, and you probably would still have something like Hamas, just without Islam.
Welcome, Marshall. Marshall, what do you think of anarchy?
I think Madison had a great idea. If men were angels, there would be no need for government. If men are fucking angels, there's always a need for government. If men were what?
Also,
If men were angels, there would be no need for government. Men are not angels, so there's a need for government. Out of 10 people, you can maybe get 9 to do the right thing. One person's always going to choose to do the stupid or malicious thing. It just is what it is. And so a society that operated on anarchy just simply wouldn't work. In the world, the person with the biggest stick wins. So it's going to be a monopoly of violence preceded by a very short time of essentially no rules. The idea that you could stay as this anarchical foundation is a myth, a fairy tale. It's a utopia. It premises that human beings working away human beings don't work. Because nothing in 10,000 years of human history since the settlement of the city of in Iraq that shows you life without government or a larger steering hand is not chaotic and despotic and tyrannical. And the only thing anarchy would do, cannot move up in the world and the institutions don't help, the idea is to hump them over, but then forms into something. So shortly, anarchy is a utopian fantasy.
Well, that's true. There's a lot of good points, and I'll say the one thing that stood out, you said, Marshall, I said it before, I'll say it again. Taking away the people's basic needs, forget January 6th, not BLM, not which side of the alley you're on. Take away your basic needs, aka Uber and Netflix, you will see anarchy.
Yeah, that sounds like breaded circuses from one of the Roman emperors. Very, very Romanesque.
It's actually a new joke on my list I'm trying out, but putting it out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think about just last night, the power was out, and I felt completely going out and, driving off the cliff because there was no electricity. So there's nothing could be more true than that.
Absolutely. Your Wi-Fi goes down for more than 20 minutes. You contemplate it's just how do we do this? How do we do this in 100 years ago?
Look at societies that have periods of anarchy. It just comes to the person with the strongest things. So the thing I genuinely hate about utopian thinking is that it imagines human beings today are any different in motivation from human beings 7,000 years ago. The basic motivations of humans are all the same. Love, hate, jealousy, greed, covetousness, all of those things are basic human emotions. And so the idea that we're somehow
minimal government.
Yeah, what's okay, so let me just start and then you tell me what you would add to this. I want military, I want police, and I want courts at a federal level, and then I want states to decide what they might need additional to that, localities to decide what they might need additional to that. But at the federal level, military, police, and courts. What do you think I'm missing?
Well, I mean, aren't highways handled on the federal level, handled at macro level?
Well, shipping lanes, I think, is something that we would agree that the government would deem that the military handles. The Barbary Pirates, for example, is something. It's why we created the Navy, for fuck's sake.
Right. But I mean, even internal, like down the Mississippi River and so forth. Just as like commonly shared resources need federal regulation, I think. Otherwise, people are going to fight about highways, waterways, airways, right? And then I'm going to build in. Then I always think we need to make sure that the least among us are provided for. Hopefully they don't need to use it, but it should be there. I believe in safety net.
Well, so the least among us, why is that a federal government's job to fix that problem? Do you think that there might be other ways of helping the least among us?
There might be, but I think this is a universal value, and I think government should reflect our values.
So we have social safety nets currently. In fact, 2/3 of the spending that this country has are spent on these social safety nets. How much more do you think we should spend of the budget on these social safety nets? Because right now we're doing it. So we're doing it your way, and it doesn't seem to be working.
I think it's helping a lot of people. I don't know if working for you is perfect, but I think the people who are caught by these debts, I think they're very grateful and happy. But I think they deserve it, and I think, frankly, the society, I couldn't say that, the society has sufficient resources to do that. I think it's a good thing. It's charity. Charity's important in life.
Did you remove the poll? It disappeared.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wanted to comment. Government, big enough to give you everything that you have, can take it all away as well.
Is that from a fortune cookie or something?
No, that's very Goldwater.
And fast words.
Your poll disappeared, right?
All of you guys are wrong. We need a strong government, strong central government, no local governments. Local governments are the issue. And a lot of the problems caused in this country today.
I want to know what John thinks. John,
Hold on. Let me just turn from a troll. Eric, you're one of those chillisms, right? You're a chillism hostage.
No. My own person.
You're not a hostage.
He's a lot.
Oh, okay. So you're the one holding the retards hostage.
No, I don't have that much power.
Interesting. How does it feel to mod a room that's known across as having the stupidest people, quite literally the lowest IQ average, which is hard to do considering Io is in that room and he's got the highest IQ. In fact, I would say Io has a higher IQ than the rest of the people in that house combined.
Probably, you might be right. Yeah, the room is dominated now, per se, with lower end people. But it did start out like that.
Why do you guys let people like Concrete and Ike drone on about dumb shit that they don't know anything about?
Like I said, I don't have that much power.
sound reasonable. I was in there and heard those two arguing for 45 minutes about who understood Hegelian dialect better. And they were, again, 45 minutes they were arguing about this. And I got up on the stage and I challenged them. And within about 5 minutes, they both acknowledged that neither had even read Hegel. And that was what passed for a conversation. Very, very interesting. You should try to get control of it. Tally's pretty good. And I don't know if I've ever spoken to you before directly, but you seem reasonable if you agree that those guys are retards. So you guys should get
concrete, especially cost please. Somebody's not high level intelligence. Yes, he does. Eric, you do, to echo Mojo's sentiment, you do sound reasonable. I've been in those rooms. It's one of those things where I'm like, all right, it's like a really bad car accident. I try to check my tolerance levels, how long I can actually stay in there. Like, there's bottom of the barrel. Some of those discussions are about 1,000 feet beneath that set bottom.
Wait, Roger, you'd say talking apes is higher than chillism?
I would say it depends on the day.
Well, if you like Talia, then you'd like Eric, because Eric and Talia have a little thing. Yeah, so Eric, I just would like to know which system do you think doesn't get enough funding from the government?
My bad, I'll leave. So ask the question again.
Yeah, my question is which program in the government do you think is not funded enough?
Social programs, mainly like welfare, education, stuff like that.
All right, we have a new poll, everyone.
Bro, I can't believe you didn't have talking apes. I mean,
Is that fucking, what's his face?
Jeremy, yeah.
Canadian Jeremy. I used to get YouTube commutes.
See, one's a communist, one's not.
All right, we gotta get some more votes going on here.
Wait, is politically correct full of liberals talking about being weird liberals?
I think that's the one with that woman Sin that claimed to have a nonprofit. When I said, yeah, I don't believe you. And then she said, I don't give a shit. And I go, tell you what, if you post a link to it, I'll donate $500. And instead of posting it, she removed me from the room. She doesn't really have a good sense for fundraising, I suppose. Among the stupidest people that I've met with that.
Oh, wait, Abby said it's the one with Dr. Goddess. Damn it. Dr. Goddess came to my room today and we actually got along quite well. So no shade to Dr. Goddess, but...
You know, I got a lot of shade for Dr. Goddess. She's, if this app is full of pseudo-intellectuals, she's the anti-intellectual. I think she's borderline retarded.
You know, it's crazy, Roger, because, I mean, is this the
7.5 Patty looks okay, you know, like at least.
Well, I'm not going to call anybody out by name, Roger. You know, I'm going to respect your space. You know, I'm not going to call anybody out by name. But I will say that I'm looking, you know, with one eyebrow left, you know, kind of turned up, you know, any pro-black person with a blonde wig on. You know, I mean, how are you going to be pro-black and you're sitting there rocking, you know, instead of the Beyonce, which, again, you know, Beyonce is very questionable. We'll get to that in a minute. But, I mean, how are you so pro-black and you're rocking a whole Farrah Fawcett? Like, you're not rocking a Pam Grier, right? You know, pro-black, you know, shout out to the Black Panthers. You know, you're rocking a whole Farrah Fawcett, right? You're rocking a whole Farrah Fawcett looking like one of the Real Housewives of Orange County.
So, it's very crazy to me how these pro-black people want to show up in a blonde wig.
Real Housewives of No County is more like it. I agree, Adams.
Right. I think that was crazy, Roger. Cultural misappropriation, reparations. Should white people be paid reparations every time a black person wears a blonde wig?
Especially if they're wearing the blonde wig and Lululemon.
Right. Thank you.
And if they're carrying one of those stupid ass dolls, Adams, what's the name of these dolls that they're so popular right now?
I feel like they should be paying Armenians, right, reparations for the bust down, right? Because the bust down came from Cher. So at the end of the day, Armenians should be paid reparations as well.
Nah, you follow media like celebrity. Do you hear about that?
I'm not even going to get into Kim K that, changed the whole beauty standard.
Nah, did you hear about that paranormal guy who had that mysterious haunted doll and suddenly was found dead with the doll who died suddenly?
I've been obsessed with this story for weeks, and I've been tracking the follow-up. They claim the dog went missing after he died, mysteriously / natural causes, and the Annabelle doll was nowhere to be found, allegedly. That bitch was on the run. They finally found the Annabelle doll, allegedly. Some comedian, I just had his name, Mike Riff, that could be wrong. He is now, according to Twitter, the new proud owner of the Annabelle doll, and he purchased Ed and Lorraine Warren, I believe is their name, the Conjuring couple. He purchased their museum, their house that housed the doll, according to Twitter today. So I've been following this story for weeks. It's been the most fascinating story to me in pop culture in the past month. Absolutely.
To me, as of late, as I've been getting attacked on this app, for not embracing black culture, it's crazy to me. The bust down, did that not come from Cher and Marsha Brady? Right? Cher and Marsha Brady.
Adams, I didn't know it was called the bust down. Let me Google.
It's called the bust down. That's what I'm saying, the full Naomi Campbell. So again, if you want to give a representation of black women that were wearing that hairstyle, very European-centric, you have a lot of the hottest people in black culture talking about pro-black and, we should free Diddy. It was crazy. Listening to Diddy's mom with a full freaking, like a fake, it was crazy. It was crazy. A whole freaking blonde, freaking wig on. What are we doing? So it's crazy to me how people want to claim so pro-blackness and appropriated culture and all this other bullshit. Reparations. What the fuck are we doing? I've never seen the black community so fucking lost with an identity crisis. It's not even, it's crazy.
Adams, I blame Beyonce, I blame Mary J. Blige, I blame...
Oh, you mean the same Beyonce that wants to say, you need to vote for this black woman. You need to vote for this black woman. Pro-black Beyonce, right? So he threw on that dusty-ass fucking wig, and then the second that she left the DNC stage, she went and posed in a blonde fucking wig pretending to be Pamela Anderson. Let's stop it.
Adams, I got a question. Who's the artist that sung the song about eating her booty like groceries? Who's that?
Suki Hana, though.
I just say this. That's a vulgar line. It's a very vulgar line. But I don't think that's a thing that really is happening. Because I think the people that she's singing to, unless she's singing to the white community, because black men don't even eat pussy. There's no way they're going to eat her booty.
Wait. Okay.
What?
Is this breaking news?
Wait, what? Okay,
No, it's stop eating pussy.
But wait a minute. Did he die of AIDS?
Child, baby, bye. Okay.
Hold on. What's going on? By the way, Roger, I'm walking right by 7th Vale Strip Club. I'm gonna take a picture of this and PTR it just so you can revel in it. Nice.
Is there a line around the block?
There's a line around the block at Mojo's door once they found out.
No,
Let's see.
the line's at Deja Vu. You know, they have 1,000 ugly women and 3 pretty ones.
Yeah. I went there on a Tuesday afternoon, and it might have been the ugliest women I've ever seen naked.
Yeah, they're not sending out their top guns like most strip clubs today, but at those hours. Those are not peak hours.
Well, the supermarket lighting isn't doing them any favors either.
So now it sounds like you maybe had a different experience. Do you not know this trend amongst black men that
I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I've never heard this before in my life.
you never heard Eazy-E say that he may be a woman beater, but he's not a pussy eater?
Well, I'm gonna lean into what Adam said. And allegedly he had HIV, allegedly sucking, slamming on an arm in that rape. So I don't know.
No, he didn't have HIV. He died of AIDS.
Yeah.
So I mean, like that's just what it is. You know, seal it up, medical coroner report, like he died of AIDS. So at the end of the day, looking at the context of that time, how much are you going to take that information as you are, Roger? Like this is crazy.
Yeah, I don't think Eazy-E's credible. Him, Dre, I mean, they probably were, getting it in with some women, but they like the tranny girls too. They like the chicks with dicks, allegedly. So,
Sorry,
no, you're good. Go ahead.
Roger, can I ask a favor or any of the mods?
No, but you can ask a favor.
Okay, I'll ask. A person I know who's a professor and claims to be and identifies as progressive, but is now hating on progressives, and she's quite influential with 4 degrees from Harvard. She wrote something in her Substack today and published it. I was wondering if you would be willing to put it up at the top, considering it's in alignment with your antipathy and rightfully endorsed antipathy toward progressives. But
Let's get it up there.
now the caveat is she's now a client of mine, so I do probably benefit from exposure, but it's a free Substack. So I want.
Okay.
All right.
This isn't Dr. Natalie, is it?
No, it's. I'm gonna try and ask her to come on to Clubhouse because she says now that being Jewish it's impossible to be a progressive because she's hated by her progressive friends essentially. So, anyways, I thought you might like to read it.
I'd love to read it. Let's bring it. Oh wow, Master's back.
How should I send it to you? It's in the link in the chat.
Let me see. I'll snap.
Roger, have you ever heard of Rob Smith?
From The Cure or one of those bands?
No. So Rob Smith, he's like a younger, conservative, black Republican veteran.
He's also the lead singer for The Cure, Robbie Smith.
No, he's definitely not.
Yeah, so
He's now black. He was a black conservative where when the Ebony Festival happened and a lot of people were opening up rooms about the Ebony Festival. Oh my God, fake outrage. And again, he's always on like Live TikTok and he is very pro MAGA and he's a really cool guy. But it was crazy because I'm testing this theory where when somebody has a room that's opened up about them, I'm testing how can I actually get them to respond to my Instagram. And there was a whole entire room that was opened up about him on Clubhouse. And him and I were kind of like texting in the back channels. And I was just like, dude, you need to make an account and come on Clubhouse. A lot of these people that have a lot of things to say about this election cycle and a lot of these influencers, you should definitely come on Clubhouse and come and tell debates.
toxic. It was easier once upon a time to encourage people to get on this app and participate in rooms because if you give them like a clip of something, you say, hey, this is an idea. This is kind of like the idea of what we do on these stages. Love to have you there, and then you can. Sometimes what they will want. I don't know if you guys remember back in the day when we used to bring people on as guests. It would just be me and then the person that I would bring on, and then I would ask them a few questions, and I would say, okay, I'm going to bring people up and they can ask questions. I think probably the biggest example of that would have been Dave Smith, a comedian and wannabe politician. When he came on, he basically just asked a few questions and brought people up, and mostly his haters came up, but some people that were his fans. I lost that fucking replay, for fuck's sake, because of that golden cow, but that was a really good one. I don't know if you guys remember that. That was probably the last big room that helped the fans was for Jason. Sure. I don't think you're gonna get up to the point. I think the word's out. Like Clubhouse is toxic, and it's not toxic because of me. It's toxic because of people like Jones.
I mean, he's open to it. Like, it's kind of one of those things, like, screenshot the back channels. Like, he's definitely open to it. But it's one of those things where it's like, okay, is it going to be a divisive topic where it's worth his time to be able to come onto the space? You know what I mean? People talk about the same shit every fucking day. You know what I mean? Like, there's no variety. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that's going to attract anybody where it's just like, okay, I side and I resonate with a certain type of ideology, but let's have a very different perspective conversation as far as things that are pertinent to that said ideology.
Do you remember when we used to get David Friedman and Patrick to come on here, the son and grandson of Milton Friedman? Do you remember those rooms?
No. I remember the rooms where Ben Carson's son was on the app for a minute.
Yeah, he was. So David Friedman and Patrick Friedman. Patrick used to be on a lot more. When they would get on here and talk about their family and whatnot. And Rose, the mom, Milton Friedman's wife, they swear that she's like the most brilliant person that they have in their family. Which she's actually got a book that she wrote that I want to go read. I haven't done that yet.
Hey, Roger, it's Dr. Bitch. On one of the science rooms, we had a few Nobel Science winners actually used to come to the room in the heyday. When you were blowing Clubhouse up with, 20,000 followers, there were a lot of prominent people coming here. And then when they changed the app, more or less killed it. So now they're asking for subscription money, but back then when you could do a room with 2,000 people would show up, and all they wanted to do was kind of smash it.
I mean, I feel like if I talk about big back stuff and post it on Instagram feeds, they might as well go.
I know it's interesting for somebody, prominent, to come to speak in front of like 25 people again. It's like, and I don't know how well Twitter Spaces is doing or the other chat thing that was set up.
I mean, Amber Jones was on here, Trick Daddy, who else? Wiz Khalifa was on here for a minute. What was that one that Joe Budden was on here? I mean, there's definitely some people who are lingering around.
Well, the reason, it's still a good platform that you can bring a few people in, record. It's like any platform. I mean, like even the savvy influencers, like say a Dr. Drew
because libertarians these days try to be more radical than the next and adopt this persona of being an anarchist, and they shoot that shit down better than I do. It was pretty cool. I don't know if you guys remember back when Liberty Clubhouse was pretty big, but all the anarchists got shit on by Nick Gillespie, and that was one of my favorite rooms. Dr. Drew and Carl were a great team.
Yeah, they had really good chemistry. I was just talking to someone who used to work closely with Dr. Drew, and we're talking about, his marketing savvy or his team's marketing savvy.
Drew can be, great medical doctor Carl and buddies.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, is that if there's if you pair with someone who's not credentialed, you also soften any stigma. It's kind of like there's an agent in Hollywood. A friend of mine passed away, John Berger. He was really a sharp guy. Taught me a lot about life. He probably gave me some free therapy, even though he's not a clinician. But he would say that, it isn't original to him, but the kinds of things he would talk about would be like, make sure this person is not too attractive that they're gonna scare off audiences. And you have to know your market. I mean, that's not something so insightful that he said, but it made me think of it that he had mentioned that once to me when I was suggesting some talent for him, and he's like, no, that person's just gonna scare away half of the housewives in America. You have to be able to really know your audience. The credentials don't matter as much as making people feel less insecure or less threatened by whoever's hosting the show. I mean, I actually think that works in the news business as well. Fox uses it to their advantage, catering to a demographic of men. CNN has gone the other direction. I think Lookism operates within the confines of a Fox, but if you're remotely attractive, you may not get the job in CNN.
So in other words, it's narcissism.
Yes.
That's bullshit.
Does anybody still go to Chatter at all? Anybody have the experience over there? I got off because it was just too much of a
Not a chance.
Yeah, I was on there last night, and they deplatformed me, deleted my profile because I was live streaming the room on Clownhouse back into Chatter. Thought I was being creative, but apparently the 3 people or 10 people that use it, they don't like creative people using their creator platform.
Well, I can't even get on Chatter. I'm sorry, really good. I was saying, Greg Nelson was here for about an hour and explaining people were upset. Some woman named Fallon Cohen, she'd been deplatformed, and Nelson, I don't know why he felt the need to explain it. And the minorities in the room were good for about 10 minutes, and then it became this free-for-all Trumpism, just the most wild stuff I've ever heard. I mean, just angry with Nelson that he was actually successful and associated with white people. I'm not making this up, and it's crazy. It's crazy what's going on over there.
So I was in this room yesterday. I think it was Rojo's room, and all of a sudden I kept getting pings
Yes.
from folks who are considered the dark side over here.
it's so crazy to hear someone like him torn down, and it wasn't just you're a bad person. I mean, these people were going to go after him like street tack. I was hard to listen to.
Yeah, I think that he's made a lot of people cranky and unhappy with him. I've known of him and communicated with him for the last, 4.5 years. I don't mind him. I think that he made some mistakes in essentially turning that app into the private playground of Jonathan Dayton, that I don't think much of at all. And I think if he thought of it more of a business and less as a tool of the homies, I think he would do better.
I think it sounds like he had to, in the beginning, I mean, the people that followed him were the destructive part of the playhouse. And, they just had so many of those rooms that weren't doing anybody any good. And not enough.
This is why I think a lot of
everyone to listen to. It sounds like he finally came to that realization.
Just Jonathan had that kind of refinanced the money down. There's like 7 people on there that really did it.
So here's what I will say. Every time I've gone into the chat, it's not common. I'm sorry. I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. Like, there's not hundreds of people in those rooms. Okay, in fact, and other people on this app generate more traffic. I'm sorry. So, Roger, the other thing that I want to say is if you click on the link that I posted in the chat, that's Rob Smith. I really feel like you and I should go in on this. You know what I mean? As far as bringing him to the app, bringing a different, fresh set of opinions, to actually hold a different conversation. But aside from that, just looking at the traffic on Chatter, I don't feel like it's the same type of hype that we're hearing on this app. I'm sorry. I couldn't even count 75 people. Then I go into the room, and it's like, okay, I'm being attacked by Jennifer Lopez's, a former makeup artist. Like, what in the hell? Like, it's crazy. Like, you have a bunch of people that, quite frankly, are in the positions that they're in. They're trying to generate a certain amount of traffic towards their own brands. It's like a social media version of, like, freaking the Home Shopping Network.
You gotta be careful when you type it in that you don't put in Chatterbait.
Nothing wrong with Chatterbait. It's like the Home Shopping Network of, like, social audio. Like, it's like the Home Shopping Network. Like, it's like cheesy infomercial after infomercial. I'm not trying to knock somebody's business. What I'm saying is, listen, bring people onto that app to, number one, drive traffic, and number two, Edmund gets more traffic in his recorded rooms than freaking the average active user on Chatter. Like, what are we doing? Like, are we just going to sit here and just pretend like this is some sensational, like, newfound technology? Like, this is crazy. This shit has nobody on it. And meanwhile, we have this, like, bullying marketing campaign where, people come onto this app that's thriving, successful, and they're saying, hey, download something else on your phone. And, split your time and attention in between people who are on Clubhouse and people who are on an app where nobody fucking logs in. Sounds like it's a good thing that I cannot get back on chat. Yes, that's probably a good thing. Listen, I lived at the freaking building next to the W. The young man who did hair for Kylie Jenner and Jennifer Lopez, right, lived in my fucking building. I never seen this woman as a makeup credit, and I went to his Instagram because I knew exactly where to go. Right, Nine? I've never seen this woman credited as any part of this woman's makeup team, ever.
least over here we have Black China stylists, allegedly. Without saying his name, Adam, you probably know who he is.
No, that was me.
You're a Black China stylist.
No, I'm talking about Jesus. So again, Jesus lived in my building, and again, I followed him on Instagram. Never saw this woman tagged in any type of post. Because again, when you talk about Jennifer Lopez and people who are student, like actual artists, they give their shout out to their makeup team. Never see this bitch once in any fucking posting or any of that shit. Are you doing makeup for her to have tea with her freaking grandmother?
Maybe it's the Timo version of J-Lo. Everybody claims to work for somebody and they're not really working for that person, right?
Everybody who is.
And they know somebody who knows somebody. Black China stylists constantly get dragged on this app for being hired and rehired and hired and fired and rehired over and over again.
You know, when you got Crips and Bloods with their own social audio app and they're conspiring to commit murders or drug deals on whether it's Clown House or Chatter or other platforms, you know, I could see why Nelson and Pega might make the strategic move to decide to delete people who are using his investment qualifier app as a way to conduct criminal communications.
Well, John, I learned today, first of all, there's so-called Crip blood leaders that comes in two ways. And he went off on me one day because he thought I removed him from the stage. I had over to Chatter to host spaces, speaking of the gangs. And apparently he does really well over there. Apparently, he got paid to even promote Chatter. So imagine that. We can talk about black. I don't want to say his name because apparently he's a shooter. Apparently he will pull up to your house. Listen.
And why? We don't want the smoke. So again, Black Boy Hunters, I will always respect him as a business person. So he has and drives traffic on social media. More than any person on the stage. Right? So it's crazy to me how people want to criticize and scrutinize like the way that he shows up on social media. We don't want that smoke. Let's move on from Black Boy Hunters.
You're definitely afraid of him because they let him go on for an hour without moderating yesterday. So that's interesting.
I would say this, as somebody that went to Chatter and wanted to believe that, you know, because I like social audio and I like Nelson, I wanted to believe that it was something that, you know, that could work. I think that the fact that they're instituting at this stage of the game, rather than worrying about really onboarding people, that they're worried about like monetizing the people that are on the app, because the monetization strategy is really to raise money for themselves. They don't give a shit. They're struggling to raise money institutionally or otherwise, and so what they're doing is half the money that you get into a creator, quote unquote, the other half goes to the app. So when you do this, I would just say, be careful on that app. I would never give money to people on these apps. Don't give your money to them, no matter what they say, no matter how agreeable you are with them. Do not give your money. We need different monetization strategies to make sure that, listen, until you know what their tech stack looks like and how they plan on protecting your identity, it's a very, very bad idea for you to put your financial information on those apps. And so, like, if Chatter was unattractive to you before the monetization, it should be more unattractive now that it has the monetization. Because really all they're saying is they want you to link your financial information to them. And I would not expose that to anybody on any of these apps.
One of the
some of the people that are clearly trying to draft off of his momentum. I think he's surrounded himself with some moves. Jonathan Bing is one of the dumbest people I've ever met in my life. And the guy that they have running their tech stack was a guy that Clubhouse was smart enough to not hire, and that was Nozzle. So, I mean, I would seriously look at that stuff. And honestly, if somebody's telling you, hey, you should come check out this app, support it because there's monetization, just think of the ask itself. The app is saying, come here, you get paid. And then the creators are like, come here, I'll get paid. You gotta ask yourself, what's in it for you? Are you gonna have a better conversation over there or over here?
So this also begs a question, Roger. What do you think of this? I'd also be curious of others' opinions, Dr. Mitch Johns. This notion of doing business with friends, right? Like the two Clubhouse founders were friends, but they had skill sets that were complementary. But when you pick business partners because they're friends alone, and you simply may trust them more, while it makes sense to some degree, you need to surround yourself with people who have expertise in areas other than yours that are willing to challenge you. And so I'd actually give the Clubhouse founders much more credit. While they happen to be friends, they had the skill sets that were compatible and necessary to bring something bigger to fruition. These people surrounded themselves with only the folks that were in their house that they happened to be chummy with, and were a bunch of cliquey mods. And it just seems like any MBA program or someone with just lived experience in the working world who's seasoned would know that that's not a recipe for success.
I mean, I give people credit for trying. That's all I can say. And sometimes it works with the explosive, and sometimes it doesn't. It's when they put lines outside a night.
When Roger was the lady who claimed to be, she said she's like a realtor. She's got like some big real estate company that's worth like $100 million or some shit.
Are you talking to Cindy Stumbo?
Yeah, is she one of those? Is she?
No. I think she's an advisor. She's an advisor, and she runs like construction crews. She's accomplished since in her 20s. You would be blown away. So don't denigrate her.
Hold on. He was just asking if that's the person. I will say this. Our own Dr. Jordan had some very choice words for Cindy Stumbo at one point. Dr. Jordan, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, Cindy Stumbo survived me, as hard as that is to do. I had a moment of narcissistic rage. There's a word for you. Moose still in the room. Moose isn't in the room anymore. Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was about to leave, but you just said the word, so I'm staying.
So I went off on her because my take on it is as nuts as I am. So my family on both sides is in commercial real estate, which makes me no expert, right? But I did grow up in that space. And I had this chip on my shoulder because she talks like she's the God's gift to real estate. And she hit me in something she said that night. And I had to bring out my insecurity was going ape shit. And I had to call her out on, you know nothing about the International Council of Shopping Centers and this, that, and the other, and there are bigger real estate people out there than you. But I went on this fucking absolute diatribe. Yeah, it was. And then, as Mojo and others of you were there to point out, then I went into my self-victimization program and sounded like I was at a 12-step reunion.
If you thought his attack of her was bad, his apology to her was worse. It's crazy.
Can I?
Cindy's had a lot worse happen to her in her life. probably doesn't even remember it. So
Can I ask you a question, Dr. Jordan? So last night, Nelson Apega was getting absolutely torn up by this girl who lives in Chicago. And if you go to her Instagram, Bella Larica, whatever, she looks like a prostitute on her Instagram. My question to you is, she kept screaming at Nelson, saying, I thought you were a federal agent. You kept coming on this app. I know I'm gossiping. And I'm going to finish my statement, even if you loud mic me. I don't care. I'll turn the volume down. She said over and over, I thought you were a federal agent, Nelson, and you kept promoting the vaccine. So my question to you is, Dr. Jordan, I have also heard people accuse you of pushing the vaccine. I'm just wondering, in hindsight, after COVID-19 is over, are you still a supporter of the COVID-19 vaccines? That's the only question I wanted to ask. Thank you. I'm asking you.
Thank you, Edmund. Thank you.
So, I'm so far removed from the vaccinology space. You can ask Dr. Mitch this stuff, but to me, I just saw that the chief vaccinologist, that's not the actual title, from Norway, died at 53 the other day, and there's all these conspiracy theories being floated about this particular guy. I mean, hey, the amount of research, like, if only canine coronavirus has been studied this much, experience would be taking a fortune. They've studied this stuff so much, and the epidemiological data. I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm more skeptical of science now than ever, and part of that has been influenced by COVID. I'll say that much.
That's a great answer. Trust in the medical community. If so many things were done to suppress information and treatment, what it really did is it eroded confidence in research, science, and medicine.
Does that answer your question, Tom?
It does, but I just still think it's interesting how people are still calling people out for being vaccine promoters, and you were recently called out as being a vaccine promoter. So that's the only reason I brought it up, Dr. Jordan.
Yes, I definitely was. Well, you got to remember, my work was in preventive medicine, using a lot of animal models, and everything that I learned, I was almost programmed to vaccinate for everything, even the rabies vaccine, the mRNA rabies vaccine had come out, I think, in like 2018. And if you work on the veterinary side of things, everything is about prevention. Parasicidal agents are prominently used. It's different than human medicine. We focus on infectious disease because of food safety, and the concern about zoonotic pathogens is a real threat, even in the wildlife conservation arena. So I was programmed for that stuff far before COVID. So that would be my excuse.
Going back to the title of the room, I would say that COVID-19 and that whole 3-year run was an exercise in what I would call anarchy.
I agree. I believe we were attacked by that virus, by the makers of it, as if we were attacked physically by bombs. And I think we haven't seen the full impact. Who made it? The lab in China.
See, David, I think you got it backwards there. It's not the Wuhan lab that was the attack. It was the Pfizer, Moderna, J&J vaccine that was the attack. That's my opinion.
No, that's wrong. The attack came from Wuhan. Whatever you want to think about, that should never have been called a vaccine. That's the first wrong thing about it. It never was a vaccine.
I'm just wondering, David, if you can actually repeat back to me what I just said.
I'm not your puppet.
Okay, well then I rest my case. You made my case, by saying exactly what you're saying. I think, you're actually a victim here of propaganda, and unfortunately, you can't recognize it.
Yeah. I know propaganda when I see it. Heard it from you. 6 years now, 5 years. Delusion.
Okay, I mean, do you want me to post the links about what J&J recently disclosed within the past month? Do you want me to post a dozen other links to show you that what you're saying is completely opposite truth?
Okay, so relax.
I am relaxed. I'm just asking a question.
It's over. It's done. J&J was never a good vaccine to begin with. They didn't even make their own vaccine. It was a live virus. What do you think's going to happen the next time there's a pandemic? Wait, did you say pandemic? Nope, I said pandemic. I'm not a weirdo.
It starts with an A and it ends with a Y. That spells, come on everybody, anarchy.
They'll just set up another booth at Costco and have you bring your babies. Stick them full of shit. It's meatless slavery. Well, RK Jr.'s in charge. It'll be interesting. I think the guy's a fraud. Really hard to tell, but I've heard suspicious conspiracy theories. Hard to tell. It seems like he's bet a lot on a lot of the things he came in to do. The medical machine is so huge. I mean, it's a behemoth. So I don't think that's an easy system to change by any stretch. True. 14 years of heroin use, getting people, his family addicted didn't help either.
Dr. Mojo, I'm wondering if I could make a special request. I was the first person in this room, and I read what's called the next steps from the Book of the Law with regards to anarchy, socialism, communism, fascism. Would it be okay if I quickly recited that to the room, Dr. Mojo?
Is it short?
Yes.
No.
Yes, it's very short.
Of course it's not.
It's very short. I read it to you when you first opened the room. Okay, hold on a second.
Calling Dina a communist?
Well, I mean, she doesn't actually want anarchy. She wants to remove our current government and replace it with her strict authoritarian government, where she rules everything.
Don't you think it's weird that the person that doesn't like government also likes oppressive regimes like Hamas that was elected to govern people in Gaza?
Okay, I'm ready to read this. If you're ready to let me read it real quickly. Let me know what you think.
Yeah, go for it. Read it.
Okay, this is called the next step. Democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the clubhouse herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the clubhouse individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers, it kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. DORA, the Shops Act, the motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship, Clubhouse deplatforming. They won't trust us to cross.
I like that last one.
They won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators of Clubhouse suppress all art, literature, theater, music, news that does not meet their requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The Clubhouse herd will be destroyed in mass. In the words of the famous paradox of the Comte de Phoenix, or Edmund Dacon, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will.
Who wrote that? Why were they referencing Clubhouse?
Well, I wrote it, last night after Nelson Pega deplatformed me and deleted my account on Chatter, so I just wanted to share it with you all. I hope you enjoyed it.
I got a question. What could he do if we were to just continue making accounts to stream in rooms, stream this room into his platform? If we just continue to make accounts to do that, like what can he do about it?
I think first of all, if I used my name, he would delete it right away, I'm sure. But if I created something, random name, it might not detect it. But I think there's like a control type of thing there where, anyways, if you listen to my replay from last night, anyways, I'm done answering that.
I think if we just create a bunch of accounts, make most of them look like left-wing accounts, and then say glowing things about Chatter and say that your favorite movies is Jonathan Bing, things like that in your bio. I think that might allow them to be less suspicious. And then we just, pop up and, just stream this room over.
What if you just generated like 800 random accounts?
I'll try it again on a different burner phone that I have and keep it generic and see how it goes. But it's just actually what I was thinking about doing was creating an account over there and just live streaming their rooms, and they probably wouldn't be able to figure out which profile was mine.
There's only like 3 people in the room.
Well, it's great audio over there, much better than here.
Well, anyways, I'm just saying I thought about that. I was like, that's one more live stream of social audio.
Is your audience better than the audio here?
Yes.
I don't think so. I wouldn't agree with that.
So did anybody have any thoughts or opinions on what I just read to you?
No.
My first thought was when I heard Clubhouse, I knew instantly you wrote it. My second thought was, this individual is such a fascinating human, John/Edmund. You truly are intriguing, sir.
Thanks. I have to warn you, I'm susceptible to flattery.
Science won his brain. Yeah, he probably has one. Next to IO, he probably has one of the highest IQs on the app.
No, he's definitely the highest.
Oh, are you guys saying who? John, who? Well, I'm just going by the name in his PTR. I know it's not John.
So wait, Mojo, were you not aware that Donald Trump had declared English the official language of the USA?
Unofficially, nothing will ever officially document that, ever. Mojo still has to press 1 for English. So, one of the things, maybe this isn't important to most, but the fact that he said something apparently about not pardoning Diddy because of something Diddy said during the election, is that the most asinine thing? Like the one thing I have now in common with Diddy is that I won't get pardoned by Donald Trump because I said a lot of things
You said a lot of personal.
Were you a vet at some point or are?
I taught med students, but I have a PhD. Why?
I wanted to ask you, have you ever heard of a case of a dog chewing on glass, like a glass jar, swallowing it, and surviving?
I mean, I'm sure it's possible. Why?
I was just curious.
I mean, it's probably, you know, it's probably possible, but like, I don't know how you would, you know, depends what else it ate, you know, it depends on all kinds of things.
Bima, can I ask you a question about pit bulls? So say you take your pit bull to the park and this guy has a little Yorkie and your pit bull gets off leash, grabs the Yorkie and just tears it to shreds and kills it. But then that guy pulls a gun and kills your pit bull. How do you respond?
Yeah, I would, that would be self-defense. I would have no recourse. I mean, I would obviously be very upset, but you know what I mean?
So, okay, let me just ask you a question out
Bima,
loud. Do you think that Diddy is innocent?
So just to finish that question, John, Dr. Brennan,
Got it.
I don't follow the Diddy. I don't follow the celebrity stuff. I leave that up to whoever likes that type of stuff.
Right.
I have no idea. I have no idea anything about it.
A conspiracy theory as far as how you form your opinions, especially in the.
What does that have to? I'm not even following. What does Diddy? I'm so confused.
Bima, you sit in
propaganda's
echo chamber.
Okay. So, all right. Anyway, so the thing is.
Got it.
Okay. The thing is.
So you don't feel like you've been brainwashed in the spaces that you've been in chillism?
So the thing is I would do the same if that was another dog that came to attack my dog.
Wait, Bima, let me change the question. Let me change the question real quick, Bima. Can you explain your PTR to the room? Thank you.
This is crazy.
Yeah, so unfortunately, AI didn't want to give me symbols. I wanted it to represent like Islam and then Judaism, but it only would do flags every time, all my prompts. But the idea is just a peaceful society. All of us live in
crazy. Bima actually used to show up on social audio as herself. It's crazy. It's crazy what that time in that.
What do you mean as myself? What are you talking about, Adams? Adams, are you okay?
Are you okay?
Well, I mean, like it's Saturday. Are you like drinking and stuff?
Are you okay? Are you okay?
I'm okay, but I think I'm making sense.
Yeah, you're definitely not making sense.
Okay.
So, Bima, what's the source of coexistence? Again, the question is, what is the source of coexistence?
Well, what is the source of coexistence? Can you break that down for me? Because I'm not.
Sure. So, source is basically where something comes from, and coexistence means peace. So, what is the source of peace? Thank you for considering my question. I am complete.
The source of peace would be a way to reciprocate rights. So, not violating each other.
Okay, wait. Before you go any further, let me interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you. Let me ask you a different way. What is the source of love? Thank you.
So that's much more difficult. What is the source of love? God?
Wait.
That's how I would answer.
You're going to say God? That's your answer? Ding, ding, ding. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah, but not everybody answers that way. Not everybody believes in the same God. Not everybody is even a theist.
2,000 wars in the name of God since Christ.
So up.
So, David, let me ask you a question. What's the source of life?
Well, the one time my parents had sex.
The hydrogen. I got a question for Bima. If you bear with me here. If somebody were to steal your car, who would you call first after your car is stolen?
I call this whatever security firm, aka the equivalent of what you guys would understand as a police, right? It would be my.
No. We're living in the world that we're living in today. Like you go outside, you double wide, and your car is missing. Who do you call?
Ghostbusters.
Oh, if you're being very honest with you, I wouldn't call the cops right away.
You wouldn't. What would you do?
I would try to figure out who took it and what's going on with it. I would try to find it myself.
Are you a skilled investigator?
I have skilled investigate. Yeah, I have very high sources that can help make sure.
Phenomenal. What happens if you found it? What would you do?
I would take it back.
What if the people were armed?
What if they don't have to worry about them being armed? They have to worry about me being armed.
But if you were to shoot them, you would go to jail.
And wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something that someone who's protecting their property, right? A peaceful person, not harming any other person, but the person.
Well, if you shoot them, you'd definitely be harmed.
Well, I wouldn't just shoot them right off the bat. I would only shoot them if they threatened violence or they tried to stop me from claiming my property, which would be.
Well, don't you think a more prudent step would be to get the police to retrieve the vehicle for you?
I mean, this is the thing. I don't subscribe to the police, so I would do it myself first.
What do you mean you don't subscribe to them?
I don't support. I don't align with anything they do. They're terrorists. And
well, hold on. Even if they can retrieve your car and return it to you.
See, this is the thing. I would appreciate just being able to. I don't trust them to return my car because listen, worst case scenario. Okay, listen. I'll be real. Likely, I would try to retrieve my car, but I'm not going to kill somebody over my car, right? And I also wouldn't want someone to be killed over my car. That's why I'm not going to call the police. So I would like to deal with it. I would deal with it.
What if you found out that the people that stole your car were a dangerous militia that was heavily armed? Would you then just say, "Oh fuck it, I guess I can keep my car"?
Well, if they're a dangerous militia who are known, who are violating people's rights and have already been proven to, harm other people, then yeah, they have no right reciprocation, and I'll go and get my car the way that I see fit. So I wouldn't care. But if it's just like some downtrodden person who saw an opportunity, took the car, and it's like some woman with her homeless bag. I mean, like you've seen these videos, and of people finding their vehicles, and she has a kid or something. Yeah, I'm just gonna go talk to her. I'm gonna talk to him.
You're gonna go talk to the car thief?
Right, exactly.
Phenomenal.
How does
Wait, isn't that what the police would do? Wait, hold on.
Well,
The police wouldn't talk to them?
The police aren't interested on their reasons. If they break the law, it's not really a debate. They're
right, but it's not up to them. It's not their property. It's not their property. They don't get to say what happens it's my property. I get to say what happens to the thief that stole from me. It's not.
Actually, no. If it's against the law, which it is to steal a car, you don't even have to press charges. The police can apprehend the car thief, and the prosecutor, without you testifying or willing to press charges, the prosecutor can press charges on their own because they want to rid society of car thieves. They want to crack down on this stuff.
That is correct.
Right. That's what the law is. But I'm having a different conversation. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's what would happen. That's like the matter of fact of law today. But I'm saying, law is on. Just because it is that way, it ought to be that way.
Can I ask a question? That's one of my dumb questions.
You cannot ask, but you can, John.
Hey, so if I want to ask, so how does anarchical principles
Gonna have
exactly? How does anarchical principles, how do they apply to like open marriage or marriage? Like, can't you just steal someone's wife? And like, I mean, maybe I'm talking about uncivilized behavior, but how does it apply to like marriage and like divorce and the union of a couple?
It's voluntary, so it's all based off of just contracts.
how does a murderer?
So it applies to
real quick. How does a murderer get prosecuted in this society? Who apprehends a murderer?
What you would understand, and I'm using this term so you can understand it, is what the police.
Okay. So you have police.
Of course.
But you'll call it something else because it makes you feel more comfortable. So basically, you just want to rename things.
Well, no. The thing is police means they're law enforcement, right? And they're policing. So there's a difference.
Anarchy police.
So these in an anarchist society, in a voluntary society, there isn't going to be law enforcement because there aren't going to be laws. There isn't a centralized authority. There's going to be a bunch of different rules.
If there's not a centralized authority, if there's not a centralized authority, who's to say that the murderer can just say, "Hey, I justifiably committed this homicide," and then if there's no central authority, who would determine innocence and guilt?
Right, well, that's why it's up to the DA to decide. A lot of people forget just because the cops arrest, it's still up to the DA whether they're going to press charges.
No, he's asking about the DA.
If the DA thinks there's enough evidence, then jury would.
We're talking about in this imaginary anarchy world.
The anarchy world.
She believes that what you're going to have is you're not going to have courts, you're not going to have judges, you're not going to have police.
Oh no, she doesn't say that.
But you'll have she does say that. But what she says is that you're going to replace it with something that's like police and like courts and like judges.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see what you did there.
And what would those be exactly?
Judges, police. People who couldn't get on the real police.
We would just refer to them as a private security agency, and that would make her feel better.
Yeah, we had that for 2 square blocks in Seattle during the Summer of Love. 4 people died. Yeah, I saw the turn out.
You know, Bhima, I think a lot of people give you a lot of smoke, Bhima, but I think you got a great speaking voice. I think you're probably a nice person. You know, I mean, we talked about the golden rule earlier, but I just want to, try to give you a compliment. Say you're a great speaker. I hope you keep reading books. I hope you get out of that abusive relationship. I hope all your dreams come true. I hope you get all the health and wealth and love you deserve. And I hope you have a great Saturday night, Bhima.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. And don't be dismayed. I'm not in an abusive relationship. If anybody's abusing anybody, it's me abusing him. He doesn't even curse. He can't even kill ants and flies. He's just as sweet as. Well, he's much sweeter. He's a much better person than I am in almost every way.
Do you think that if you hung out in rooms where you had conversations with intelligent people, that you'd be less radical? Do you think that your gradual slide into this fantasy land is being aided by hanging out with the low IQ people in chillism?
No. I've hung out with people who are much more intelligent than anybody on this app, who actually write philosophical work.
People like you should. They publish work, so I want to read it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's right in my bio. Patrick Smith. Go ahead.
Patrick Smith. That sounds like a fake name.
It's a real name. It's a
So
real guy.
Bima, if you
Patrick
read
Smith and Christian Moore, these are two individuals.
Bima, let me ask you a
YouTube
question.
channels with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds
Bima,
of
let me
viewers.
ask you a follow-up question. If you read
on
such an
YouTube.
Bima, hold on, let me just do a quick diagnostic here. You read such intelligent authors. Let me ask you a question. What's 100 times 1,000?
100 times 1,000. So 3, 4, 5. So 5. 500,000? No, that's wrong. I don't even know. I couldn't even do. No, that's what I was trying to do. So 100 times 1,000 is 100,000. 100,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? 100,000. There we go.
Again.
Are we going to do long division next?
Hold on, can I just say that her getting basic math on the second try is impressive to me.
I mean, what kind of diagnostics do you use, Bima, when you gauge these magnificent intellectuals that you consume in their books? Like,
Sound cool.
how do you measure?
With us?
Oh yeah, they absolutely 110%. But I don't trust. Like, I wouldn't ever. I don't. I mean, like, if you were to make a pledge to me that you wouldn't, act like you do most of the time, like if you were a decent human being, I would. But I would never subject people that get paid to speak at universities and travel the world and to come here to be treated like.
Bima, let me ask you a follow-up question here. Like, how high do you think you are, like, in terms of comparing yourself to people in this room? You sound very egotistical in a way. Does anybody agree with me?
Egotistical?
Oh, yeah.
About what?
Well, how about when you go on about how much you know about the conflict between Hamas and Israel?
I don't claim to listen. It's only. Do you know that you're the only person that has a problem with it? When I'm in other rooms with intelligent people that are going to have civil dialogues. Exactly. I'm also in Ruben's room and Daniel's room and Tobias's room, and I have wonderful Simon's room. Okay, and I have
Bima, let me ask you a follow-up question. Bima, let me ask you a follow-up question here.
Anything that happens in this room.
When I say egotistical, Bima, I'm just wondering, when I say egotistical, can you tell us what the ego is? Thank you.
I think the I, right? The belief in the I, the thought, the understanding of what and who, how we understand ourselves.
Bima, when I say ego, and you can explain it, it's not subjective, objective. An ego is called a concept. Have you ever held an ego, touched an ego, tasted an ego? It's called concept, Bima. Can you tell me what a concept is? Thank you.
An idea? That's it. A concept is an idea?
John, are you done with the deposition or no?
If you could bridge it all together, I'd be interested to understand where you're going. Ego. What was it? Ego. What were the other two things that you talked about? So, ego, concept, an idea.
Yeah, you said you're a maniacal egomaniac. And you're dumb, you can't do math.
Well, anarchists will have calculators.
Anybody else want to tie that together?
Wait, Bima, I got one more quick diagnostic question for you. What is 500 times 1,000?
The fact it takes us
So I got one more follow-up question for everybody in the room before I go to Emerald Island. My question to the room is that I want to ask: why do people come into like a social audio app and then basically like think that they're smarter than other people, like, and they're not really, like, you got no really way to compare, but like people make this claim all the time that they have superior knowledge and wisdom on how things should be. Why do you think that is?
Dunning-Kruger effect, narcissistic behavior. The fact that smart people don't have to tell other people how smart they are. Condescending, narcissistic.
Well, Beeman at least got one question right. When I asked you what is the source of love, or life, or the source of wisdom, I mean, you answered correctly with the G-O-D. So Bima is G-O.
I'd like to revise that. Actually, it is what is love? It's anti-coercion. That's what love is. Anti-coercion.
Speaking of, so John, Congressman John, can this would be helpful, if we could help with not psychoeducation so much, but just education. I need to talk less about narcissism, but that being said, we need to distinguish among the terms narcissistic, egotistic, and egoistic, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes backwards.
I've seen the Narcissus flower in Washington, D.C. at some castle in Washington, D.C., but it's a flower. It's a plant. Narcissus or self-love, I mean, I don't know why you always bring up the term. I mean, it's basically an irrelevant term in terms of who you are. I mean, the question is, who are you, or where did you come from? If you know where you came from, you solve all your problems.
Well, for example, I'm egoistic, right? I'm absolutely preoccupied with myself. The usage, the overusage of narcissistic, borrowed from popular psychology and even in a sociological context. We overuse the term, but a lot of people are really meaning someone's egotistical or egoistic. They're not differentiating, and that's important, right?
All right, so is the typical serial profile narcissistic or egotistical?
A typical what?
It's the same thing, essentially.
Serial killers usually profiled as being severely narcissistic.
Well, I mean, again, I'm not a clinician in that space, but I'll say that, most psychopaths almost all psychopaths would be considered narcissistic, but not all narcissists are psychopathic. But that being said, what's interesting is overt narcissism is often thought of as psychopathic, like factor 1 and factor 2 psychopathy, narcissism, grandiose narcissism. People aren't so insecure, they're over the top, overconfident, right? So a lot of people are beginning to think that it's only the covert narcissist, not the grandiose or overt ones, that are really the true narcissists who have insecurities, and they constantly have to belittle others to feel good about themselves, right? Whereas the one who's more like a psychopath, an overt narcissist, like Donald Trump is not, it may have a little bit of a thin skin, but he's not spending his time preoccupied with really what other people think of him, in the same sense that, like, for him to be president and take that kind of criticism, he thinks, he really does believe that he's smarter than everybody else. And so he doesn't like criticism, but he really believes that he is so overt. He's a malignant narcissist, but he's also so overt, right? Like, he's great.
Well, hold on. Dr. Jordan, it's not about whether or not he thinks he's the smartest. Sometimes just being decisive is the power, right?
True, 100%.
being able to make a decision. You know, was it Abraham Lincoln that said the worst thing to do is nothing. You know, the best thing to do is the right thing. The wrong thing is somewhere in the middle. Like doing nothing is worse than doing the wrong thing. So here's my point. When you take somebody, if you're going to try to analyze somebody like Donald Trump, you need to analyze him without a political lens. You need to just figure out, like, okay, well, what is it that makes this guy tick? And clearly, it's not that he doesn't have a desire to be the smartest guy in the room. What he desires is to be the winner. And sometimes you could be the stupidest guy in the room and still win.
Yeah, so a hallmark characteristic of a narcissist like Donald Trump, and this is to his credit, is by like they can go, they are when you're overconfident and rely on instinct, you see the world so different than other people. If you and even if let's say someone's a scientist at the top of their game and they're narcissistic, they're still largely relying on instinct. They may be able to provide empirical data to back a lot of things up, but they are. Dr. Adams, you're. Hold on a second. I'm not modded. So I think there's great benefit in relying on instinct, but think of the other narcissistic people in your lives. Do they tend to rely on instinct?
Hold on. Here's the thing, right? It's not just instinct, though. It's about talent. Like, if you were to compare this, let's take it out of an intellectual realm and just say, let's say we're talking basketball, right? If I'm physically gifted and I know the fundamentals of playing defense, and let's say I'm quick, I can afford to play you very close man-to-man defense. I'm less worried about you beating me than somebody that's slower or less skilled. So I can play you close, and even if you did make an incredible move to try to blow past me, I then have additional tools in my repertoire to be able to play defense against you. Whereas a weaker defender will not play close to the man. So now you don't have good man-to-man defense, and if they decide to pull up and make a jumper, you've got nothing to do. You're not close enough to even defend that. And by the way, if you give them room to work, they still might blow by you. And so the point being, and the thing I'm trying to translate here, is that if the more skill you have, the more like talent that you were born with, confidence. What it does is it gives you the ability, to be more effective, and it allows you to make mistakes and still be okay. I see this with artists all the time. There's a girl that I know that paints, and she sells her paintings for quite good money. And she'll do something, and then she'll go, oh fuck, and like she made a mistake. But she also knows that nobody else on the planet knows that she made a mistake, and then she just makes something new. And she takes that mistake and lets the mistake be okay. A less artist might have thrown away that and started over.
Wait, Dr. Jordan, would you say that like Michael Jordan and LeBron James are narcissists for knowing that they're the best?
No, but Michael Jordan definitely has. I mean, he's got a healthy dose. He's a good example of someone with a healthy.
How about LeBron?
Less or so, but yeah. But what I want to say.
So that's being the best and being narcissist, you're saying?
Let me just say one thing. I think that like Mojo talked about. Well, we often talk about poker. Confidence. We're essentially saying is confidence is a skill, not just a trait, right? So
you're saying it's narcissism.
No, well, it is. I talked to this guy, talked about him before, Michael McAbee, who's a Harvard anthropologist and psychologist. He wrote a book about productive narcissism, which Donald Trump read and reached out to him and wanted to be lumped in the group he said to me, I was interviewing him because I was working on a documentary that has never come to fruition. But anyways, Michael's like 90 years old if he's still alive, and what he said was that, but the fact that Donald Trump became president
means that he is technically a productive narcissist, right? Like, you can't become president of the United States without me meeting that criteria. But where I'm going with this is that
everybody's ever been president is a narcissist.
Oh, 100%, but to different degrees. But where I wanted to go with this, and I'm forgetting what I was going to say, was that there's something to be said for, like, oh shit, I forget poker. Like, the confidence, the idea of confidence being a skill rather than, more of an arbitrary kind of, a trait that's left up to kind of subjective interpretation. So if you're a poker player and you don't have confidence, like a poker player with fewer brain cells but great confidence, probably going to be far more successful, right? Like, and this is true in many fields. Like, if you're in real estate, you don't have to be an intellectual giant, but if you have a ton of confidence, you're going to do far better. I told you guys last night, I was watching this documentary about this woman who was an escort, and she's like, it's amazing how many escorts become real estate agents. These are women who have a lot of confidence and charisma, and they often become successful in real estate if they choose to go into it because it caters to the kind of characteristics that they often have.
Wait, so Dr. Jordan, you're saying we should stop using narcissist as a negative term, since if you want to be successful and good at anything and be the best at anything, you have to be a narcissist.
No, because I believe it exists on a spectrum. Like, yes. And if it exists on a spectrum, so does psychopathy. Like, psychopathy exists on this spectrum. If you're too far on the spectrum, you're going to end up in prison and you're going to kill somebody. If you are, much more closer to the middle, right? If there's a middle, you might become a surgeon or a Navy SEAL 6 member, right? Team 6 member. Like it's all about the balance.
Would you describe this this spectrum? It's kind of like the spectrum of AIDS, where some people get AIDS and they die, and other people like Magic Johnson get AIDS and they go on and live forever.
I don't know what to say to that. John, say something.
Well, Roger, now you
Yeah.
It's called magic.
Well,
it's got money, he pays for medicine people.
Dr. Jordan.
Isn't he physically an impressive guy? Like, after he was diagnosed and he was, highly medicated, he turned into a machine and much more physically fit than he ever was.
Dr. Jordan, the thing about a narcissist, I'm reading the Tanya over here, and it's acts of selfless kindness. So, this is why therapy is helpful for people who may find themselves to be misers, stingy, that malignant personalities. I mean, sometimes I think maybe I have a malignant personality, but I have met people that I know that have, malignant personalities that are so difficult to deal with. But I think it's because those people can't let go of anything. They hold, people that hold grudges carry a lot of weight with them. And so, I have a picture of the Buddha near my toilet, and I painted it, and it says, "Let it go." So to me, that's the words and the thoughts. And if you just constantly talking about narcissists, I mean, all communication is projection.
Well, first of all, I don't have anything against narcissists. I have narcissistic traits, but I'm more of an egotist. I'm more of an egoist. Like, I'm consumed with my thinking about myself.
I know, but the term ego is a concept. It doesn't exist in the real world. So what are you really saying? When you think that you're constantly I mean, this is like obsessive compulsive behavior. The point is, go to the gym, read a book. I mean, do mantras. Like, if you have an overreactive mind that is constantly pinging you, I mean, the blessed state is silence. So do you find that you have an inner monologue that's constantly running and you're not in control of it?
Well, 100%. That's why I meditate, because,
I'm someone. Most neurotic people are going to be more in their heads than in their body. You know this, so you understand the mind-body connection. The narcissist is also going to, quite frankly, be largely in their head, right? Because they're constantly thinking about, their image, right? Which is fascinating, right? If they spent less time thinking about their image, they would do more. They would be healthier.
Yeah, John, that yoga makes you a narcissist.
I mean, I go to the gym, I lift weights, and now my elbow's hurting. Like, cause and effect. You have to have, like you just said earlier, that balance. So, there's a guy on here called Heronstone, and I said, do you know that the heron is like a bird in the mystical aviary? It stands on one foot, so it's like in a yoga pose of great focus and concentration. And, at 42, I mean, I see how cell phones have essentially brain rotted people's, like, brains, maybe mine included, but the point is, you see how younger people are just, to me, it seems like there's a health crisis on top of a fiscal crisis or a debt crisis. It's my opinion.
If your elbow hurts, you're doing it wrong.
Well, that's what she said, but I got to get to the bar so I can try to meet her tonight.
Roger, does it feel like to you that these guys, these people that are talking about this, these world-renowned, scientists and shit that are, applying narcissists to like every positive thing of human behavior and stuff, it's like the same way that they want to diagnose everybody as like gender fluid or like autistic and shit?
No, I actually think that people are pussies when it comes to dealing with narcissists is the problem. It's not usually it's not the narcissist. It's the people that are incapable of communicating with them. Like Dr. Jordan and I are good friends. He's incredibly narcissistic. I think that if you accept yourself and all of the faults that you have, and I have plenty of them, it's just easier when you're honest with yourself and you realize that you're not perfect. You don't have to worry about whether or not the people around you are perfect. You can just accept them for who they are. In fact, I actually appreciate Dr. Jordan and I'm the only person on this stage that's been in a car with Dr. Jordan. He damn near killed me in said car, and I think that it was a bonding experience rather than me thinking less of him.
There's a good saying, it's to understand all is to forgive all.
Do you think we can find it in our hearts to forgive Bima? Anybody?
Yeah.
If she stops being a communist.
I'm telling you, if you spend a day with her, you'd actually,
Forgiveness for.
Well, okay, so first of all, she's intellectually dishonest. That's number one. Number two, she's guilty of sympathizing for Hamas terrorists. She's, man, how do I say this one without sounding rude? Because I feel like I was being nice on the first two. I'm going to hold that with myself. I didn't want it to sound like a personal attack. I wanted to it's just observations of the way that she thinks. And what I'm unsure of is if she even believes the bullshit she's saying. If she does believe it, then I think she needs some clinical help. And if she doesn't believe it, then I think that we've gone easy on her because she's just being a fucking weirdo.
Well,
do you attribute some of it? She sounds young. She ever actually said like early 20s, maybe even.
No, she's not early 20s.
Yeah.
She's like almost my age. It's like
how do you know that, Rich?
Shamos is the same age, and Shamos and Dima were dating for a period, and they're like almost the same age.
Oh my god. Somebody on this app dated that?
Yeah, I'm not interested in anyone's personal business, but that surprises me because she sounds younger.
But don't you think...
She sounds like
She sounds like late 20s, early 30s.
Don't you think though that there's a communication problem? Like there's not a your large language models aren't matching up. Yours is bigger than hers, and she can't. There's a failure to communicate. But if there's no violence, well, that's okay. But I mean, that's kind of the point where it's like if you were to spend a whole day with her, you, technically you should be updating her LLM, by having these conversations.
Do you think that she'll ever grow to the point where when somebody asks her a question, that she maybe pause and say, you know what, I don't know that, or I'm going to have to think about that more? Do you think we'll ever get to that version of Diva? Because I feel like before we even finish asking our questions, she's already just starting, the spin of bullshit. I think if she was to just pause and maybe think, it's possible she could tap into a library of different words.
Yeah, I think one observation after using this app for so many years is people are so set in their ways and so conditioned, and their personality is so formulated. Like there's no budging. People will die on a hill for their concept on this app. And I've never seen people just repeat themselves. I mean, nobody is, upgraded from using this app. So if that's this app, imagine all the TikTokers and Instagram and YouTube consumers who have horrific brain rot, or even more. I mean, total cultural brain rot. The rest of the rooms on this app right now, if you were to pipe in some of the bang rooms happening right now, to me, that's like schizophrenic, or ghetto schizo, basically.
Like, for example, in shows, like, they just speak over each other, like, constantly. And even in appeal to the mod, you ask them, like, hey, can I go? They don't have any concept of that. Their preferable communication style is for everyone to speak all at once. 12.
Well, I think that's what anarchy is. I mean, it is that sound wall banging your head and really not. Anyways, I mean, a lot of this. The other thing is the environment of this app is the green beans, the title, and why people come to listen to you, Mojo, or Dr. Jordan, or anybody in this room. Like, what is that? It's dopamine. I mean, this is like a medical device. I'm repeating myself all the time. This is a medical device technology app. Like people are coming here to dope up, but there's no real, intelligent discourse happening. I got blocked from Patty's politically correct room. To me, filming liberals and hearing their emotional instability on the regular is like the juiciest thing to record or observe amongst people, because politics, it's going deeper. It's clout chasing, etc. But it's if you're not making money doing this, like, I don't know, that's what I think you really are banging your head against a wall. Or, anyways, I'm just saying that there's a structure to this app. There's a structure to it.
But what about the fact that people just convene in places to talk because we're hyper-social species? It doesn't have to be about something like there are 8 billion people on the planet, and we're so removed from in-person experiences because of the internet that this actually encroaches on old traditions of like meeting in person. We actually hear each other's voice and just chat, right? We're not going to the bar, we're not going to the pub, we're going to a place to meet probably more interesting people.
It might just be people just want to come for entertainment, just listen to opinions, exchange ideas. It's just fun. I don't think it needs to be as deep as perhaps you're positioning it. I don't think people really come to this app to, I suppose for lack of better words, be educated on anything. Sure, there are rooms where you can learn. I always like to say I like to listen and learn when I go into some spaces.
You know.
Well, that's why you follow me, the brown eye.
Yeah, well, you're quite possibly one of the funniest people. When somebody sending me a message, who is this? And then you get strange messages from people that you don't know. They pop up on the screen. That's another way to kind of meet folks. So I don't know. It's just fun. It's just a fun way to meet and engage. It's not that deep.
You know, did you ever watch the TV show Cops? I often thought that show was kind of unfair to the people that the police arrest, that the cameras just show up and start filming this person, because that causes you to act in a certain way. And so if you were in Nelson Pega and Jen Bubblicious and fucking Whack 100 last night, the Bang Room is really almost like a cacophony of performers. And so it's very easy.
A better example is World Star Hip Hop.
Yeah, he was saying, "Oh, World Star Hip Hop about to make a 7-figure payout to me." Anyways, my point is, because people know they're being recorded, they go for maximum bang. And I never heard this kind of shit in my whole life, but a Bang Room, like a Whack or a Cray, Orange Cray, whatever the fucking guy's name is from, what I'm talking about, Cray. Anyways, those, I don't know. I just think it's interesting to record those many people screaming into a phone where it's just this garble of garbage. It's not healthy to listen to, but in terms of uniqueness, it's very unique.
John, you could have just said the black guy. We would all know.
No, you're right. Sometimes it's not healthy, depending on what room you go into. The ghetto ratchet bang rooms can be very, very disturbing at times. And you're right. When I first got on this app, I thought the same thing. Why is everybody over talking to each other? Why is everybody screaming into the phone? It can be quite annoying. So I think there are levels to this app. Sometimes you want to go into the bang rooms or the ghetto ratchet rooms. Sometimes you want to go into the biblical rooms, the political rooms, the entertainment rooms. There's something for everyone, don't you think? I mean, you would know. You're recording all of them for you.
No, believe me, I wish I could fully automate the scraping of this app and total export of every room 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I mean, I'd be making a lot of money if I could figure that out, because it's spamming. I mean, I've made a lot of money in spam. I've worked for a lot of advertising ad tech companies that the whole thing's fucking spam. What do you think Facebook and Craigslist are? They're just fucking spam platforms. This is also spam. This is personal audio communication spam. So I just don't think people realize that all communication is spam, and it's up to you to determine, what kind of spam you're going to have for lunch.
Well, as much as there was intellectualism, if you will, early on in the app, there was also a lot more garbage. For example, the dating rooms, which were entertaining, or what did they call the people who got paid to host these houses or clubs or whatever? There was one where people were listening to whale song, whales farting, whales doing something. There was shoot your shot. There was a lot of lowbrow content, and then there was some really highbrow content. And that's why, as we talked about endlessly, is that finally we got to a point where this became a friendship-based space, and it's about the people talking about anything, not really the content.
Exactly. I've met some, and not in person, but I've met some really pretty cool people on this app. And I've maintained, relationships. I use that term loosely because I don't know these people in person. Over the years, and they're cool. They're seemingly cool people, authentic people. Sometimes I get on here and I'm looking for certain people, like, where's so-and-so? Where's so-and-so? Because you just want to tap in, listen to them, kind of absorb the energy that the social audio space brings, right? Surely, John, you've met a couple of people. I mean, listen, you yourself have admitted you've made a whole movie and website and your URLs built around Mojo. Clearly, you admire him in some way. You're getting something out of this, right? You have found someone on this app that you have dedicated hours of content.
Big Kale, right, John?
Well, Well, listen, there's a saying, every man and every woman is a star. So, like, if I'm a filmmaker and I want to come here and record what I would consider the brightest and best stars, because if I'm recording, bang rooms or ghetto rooms, I mean, those are not bright stars in my opinion, but they're still stars nonetheless. But the problem is I listen to a lot of this stuff because I got to hit start and stop. So I would much rather listen to intelligent conversation. But I will say, I think black media, or, I had a website called blackpodcast.com or something. Somebody bought the domain name from me. And I was like, that's a smart buy because, like, black media or black conversations on this app, particularly is like a hotspot. You can go to X, you can't really find these types of rooms. So to, like, listen in on African American conversations, this is the app, and there's a lot of really entertaining people. But, the point is, it's like, I think anybody can be monetized, but there's no collective effort. And I think that's one of the problems with, like, social audio.
Okay, so what if we got into revenue sharing with you and we came up with domain names to sell, like BigJewishPenis.com? I'm sure that's not taking yet.
Well, I met the owner of Tit.com, T-I-T. His name is David Titcomb, and he's on the city council in Miami. And he's a really cool guy, but he never developed Tit.com. And I met him at, like, a domain name trade show. I'm like, dude, that's a great name. I'm like, just put up a website, put a Tumblr site up, forward it to Instagram, start posting content. The guy has never done a fucking thing with it. A lot of people have digital assets and they'll never do anything. I just let go of almost 1,000 domain names this year, and I'm still letting more expire. I'm just done paying GoDaddy anything. I don't want to own any domain names. I want to be free, I want to be free of these platforms. And, Facebook and YouTube, Meta, Instagram, etc. Like, these aren't just websites. It's like, and they're free to publish on. So it makes no sense to own these .coms anymore.
I would say that, I talked to Mojo about this before, or he actually introduced me to this, the behind the scenes of marketing the adult industry, right? Just because from a digital standpoint, not, and I just the other day had a conversation with Mark Schechter, who is one of the leading agents in adult film, and he got into it because he was an affiliate marketer, and he understood the need, these adult film stars needed, websites. Their websites kind of built the internet in many ways. They had to find a way to advertise. And the number of domains that are out there in the adult space is freaking crazy. Like MILF this, that, like MILFy, MILF Kingdom. I mean, it's just like unbelievable. And those things are worth fortunes.
Well, I think from, like, a social and a political perspective, I mean, X has big audiences, big rooms talking about Jeffrey Epstein for day after day. There's a lot of crazy rooms on X. This app is, to me, it's like a secret little treasure nobody knows about. There's not probably one party hat in the whole room. So, to me, it's just one more place to record, but it's a premium place to record, and film and build these libraries of people's takes. I mean, from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., there's, like, valuable content on here in terms of, political conversations. It's a hyper-political app. Just that Patty's Politically Correct room, to me, like, I'm going to have to create a new anonymous account because I outed myself on this account. So I'm going to keep recording those rooms, but I'm ready to, like, I would actually want to stop doing this and go.
Wait, how did you out yourself with the Congress?
Because yesterday Mojo couldn't bring me up, so I was like, okay, I will unmask my anonymous account, rebrand it as John Kitover, and then I'll just create a new burner account in immediate future.
What if we did this? What if we start doing rooms where we just say what's going on Clubhouse, and we just have you pipe in the other rooms into this room, and then once they say something really just like crazy, then we'll stop the streaming, and then we'll just have a conversation about whatever they're talking about, and then we could go, okay, let's go tap into another room, and then just do that and like allow their content to become our content.
Yeah, 100%. What's that show where they do the comments and they watch the movie Space Theater 2000 or whatever the hell it was? Like
Mystery Science Theater.
Mystery Science Theater. Like, we need to do live play-by-play feedback on this app in the same way as if we were watching a football, match. Like, we need immediate analysis on the stupidity, because
so we need to do exactly what you do.
Yes, because
laugh hysterically.
Because they will start talking about our room, and so it creates basically like a hive, effect where the hive goes into chaos mode. And to me, that's like how we control, the app in a way. When people know that I'm recording and their shit is popping out of their fucking, tuchus, and they're going crazy, like, that's when my dopamine, that's when I'm at the casino and I'm winning on that craps table. That's when my dopamine is flaring. That's when I have the most fun here.
Roger, I would just like to say that you've gotten the best of Nathan when he goes and takes your fucking picture. When he does that, that's his form of crashing out. That means he doesn't like it.
Hold on. The reason Nathan's upset is because I've been, who's in here? I can say it honestly. So I've been pretending to have a crush on Monica, and I like Monica, but I've been pretending to have a crush on her, and Monica said something flattering back to me, and Nathan got jealous because apparently he has a real life crush on her.
One person who went total troll, which kind of surprised me, was Christopher Sweat. He went from heightened public intellectual to consummate troll. I can't explain the transformation.
He's always been cool. I've always thought he was an interesting character on here. But when he speaks, I was trying to figure out what is so interesting about his speech pattern, and I finally figured it out after watching videos of him speaking. I think he just has too many teeth in his mouth. I think he has more teeth than the average human being, and so it causes this weird impediment.
I mean, that's not the direction I was going, but I can now hear his voice, and I get what you're saying 100%. Speaking, just to turn the subject on that angle a little, I met a woman the other day who was very open about, it was weird, she told me she had an overbite, and I'm like, I kind of thought to myself, well, I think I can kind of tell, I didn't say it to her, but I'm like, you didn't have to say that, I kind of knew that. I thought it was such a strange comment. Nothing bad, she's a very lovely person, very nice looking lady, but she kind of put that out there. It was just so weird. It's one of these things where people, if you're insecure about something, of course I have been in my life, you'll put it out there in the world before someone else makes mention of it. But you don't have to, because most people don't notice.
Alright, what are you insecure about?
Oh, I'll say one thing.
Don't talk about it.
It's just girth. I need to take some girth. I need to take some size off.
You need to be de-girth. Going back to anarchy, this app is a huge advancement, in my opinion, in terms of psychological or human action. I was looking at the Mises Institute. This is a perfect place to really even run experiments and do observational studies and research on people's behavior and personalities, particularly the liberal mind, the delusional, mind that would run a pizza business into the ground in 3 days. That type of disastrous type of person, in a way. There's a lot of, if you talk about narcissistic personality disorder or or leadership defines disorder, all just people who are so obnoxious, inflexible, or just people you would never want to work with in the real world. You can listen to them here. So, anyways, what I'm proposing is if we do live stream rooms and do a Mystery Science Theater 3000 on these rooms, like in the morning, that's the best time to do it when they're doing their causes people to really get paranoid. And it's really interesting to observe paranoia. It's not often that you can observe it, but recording these rooms and they go, oh, that fucking John, we know his fucking name, fucking John Kitover, and they put out my address, and then they come on the YouTube and give me death threats or say that like Isaiah, aka Goat, he called my local police department 2 blocks away. He called them twice.
Isaiah and Goat are 2 different people.
Okay, well now he calls himself what is a man who doesn't like a woman? I'm rambling here, but anyways, Goat. He called the police on me twice. Of course they didn't respond because I'm just gossiping here, but he claims he called the police on me twice because I live stream his room while he holds his liberal fiefdom, discussing whatever topic under the sun that he's talking about. He doesn't like to be recorded, but Anonymous Anonymous forced these people to create friends only rooms, which I think is totally fair, that they can have a private room and not be recorded, because what they really want is just their dopamine. But the problem is they can't play the cat and mouse game and invite the opposition party up, bat them around for a good 30 minutes to an hour, and then get a new person to bat around. I'm just saying that if you're academic and you like books and you've been to college and you sat in a class for many fucking years, that this is like entertainment and toxic communication, or a waste of time is what I like to call it.
Okay, so I'm thinking programming wise. If we did regularly scheduled rooms in the muff, and maybe we'll just shoot the breeze, and then we'll say, okay, let's go see what's happening in Chillism, and then we set up the streaming. I would imagine that it could stream in here as well as stream onto YouTube at the same time. We could and then what I would say that would help the algorithm is for all of us to have YouTube accounts, so we can like and share those streams, so we can help promote it. And then what we do is as we're streaming it, we go ahead and we we wait until somebody says something, and then we communicate. We like, for audio quality, we don't say anything in this room over top of it until we communicate through chat only. And then once we decide, like, okay, let's pause it, then we'll pause it, and then we'll critique it, and we'll have a conversation about it. And then and then as soon as that's not fun, then we go, hey, let's go see what's happening in Politically Correct. And we can just go around the app. We might even discover rooms that we're not familiar with today, and just figure out what the hell's going on in these rooms, and then we'll just spend our time critiquing it because we're so smart.
I agree. See, that's why this is a roast app. Self-deprecating humor, or Schadenfreude, or taking pleasure in other people's misery. That's what this app is all about. It may sound cruel, but like good comedy is a little cruel, because there's some truth there. So that's, to me, the optimal way to use this app, and it's artistic, critique.
I think we've just got our strongest, reinforcement that this is a good idea. Jarl says, you guys might need to take a break from this app if this sounds fun to you. So I know what sounds fun to him, and if he doesn't like this, I think this is a good indication that we're on the right track.
We could start it right now if you're open to it.
Can't. I'm actually going to be logging off here in a minute. I'm going to watch some television, but we could definitely get this thing started, and I will be back channeling some of you to coordinate so we can facilitate this in an organized fashion. And I think if we put a little bit of thought into this,
this could end up being the go-to room because if we're playing the clips there and then breaking them down, it's kind of like an aggregator. Like nobody watches nightly news anymore, but they'll watch a podcast where somebody's breaking down like the news of the week essentially. So this could be the place that people come to just make sure that they're not missing anything.
Well,
yeah, I mean, how about various iterations? So roughing them up, puffing them up, fluffing them up. I'm not joking. Different people take on different themes, and it's.
So I want you to think of it this way. Are any of you familiar with NFL Red Zone?
No.
So NFL Red Zone was an idea where it was like casual football fans don't like to watch an entire football game, but they had a channel that if you watch that channel, all it would show you is when a team is about to score. So you're only watching the best shit, and it became highly addictive to people that didn't even necessarily love football because they were watching the best part of the football game when the score was happening.
Well, I'm really looking forward to this because I feel like, this is maximum entertainment. I mean, and if we can monetize a YouTube channel and generate some revenue from all this clown house activity, and we were to donate that to charity or something, I mean, just think about how much, more magnanimous and how, effective we are. I mean, I really want to be, I want to optimize and be effective. I mean, this to me is going to be a lot of fun.
I'm excited about it. So, guys, I'm going to keep the room open. I'm going to mod you guys. You guys do what you want. Just be nice to each other.
We're going to optimize the troll. I love this.
I mean, let's organize these, these organizers. Let's organize the community organizers. Let's call the room Organizing Community Organizers.
Don't want George.
Well, you don't have to. One of the things is that we don't actions. It would be so you have much greater interest in voluntary society to not create harm because you don't have laws protecting you. The things not violent, not necessarily, not just don't think like because somebody will just kill somebody, but all of the other things that could stop somebody from hurting you. So criminals would still be they're gonna have like due process. These things will all still exist, but they're going to happen under private investigators and arbitrators and DROs. It's going to be much more effective. It's going to be much more fair. There's going to be a lot more transparency. There's going to be the bullshit of the system of police and profiling and sentencing and falsities and all this other stuff. That isn't going to happen because they get paid to do this. The police get paid to do this in a way that there's this, they're incentivized.
More corruption, though. Like, I could see that as becoming more corruption because then you're gonna have the rich and the super elite. They're able to get justice, but the people that are more poor, they're not going to be able to get justice at all because if I have to pay the police force, right? What do? I just get taken advantage of, and the elite just keep getting more and more elite, and the people on the bottom of the totem pole are, they're just going to get more and more poor. Yeah, that's what happens now. That's the system that we have now. We have the poor being sucked dry, being taken advantage of, being harassed, traffic court. If you ever show up at traffic court or any of these other little things, no money, put in the worst circumstances. If you can't afford bail, all of this shit, but none of that would be the case in a voluntary society because, objective, investigations and facts have to come first. There's
there's not going to be this, you know,
Who enforces that though? Who enforces that?
well, the security forces. So it's just
The
like a private
FD
investigation.
is paying for it, correct?
Right, you have to pay for that. Right.
You have
Yeah.
to pay for that.
Right.
Well, to me, it would invite more corruption because, like I said, you know, hey, we're going to give justice to these people, or we're going to side with these people because they can give us more money than this person. So it doesn't matter, like, there's no justice there. It's just whoever has the most money gets the justice.
The system of a voluntary society, those incentives would be naturally sucked out because the rich are a very few. Would you agree that there's much less rich than there are people? Regular people, less, like it's like 1-3%, right? They say. Okay, so the majority of the funds, right? The majority, the type of society that are going to champion. You're going to want to put your money into the institution that's not, you know, offering fraud or offering this or that. So you're going to want to put your shit into the systems that are going to better serve the little guy. So more little guys are going to put the money and their policy into the best and the better police. It would be what we would understand the police, right? These investigators in the investigator system. I mean, in every case, in private investigators do a better job than police any day. 110%, right? They dedicate their lives. They do this. They're better skilled. They have better equipment, and much fair. It's much more fair and transparent. Everything is fair and transparent. Right now, there's a monopoly on violence. You can't even get. We don't even have. I don't even know what the auditing procedures are of the police, which is always interests me. They say that there's third parties that come in and audit our police procedures, right? But I've talked to police when I did a project back in 2018, and the in-house, the police reports, they stay in-house. They don't have to report them to the county. They don't have to report them to the state. They definitely don't have to report them to the FBI, right? Or the federal levels. So basically, these police departments are running carte blanche, whatever the hell that they want to do. They have, I mean, like, you're outnumbered in every way. You should be terrified at what would happen, what's happening right now with you as a little guy. In a voluntary society, none of that shit would stand. They don't have that same power anymore. That power's been completely stripped of them.
Do you want police reform, or you want to create this? You want you said it's like a volunteer society, but it has due process of law. So everyone volunteers for what that law is going to be.
That's another question. Who sets the rules?
Process. There has to be some kind of constitution, right? That's the highest laws that everyone volunteered for. If they're breaking the law.
No. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Got it. No. So yes. You're right. Everything would be very, very similar. The structures of society that we have today. We've already figured out that this stuff is good stuff, right? We've already looked at evidences and logic, and we've been able to figure out how good laws work, right? We got a little out of control, and there's a lot of overarching power structures and a lot of coercion and a lot of force and a lot of violence where there shouldn't be, a lot of over legislation. So basically, sorry, I got distracted. You would still, the only difference is that you would be voluntarily, you contract in and you give explicit consent. The difference of the society today is you cannot withdraw your consent of whatever type of system, whatever type of police, whatever type of lab, all of the stuff that you have to subscribe to, you don't have a choice. You know, your funds, whether right now, congressional report just said we're sending over, I don't know how many billions. I heard anywhere from $22 billion to $100 billion over to to Israel to do what they're doing to Gaza. And Brown University reports that 70% of what's been waged on Gaza in the past 2 years has been funded by, our tax dollars. Listen, if there are people that want to say, no, I don't think so, that's not what I support, they can withdraw that. That's my point. They could say, no, we're not going to put our money to that. We're not going to give you our money for that, right? We're going to instead go to a defense system. We're going to say, okay, I want to put my money towards defensive measures. I want you to defend my property. I want you to defend me, right? Defend, what would be the nation, right? Right?
You're talking about America and taxation with representation and how we're represented by Israel.
We're not represented. We're not represented. It's a farce.
We're represented.
You're not represented. It's impossible. It's impossible. Parts of people, like parts of the populations are represented, but they're not even truly represented because you can't make
You're on an iPhone or a cellular phone right now?
Yeah, I'm on a cell phone.
And you're on the internet?
And I'm on the internet.
How are these services made available to us if the U.S. Army didn't develop them with funds from our proxy wars?
They could still be collected if these were. You don't think that peaceful people could have put their heads together to say, okay, let's pool our money and create this?
You have shit imported from China. 90% of your phone is imported from China.
So let me ask you this.
That was imported based on dollars that we had to invest in China, and businesses there was built factories. Every war we've had, Vietnam, all the way back to like 1899, all right, we've started, hey, we're going to get into war business, right? And that business has generated a bunch of revenue, and it might be the tax dollars that are going into it, but it's kicking back, right? So all this technology we have, and you can see how the United States is a little bit more affluent than other countries in the world. That's directly involved with the proxy wars we've been in.
So
a lot of money flowing in from that.
So you're making the case that, oh my God,
taxation with representation is in the Constitution, and it has to be physically determined that these tax dollars are going to things that represent us as Americans. You're never going to get that on the military-industrial complex, because everything from the internet to the fucking highways you drive on, all that, it comes directly from those funds that we put into our defense budget.
So let me ask you a question. You said that we're represented. How are we represented? Is everybody represented, or just some of us represented, or how does that work?
Well, we're all on the internet right now. They're not saying we can't use it.
Yeah, but you're making the claim that the internet wouldn't exist without a state. And I would beg to differ.
The internet was developed by the military, and so was our highway system. Military equipment, and
I bet it would have been. I'd say that it would be developed a lot sooner, and there would be much more technological advancements if we didn't have so much red tape and patent systems and things telling free people and little businesses that they can't create and build. We would have much greater than we have right now.
If you look at a place with similar ideals to you, like a voluntary society, like the one they have lost in the Amazon right now, they've had all the time in the world to build this utopia. Why are they still hunting monkeys in the jungle?
Well, that's like an appeal to what? Like, what are you saying? Like, you have to have the idea.
Have anything that would, like, anything you mentioned that you wanted to be free of in American society, they don't have that. They're completely unburdened by that. Yet they're still in the jungle hunting monkeys. They haven't developed internet or roads or anything like the U.S. did, right? Off of war dollars.
So are you saying, this is the thing, like, are you saying that they are less of a people than the West?
No, they have all the freedom in the world. They're in the jungle hunting monkeys. The worst case scenario, they might get like bit by a snake. Right? These are very minimal stresses compared to the stresses we have.
So my only argument.
There's pros and cons here. We're on the internet right now, and that's directly involved. Like, you were represented by us bombing Iraq. is that those bombs were purchased from U.S. companies who pay taxes, right, to stimulate the economy, and all wars have done this. And that money is sent to China to bring you your smartphone and shit like that. So we can build factories over there.
So all I'm saying is, if you, and this is what's excellent about this, if you, I don't support what you think is valuable in this particular case. So what I'm saying is, I'm saying that, listen, if they're going to have any type of issue, they're going to come and they're going to find you. I'm out of it. I have nothing to do with it. I don't want to be involved in that. I'm living a moral life. According to my own morals, I'm not harming other people for the sake of other bullshit. That's toxic. Go to Toxic's house, right? And they'll be able to, and then you're going to have to, for violating other peaceful people, depending, right, on you're going to have to, you're going to have to stand for that, right? And that's what I'm saying. I don't want to be a part of your shit. You want to go and do immoral shit? You do it on your name. Don't do it under my name. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be a part of that. I want to be able to take my money and put it towards moral things. I want to build education systems. I want to build, irrigation systems. And I want to build sustainable farms and organic farms. I want to stop pollution. I want to figure out a way to destroy plastics and get them back into a way that doesn't harm our oceans and deplete our fisheries and all this other stuff. That's the type of money. That's where I want my money to go. You want to put your money into this other bullshit? Go ahead. But I'll guarantee you at the end of the day, the people, they're going to want to also benefit off of the beauty of the things that they have, that they see, the beautiful oceans without plastics. And they're going to say, hey, you know what? I'm not into dominating other and violating other peaceful people. And I'm not into that either.
That's what you're talking about, what you want, but the mechanics of all this, like the United States, I explained it to you, like us going to war and having an Israel in the Middle East so we can launch proxy wars all around it and whatnot. Don't have to sugarcoat it. It generates revenue, and our tax dollars get invested. It's an investment we make, and it kicks back a lot. And I mean a lot. We've made trillions of dollars off of wars in like fucking 200 years. Alright, you're saying that you don't want where's your money coming from? You live in a volunteer society. What are you doing? You're a slave? You do slave labor for other countries? How do you make the money?
No slave labor. The free exchange of peaceful people coming together, contracting with people. It's nobody else's business.
Money, though?
Contracting with people. It would be the same exact thing. Whatever I do for business now, I would be doing it in a volunteer society. The people want to contract with me. What's the problem?
What are you contracting with these people?
Whatever contracts it is, whatever jobs it is, whatever it might be. It could be anything. No, it could be absolutely not. It could be marketing. It could be whatever. It could be a million different things. It could be whatever job you can think of right now. It could be one of those. In every category. Of course it could.
Except or slave labor.
Why do you think it's a primitivism? Right? That's weird. That has nothing to do with it. That's the exact opposite way we're going. We're moving forward, Toxic. We're taking the great Constitution that we've founded already. We've already figured out that a lot of it works. All right. We've also figured out that a lot of it doesn't work. We figured out that the foundation was pretty shitty, and we started off pretty bad, and we had a pretty bad start. And it wasn't even until maybe 50 years ago that every person in this nation even had the same fucking rights. Okay. If we started that Constitution in a different way with explicit consent instead of implicit, things would be much different. So I'm saying, let's take the Constitution and upgrade it very simply by adding explicit consent. And as soon as there's something that happens that violates your
I understand all this. I understand you said all this, but the mechanics behind this, all right? If you look at another place that is isolated, like North Korea. North Korea literally has, for its economy, slave labor. That's one of your options. All right. Another option is you all just say, you know what, we're just gonna live off the land and eat the animals and grow our own food and be happy. But once you get into, oh, I'm gonna have a cell phone, we're gonna have marketing and computer, you're already back in the system that you're trying to escape.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't have to be that way.
You haven't addressed that at all.
That's hold on. I am. If we were moving, as a matter of fact, from today, yeah, you're right. But that doesn't mean it has to be that way tomorrow, right? You have the ability. We can end all fucking problems tomorrow if we just stopped initiating violence on peaceful people and allowed people to contract freely with each other. What?
North Korea is an isolated nation. All right, that's what you're aiming for. But you don't want the proxy funds, right, to exist. Like, you get proxy from China and Russia to be there because that's a strategic defense against the West for them. You don't want that, right? You don't want the proxy. You don't want these funds for proxy wars. You're trying to escape that from us.
So, Beam, I think part of the issue is that Toxic is trying to articulate is that you can't do what your plan is in isolation. Like, you can try to be isolated, but you won't be coming at advancing society because you won't be able to work with other countries that effectively are like bombing the fuck out of other people. And quite honestly, you'll eventually probably be taken over. Even if you have defense, even if you have all these things, like you will be assimilated. But
there's no way that a voluntary society would a voluntarist defense force would be less effective than our military right now.
How many people do you have in your society? And like ideally, like how many people will there be? Minimum amount.
We could do the whole world. We could have the entire world in on it.
No, we have the whole world. It would be like utopian Earth, right? They don't have like one like law. We would have one like sort of moral standard because morals are specific to places and communities and collectives, right? But what's the minimum amount of people that you need, that you believe are needed to fulfill this idea in your society? Be able to protect themselves, be able to like stave off other people from trying to take over, and how do you participate with countries that don't share that moral, that don't share they don't share your morals and value.
I think you're forgetting that countries, especially the United States, operates in a way that it represents everybody in the nation, supposedly, right? That's how it operates. So when it goes around and it commits these war crimes and harms other people, steals resources, whatever else, these are things that what the quote-unquote military is committing, right? So that is why most of the hate happens. Like, why would peaceful people aren't going to hate peaceful people? Like, that's not what psychology says. That's not where we've come to at this point. It's not in our self-interest to hate peaceful people. So the hate comes from the idea that we're committing these wars to begin with. So stop committing the atrocities, and you won't be a subject, a target for hate and attacks. It's very simple.
Name a powerful nation in the world today that is not committing war crimes outside of the Scandinavian countries.
What, name a nation, name a military?
No, a powerful nation, a powerful sort of self-sustaining government today that is not committing war crimes. Name one.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Yeah, that's because they don't exist. That's because they don't exist. Like, even countries that like North Korea is committing war crimes, right? Like, it's an isolation. Almost every country is contributing to war crimes, either implicitly or explicitly.
Okay, so what type of normative claims do you have on that though? You're saying that just because something is that way, it has to be that way? What's the point?
No, I'm saying that your position is an ideal, which is fine, but it's not realistic in the world in which we live. And quite honestly, I understand that some of the people that you hang out with sort of blame America for all of the crimes of the world, right? Which is a theory. It's okay, but part of the reality of it is that it's kind of not like America. In many cases, America was fighting countries that were also committing war crimes, right? They just sort of got involved. Even in the Middle East, before the West got there, if you do like some history on the Middle East, like they were killing each other, like the various ethnic groups and various communities. It shows that America at some point got involved to whatever extent. And quite honestly, even before then, you can look up the American-Algerian Wars, you can look up the Barbary Wars, you can look up whatever, but there were some of these Islamic countries that were also already trying to attack America, and they were all the way overseas, right? We didn't have planes, and we didn't have military ships like we do today. Like a lot of what we see today is an extension of historical warfare that existed before America. America just kind of inherited it, right? Like even the Barbary Wars, they are connected to the Inquisition and the Reconquista, which were also wars between the European Catholics and North African Muslims. It just so happened that the Jews, who were also in the middle of it again, were in the middle of it. Like there's a whole history behind it. This is nothing new.
So you're saying?
I'm not saying that your idea is a righteous endeavor, but it's not just something that was invented when America became a country.
So I'm not even understanding your claim though. You're saying that everybody should be forced to pay into these proxy wars because why?
It's not just even a proxy war. Like people, you think that America, that the Israel Palestine thing is a proxy war. No, it's not necessarily a proxy war. To some extent it is right, because in a lot of ways, Gaza is a proxy war for Iran, right? So everybody's part of a proxy war to some extent. The Hamas, they are being paid by Iran or facilitated by Iran to fight a proxy war. The same with Hezbollah, the same with the Houthis, all of these people, right? Like you brought this up earlier. This is not, and I don't know if America is using Israel to fight its proxy war, but I think everybody's to some extent participating in a proxy.
So no, but that's my argument. My argument is if I don't want to participate in this war, I don't want to put my tax dollars into the system and fund these things,
But you can leave.
And go where?
A place where they aren't participating.
You know that's a logical fallacy. Saying that you should leave doesn't remove the moral claims.
I said you could leave if you
Well, sure. And some of my friends have done that, and some of those same friends that have actually left because their families, their entire history was built in the United States, that if they try to come back to visit them, they've been denied over and over and over by the embassies. They're not allowed back in for the pure reason that they have too much there's too much incentive for them to not leave again. These are Americans that were, born in America, raised, and then decided, hey, I don't like what the system's doing. I don't want to pay into the system. So they left to a place where they didn't have to do that. But then they're not even allowed to come in to see the family. So the point is that running isn't going to stop anything, and running isn't going to change anything. And also doesn't say. I don't know. I don't remember.
I mean, if there was a place where they didn't have to pay taxes, they went to a proxy where I would be very interested to know which country that was. Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, some place where
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they bought an island somewhere.
Okay, so they weren't on an island. They were in isolation.
Sounds like it. Maybe that's what they did. They're still not able to come back. But still, don't. I feel though it's a logical fallacy to say, I'm telling you, right? If I brought to you, I said, hey, look, this is the United States. Slavery's fucked up, and you say, you could leave. I'm saying, no. How about we just address slavery, right? Telling me to leave isn't going to stop the injustice. Isn't going to stop the crimes. So when I say to you, why should I be forced to pay into a system that's violating it? If I don't want to, why should I have to?
One, slavery on the land is different than proxy wars or whatever you want to call it in other countries. And quite honestly, for whatever reason, countries do have vested interest in certain things. And Toxic is right that a lot of the things that America has, the comforts and luxuries that we have actually brought to a lot of the world, even some of the countries that we have had proxy wars with, do benefit from those things. I'm not saying that it's great. I'm not saying that's
ideology.
So
don't forget our ideology here. Ideology stems from American. Because Americans are the first people to do this. Because when Americans came from Europe, they found endless farmland. And before that, they lived in feudalism, which means there was a little bit of farmland, and people would fight over it. Right? They had to have wars to control that. And the peasants had to work it. But people came to America, and there was more farmland to build a farm for every person on the fucking planet. So everybody could just come and go, hey, look, fuck you guys, I'm going to build a farm, live with my family there, and there's nothing you can do because I'm so far away. And that's where you get this ideology from. If they had it, this is the only place where self-sufficient farming ever existed. Now, obviously, it didn't exist long because there's other colonialists saying, hey, America's got a lot of land we can get, so you need a central government to protect your little self-sufficient farmers.
There was anarchist writing in the 1700s talking about locations and regions around the world in the 1500s and the 1400s. It's mutualist societies isn't an American thing. It's not a Western thing. It's just a moral thing. That's it.
I'm pretty sure it's just gibberish.
Well, you want me to? What else you want me to say? The point is that it's not Western. These ideas, mutualism, right? Reciprocation, consent-based organized communities. These have been around for much longer than America has ever existed.
So I'm just saying the government to go away, but then you're talking about building a new government, so you're obviously not.
No, it's not building a new government.
More than a couple days.
It's not building a new government. No.
Talked about this.
If you don't build a new government, how can you give people due process of law and shit, all the other shit you were talking about without a government?
So we've talked about this before, and the reality of it is that effectively they would be building another system that was very similar, if not the same, to America today. I mean, they'll try to like remove the bad stuff. I guess the things that they find are bad, but essentially it'll be the same thing. Like, what if I kill somebody, right? God forbid. What if I kill somebody and I decide that I'm opting out of the system? Like, am I really opting out of the system, or will like your police forces or security forces like take me away because I actually killed somebody and I violated other people's rights? Like, you can't opt out. I mean, I guess you could create a system like that and you just say, oh well, I opt out of the system, so you can't do anything to me.
So you can't opt out of a system by violating just to violate somebody else's rights. You still have the consequences of that, whether you opt in or out. It doesn't matter. So if you violate, rape, rob, you don't get rights. There is no protections for you. Be scared.
Okay, so then effectively you have the American or the modern policing system, right? Like and maybe the ones that we have today may be a little more aggressive in some ways, but essentially, like, you have the concept of like this universal rights that people don't have to opt into, and then you have this other system of rights that people do have to opt into if they choose to. And it depends on like certain interactions. What if I steal somebody's building, right? Like, what if that's the negative rights versus positive rights? I think there's a whole book about this. Actually, I have a book here that you might be interested in called The Concepts of Law. Let's see if I can find it.
Positive and negative rights. It's a great concept. We're going to have to get into epistemology and then metaphysics, metaethics, and then we're going to have to talk about what the role of government should be. And we could do all that if you want, no problem. But I'm going to guarantee you we're going to come up with the idea that you are going to, have your idea of what morality is. I'm going to have my idea of what morality is. You're going to have, everything's going to be subjective. We're going to have different ideas on what the role of government is going to be, right? And what I'm saying is that we both, the only society where both of our moral principles can be honored is in a voluntary society where we're able to align with like minds voluntarily, freely. Otherwise, we're forced under a coercive state to operate under whatever the majority says, whatever majority rules, whatever the biggest gang says, right? You don't have to, in the police systems, the police forces, I mean, they wouldn't at all be the way that they are today. One of the biggest reasons to remove yourself and sever yourself is from what modern police and law enforcement is. Law enforcement is law enforcement because there's law, right? And a lot of laws harm people because they consider them criminals and cage them and allow the state agents to use violent force, put guns to people's head for victimless crimes. That is insanity. Have you ever asked a cop, next time you talk to a cop, I want you to say, hey, look, if I didn't use my signal and you walked up to my car, you pulled me over and you walked up to my car and said, hey, license and registration. And I said, hey, look, I'm sorry I didn't use my signal, but, nobody was harmed, so I'm just going to be on my way. You say, what would you do? And they're going to say, well, find out. And then when they say, well, I'd ask it for you again, I demand it. And they say, well, I don't want to give it to you. I'm a peaceful person. I've never harmed another peaceful person my entire life. I didn't use my signal. I'm on my way home. I gotta go, so I'm just gonna be on my way. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. What would you do? They will, in all cases, they will escalate all the way to death. They will say that they will use a full. That is insanity. That is what we have right now, policing our systems, policing our societies. Carte blanche much authority, judge, jury, and executioner, just random dudes with power trips, right? Just human beings. And a lot of the times, I feel bad for cops because they don't, the stresses and the pressures that are put on them, it's not realistic and it's not fair. I don't think that
every time somebody like misuses a blinker or something and they are stopped by the police, they die.
No, I'm saying that in our society, you could ask any officer in any state of the nation, they have a duty, they take an oath to uphold the law, right? And I'm saying if it's a law that's broken, that's harmed nobody, no person, no property, nobody's been harmed, they'd be willing to follow through and enforce that law, that breaking of that law, all the way to your death. And that's just a matter of fact. That is not a sane or rational society.
You did harm somebody, though. You harm society by breaking its laws.
Right, and that is the bullshit. That is where you call bullshit. That's that's a myth. That no person has been harmed. The only time you can say a person's been harmed is if they have a name.
You harm the person that's driving behind you that doesn't know that you're going to turn, or that's why we have traffic signals. It's not just so that law enforcement can flex. It's because in a majority society, you gotta tell people where you're going. So, like every little law, there's a reason because somebody else can or will have been harmed by something. They don't just come up with the law because they feel like it that day.
Ashley, do you think that if I don't use my signal and you're behind me, and nothing happens to you, right? You don't have to brake heavy. You don't have to do anything. You just witness it, right? You get a little frustrated, maybe, because you could have. You just frustrated, okay? Do you think you would support a police officer pulling me over, and then if I refuse to give him my license or registration, and I'm just like, listen, I'm sorry, I'm tired, I just worked back-to-back shift, I have to get home to my kids, they're waiting for me, I know that I didn't hit it, I was, whatever, I'm going to be on my way. You would support them escalating that all the way to my death?
I don't support them escalating it, but I do support fines, like what we have now, because if there's no repercussions for not doing the thing, there's no reason to do the thing. So, if there's no repercussions for me coming over and taking your car and saying it's my car now, what stops me from doing it? From even in your society?
From taking my car?
Yeah. I'm just going to come take your car. I have done as well.
Do you think that would be in your best interest?
It could be because I'm getting a car.
Okay. And you'd be willing to take the chances and sacrifice what might happen to your children. You don't know who I am. You don't know if I'd come and get you and do anything. You're just completely okay.
I have the same things, access to the same things you do, right? I have access to the guns. You also don't know how many people I have around me. So what then just stops me from just taking what I want?
Well, what is your sentence? Would you do that? And let me ask you this: would you actually do that though?
Not right now. Society. Not my society.
Hold on. Okay, so you said not in our society right now. Is the only reason you wouldn't do it in our society is because there are laws, or because you have laws?
There are people that do it.
No. I'm not asking them. I'm asking you. I'm asking Ashley. Would you personally? Would you do it if there was no laws?
I wouldn't myself, but there's others that would.
Okay.
All right. Let's be honest. There's plenty of people that would.
Situation.
Okay.
I don't think you agree with any extreme examples of anarchy.
And then what would happen? Hold on, but listen. It doesn't mean that criminals aren't going to exist. I'm not saying that that's everything. You gotta be kidding me. You would be military society than you would in this corrupt, backwards, I don't give a fuck police department shit who really don't give a shit about you, just some number. They can't barely get their shit together. Are you kidding me? Imagine how critical and how easy and how fast if it would be for people that contact that actually make it there to come on. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. You turn it into a competition. You have two police departments next to each other, right? Two quote unquote police departments, investigative. We'll say investigative services, right? Security forces. We'll say two different security forces. You're telling me that they're not going to compete with each other to get business?
I opt out. Them, so they have no jurisdiction over me because I opt out.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
Why not?
Because if you
we're gonna go in a circle again. This is gonna go in a circle again. It's happened multiple times.
Because if you stop reciprocating rights, hold on, wait, Toxic. Let me just answer Ashley. If you stop reciprocating,
hold on.
But I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't hurt anybody. I stole your car. I didn't hurt you.
Hold on. You stole private property. You stole private property.
Yeah, but I didn't hurt you. Yeah,
hold on, wait. Toxic. I'm not sure.
Property. Like I say, that's mine. I say that's mine. That's my car.
Yeah, this is the circle.
It's my car.
I think you want judicial reform. That's the safest place to put all your eggs. Because you keep saying you don't want a government, but then you refer to things that you would have to have a government for, like laws.
Property and law is property, or property is law.
Objective morality, all kinds of things that you want, but you can't have without a government.
No.
But you do very consistent animosity towards the judiciary branch. Even if you get what you want, right, there's still going to be cops that violate people's civil rights.
No, I had
and there's going to be a slow-ass system that, right? See, you want the judicial reform to emphasize violent crimes over non-violent crimes, right?
But then it's going to be for profit. Judicial profit at that point. Like justice is going to be
reform. That's what you want.
What do you think it is now, Ashley?
It's not
it's
for profit
now. Hold on, wait a second. Not only is it for profit now, there are so many situations where we have no recourse. In a for-profit society, we can immediately, a bunch of people that say, oh, we don't like that judge is, has harmed and done enough, has violated enough of its customers, you're gone, right? You're able to you have to wait for the next election.
What about the impoverished person, though? What about the person that's impoverished that
just like any society, there will be some sort of recourse there will be some demand that will be filled. If there's a demand, if there's enough poor people, then there's some type of nonprofit organization, something is going to pop up, just like it does now. It would just be more direct agency, more incentive to do it. You don't have, right now we
have homeless people now, right? What happens to the homeless people in your society when, they can't pay for their homes, but now if somebody walks up and slaps them, they have to pay into the police force to even go report a crime. Because otherwise they can't afford it. They can't afford whatever the policing is wanting you to pay because there's no cap on what they can charge.
Well, it depends on whatever. It depends on the society that this homeless person would be around. It would be in the self-interest of police departments, no matter what. If somebody was slapped, even if they're a homeless person, it would be in the best interest of that, what would be a security department, to find out who's running around and stuff. It doesn't matter. Listen,
I'm not getting anything from that person.
But it's in the business's self-interest to make sure that they're protecting their clients.
Why?
Because that's the business.
That's not their client, though.
No. But you're not. Hold on.
Their client. They're not
right, but they're homeless.
That's not a client.
Ashley, you're not listening. so their clients, if it's in a particular jurisdiction, okay, like let's say the homeless person gets slapped in jurisdiction A, that's just where they are, right? There's going to be some security department that is going to be incentivized to find whoever slapped this person, because if they're violating a homeless person, guaranteed they're now putting their customers at risk, their clientele. They're going to be fighting over to find who this guy is that slapped this homeless person, okay? Because that's part of their job. It's going to be two competing institutions trying to do the best to figure out the best way to investigate, solve as many issues as fast as they possibly can, most effectiveness, most objectivity. I mean, it's literally built into the business model. That's all that it would just be better in absolutely every single way.
I don't think so, because then you got to think about, what if this homeless person doesn't actually live there? What if they're just passing through?
It doesn't matter if the person got hit and if it got. Listen,
that's not my client. They're not my problem.
I just explained this, Ashley. I'll explain it again. If a homeless person is walking through jurisdiction C, okay, well, the clientele, the security forms, let's say there's 5 of them.
The slapped the person is their client. The person they slapped is not their client, because they are not paying into that system.
Hold on. And that's exactly why they are incentivized for that homeless person who's not paying into their fucking thing. Go to them, hey, look, I just got slapped by somebody in your jurisdiction. That puts your clients at risk. They're going to be out there trying to find who violated that client, that person, not that client, who violated that person. Because even though that person is paying into the system, because if there was a violation in their district, it's their responsibility to go out and make sure that their clients are protected, because whoever the violator is in jurisdiction C. Right, so it's built in. It's just an incentive. It's just something built in.
Client. That is not their client.
What don't you understand about being protecting self-interest?
Moderation. Are there any Kendalls left in the audience?
What is going on?
So far, we've got 3.
But like I was saying, if you're going off of this person paying, they're trying to get their business, but hey, they're just passing through. I'm not getting any money out of them.
They're getting paid by their clients, Ashley.
Yes,
they're getting paid by their clients.
The person that slapped the homeless person, that's who's paying them.
Hold on. The person, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the person that is the violator, okay, it is in their interest to find out who the violator is, even if it's their own client. Because if that person is violating and violating other people's consent and harming people, then chances are they're harming somebody else, or they're going to do it again.
They're not harming anybody under the jurisdiction.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. People don't just go up and slap people on a regular basis, okay? It's
not we're not going to say slapping. We're going to say, that's the people that they rob. You come through our area, and hey, I'm paying.
Do you think that the client is protected?
I'm going to rob them.
Hold on. Do you think that the client is protected? Let me put it this way. Okay. So that's where you're going to make a
person that's not paying. The person that's not paying.
Ashley, is that how that works today in the police department? Let's say you and I live in the same town and we're paying to the same exact police department. Am I protected? Hold on. Am I protected by that police department because I pay into that police?
Yes, because guess what? They all work together. In your society, nobody is working together. There's no need to work together. There's no need to work together. Okay, so in my area, we have Union County, we have Alexander County, and we have Jackson County. Just coming up with 3 names, right? If somebody violates somebody in Union County, but they live in Alexander County, guess what? Union County is going to get on the phone with Alexander County and say, hey, we need your help to go find somebody.
So what makes you think that even if they're separate agencies, okay, that they...
Why do they need to communicate?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, but why wouldn't they communicate? It would make sense.
Because it takes away from their profit. It would take away from their profit for another agency to come in and do the job that they need to be paid for. If everybody's independent, then and they're all competing, they're not going to work together. You're not going to work with somebody that you're competing with.
No. Come in to do the job. That's not what I'm talking about. Their only responsibility is their own clients. That's it. So where are you getting confused? I don't understand what you mean, like coming in. You're gonna have to.
That's what I've been saying this whole time. Like their clients are their responsibility. So the people that are not their clients are not their responsibility. So if somebody you're stopping. Yeah, you're stopping travel. Well, even just travel, even if the person's not homeless, if they're from District 12 and they're going to District 4, right? That's not their client. Hey, you haven't paid into our system, so I can't help you.
That's not how that works. If
Why not?
There's a violation.
Because everybody has their own sense of justice. Everybody has their own idea of what the law should be.
It would be a poor business model because their clients wouldn't be protected. They need to make sure their job in District 12, their job in District 12
to protect that person.
Right. Their District 12 is the only job is to protect District 12, right? That's it. District 12 clients, if that's the case, right? So I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, somebody from District 4 gets violated, or somebody in District 12 gets violated in District 4. That's not their client. What are they going to do? Call District 12 and have to go like 500 miles in order to take care of that client that traveled to District 4?
No, because as I explained before, if there's a violation within a district, just how the police actually exactly how the police operate now, they would be very similar to how they would operate in society. Hold on, yeah, exactly. And that's okay. And that's okay because the two police departments aren't, they're still getting paid separately. They have an incentive. They still have an incentive to make sure that their clients and
work together. Do they work together? If Walmart runs out of Heinz ketchup, can they call over to Target and say, hey, I'm out of Heinz ketchup. I see that you have an overstock. Can I get some of that Heinz ketchup put onto my shelf in order to make a profit?
I mean, they could. I don't think that it works that way. I don't think it works that way. I don't think so.
Why wouldn't a police department work in the same way in that form of society if they're for profit and if they're competing against each other?
Because it's their
job. Because the bottom line is you're out for you. Because that's it. In your society, everybody is out for you. You are out for yourself. And if everybody is individualistic and if everybody is out for number one, then nobody's looking out for anybody but themselves. And I think
security and the security department is a for-profit system. So, what if somebody pays more money to that, even if it's within the same district, like somebody pays the opposition, right? The person that violated you has more money than you. They can pay for them to drop the case. Yeah, it's a bad business model, but they still make more money at the end. So it's a good business model, actually.
Judicial reform sounds like what you really want.
I'm all for police reform. I'll say that right now. I think that it needs to be opened up and redone.
So this self-government shit's like a fucking new. It's like reinventing the wheel, but the wheel's square. doesn't have all the schizophrenic.
Yeah, it's like it's based on this idea that there's a universal morality that everybody sort of agrees to, and which we kind of do already, right? But you have to be indoctrinated into the system of morality. It's not something that you can like come up by with yourself or by yourself. Like we all do it. Every country indoctrinates its population to have a system of morality towards the other people within the state or system, right? Like, we are all Americans. We all drive on the same side of the road. We all pay for things with this type of money through this type of system. We're all indoctrinated into it. When you go through school, you learn who the police are. You learn who the firemen are. You learn what their jobs are. You learn what doctors are and what doctors do. School is a system of indoctrination into a moral society. Whether or not you agree with the morals later on in life is something else. But that's how societies work. You have to socialize people. You have to cultivate people. You have to create a system of law and teach those people the basic foundations of that law.
You don't have to. It's just what you want to do.
No, you have to. Otherwise, you raise children who are disassociated from reality, right? I find a lot of people. I have a lot of friends who grew up in very religious communities where their parents homeschooled them or put them through a private school system, and they didn't learn how to deal with people in the rest of the world. And in some cases they got in trouble. In some cases they learned like pretty quickly once they like left those communities how the real world works. But essentially you have to, and that's part of the job of the adult, is to raise their children in the society around them, to perpetuate the society. Societies have to be perpetuated in order to maintain. Like, what happens if in the next generation, after Bima, like, and her cohort pass away, does the society start over? Why would you say start anew? Say that again.
Take off a bit.
God forbid. Like, what happens when the first generation of the society pass away? The people in the next generation are either continuing what was started because they were indoctrinated into doing it, or they will start a new society or new structures of society, or maybe a combination of the two. Like, right, this is why when you can't just like pick up a law book and decide that you are a lawyer. You have to be indoctrinated into the legal system. You have to go through law school. You have to do internships. You have to understand how the law works. You have to understand.
Oh, Beam, this is another problem is who sets these laws? Like, you can say everybody comes together and agrees on them. Well, what if, like, what if, say, even just 50% of the people think that theft is a victimless crime? That theft isn't against the law. Like, theft is fine. Let's just, theft isn't, there's nothing wrong with theft.
You gotta remember, laws came with age. Like Hammurabi's laws. Many of those laws is used now. So, yeah, there's a reason we have these laws.
There's a book that I came into contact with recently called, I think it's about Bedouin law and how Bedouins in the desert developed their own legal system. And I think this was like pre-Islamic, but it's like
like each district has their own rules because I mean you can opt in or opt out. So let's say again with travel, that system makes travel impossible because if I don't know, chewing bubble gum on the sidewalk on a Sunday is illegal in District 12, but in District 4 it's fine. Like how do you keep all the laws in all these different districts straight?
The same way that we do in the United States. People, state to state, you get arrested and jailed for victimless crime in state A, you go to state B, and it's perfectly fine. You can't, put your basketball hoop on the street to play basketball in this city, but it's a misdemeanor of up to $5,000 or however much that would work, and then a fine, right? Or in this other place, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's the same way. It's a bunch of people coming together and they're deciding on what they want to do. And I still haven't gotten a better answer from anybody of why I should be forced to do something or why I should force you to do something against your will. I'm not making moral claims. I'm saying that that's in society.
Right, but the whole. But all little laws that we see is
but that's according to you. I disagree with you, and a lot of other people would disagree with you. So who's right?
Traffic lights.
Actually, just go with that. Hold on, Ashley.
It is a victimless crime to run a stoplight unless there is a victim that is trying to cross that intersection. Then there becomes a victim. So then that's why it is a crime, or that's why it is against the law to run a traffic light, because you don't always know what's coming.
So Ashley, you have the way that you think society should be, and I have the way that I think society should be. Who's right?
I would say whatever benefits society the most. I think that stopping at traffic lights, it benefits all of society. I think that if you just leave it up to people being honest, I think it would crumble. I really do. I do not trust people.
And so I say the same thing. I say the same thing about my society. I think my society would benefit the people more. That's why I want to do it. So now who's right?
In your society, if this person, they get in the habit of running red lights, but there's one time when there's another car. Everybody's just running red lights because there's no reason to stop them.
There's rules. No. There's rules in my society. And if you violate the rule, however those properties would work, they would all work as citizens and businesses or collectives, but they would be voluntarily. But that's why it's called voluntarism, because they would be voluntary collectives. Okay, so now I say, but don't get distracted with that though. My point is, hold on, Loki. So my point still now is you still think that your society is the best for the people. I'm absolutely certain that my society is best for people. So now,
well, I'm gonna do that. Okay, so I can opt out of a law, right?
No. Actually, I'm talking about, listen, we could go through. Hold on.
I opt out of the rules.
Actually, you're losing the track of thought that I'm trying to have with you, right? I'm not talking about the specifics now. I'm saying after you and I have gone down 100 issues, we've gone down thousands, right? We've spent 5 years going through every issue, you and me, back and forth, everything that we could think of. And at the end of the day, I say, look, my society is better, and you say, my society is better. Okay? Now, I have my evidences of why, you have your evidences of why. Now, who's right, you or me?
Everybody's gonna say me. Everybody is.
Okay, hold on.
People are different.
Hold on. I'm asking you, why,
is right, me or you, and according to what? Just because other people are saying that you're right?
I am. Just like you say you are.
Okay, all right, now good. Because now we're getting somewhere.
Their own rules. Everybody's operating under their own rules.
So now you're saying you're right, and I'm saying I'm right. So now the difference is that under your society, you have no problem enforcing your preferences and the things you want on me, but I am not going to do that to you.
But all in all, you aren't, because, I mean, in this society, you have to follow somebody else's rules.
No, you're going to be able to congregate. You're going to be able to, if you want to build a military up with people who have like minds, you want to get it as big as however many millions of people, you go person to person and you build it up, and go ahead, you could do that. Whatever you want, as long as it's voluntary, as long as people are coming to you and saying, I want to do this, right? And I'm saying that all I'm saying is that's the society that I want. I'm saying that your society is not doing that though. You're saying I'm not going to let everybody do what I want because I'm.
Okay, your society has the roses, I have the military. I come in, I kill all your people, I get your roses.
Be my children forced to follow laws in this society?
Are children forced to follow laws in a voluntary society?
Mm-hmm.
You mean rules? Because there's not a centralized authority in the same way that we.
Okay, so are they forced to follow rules? Are they forced to follow rules?
Well, they wouldn't be able to reciprocate rights until they can take responsibility for 100% of their successes and 100% of their failures. So it would be up to their parents, right? Their parents would be responsible for those children until that time, whatever that time might be. So until those children can self-reciprocate rights and enter rights reciprocation and, be self-sustaining, then it's up to the parents. It just, guardians.
Those children with no ramifications.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. We're still getting away. And I still want to know who is right, Ashley. And I want you to answer this. You're saying that your society is right only because of what? You have nothing. You can't give me any moral justification of why your society is right over mine. No, you can't.
We protect the people that are weak. Your society only protects those that are strong. It's the strongest survive.
The complete opposite. My society does everything. My society does everything that your society enforces. Your society uses initiation of force and aggression upon peaceful people. You arrest peaceful people. And this is the thing. But what your moral claim is to say that you're right and I'm not. And it has not. I'm talking about a moral principle to decide how you're right and I'm not. Because I'll be able to prove that exactly, Sam. Thank you. So now what, Ashley?
But I'm telling you, so.
And it's fascinating that someone like Sam is going to say morality is objective, but then turn around and say that they're wrong.
I said morality is subjective. It's not objective, it's subjective.
Right, and I'm saying that's fascinating to someone who you believe in a state. You believe in statism?
Everybody believes in a state.
Okay. So I know descriptively that a state exists, but I don't believe in it morally. No. I reject a state. I reject all states. I believe that they're the most dangerous. It's the most dangerous superstition. It's a myth.
You said y'all got a constitution.
No, there's no constitution. I mean, you can have a constitution if you want, but you would have to opt into it, right? You would contract.
The reality of it is that.
So how do you know about the law? Not the laws, your society.
We're back here.
But we have that now. If you want to opt out of being in the United States, there are plenty of other countries that you can go to.
And that's a logical fallacy. Again, we're talking about the moral. We're talking about whether or not it is. What is the best practice? Okay, we're talking about normative claims. We're talking about normative claims, Ashley. Ashley, if there was slavery times and I said, hey, Ashley, buddy, I see that people are enslaving people and I don't think that that's right. And then you say to me, well, Bima, you can leave. It's not in our...
Exactly, because we have to have laws.
So
to protect and stuff like that.
You can't opt out of the Constitution, you can't hurt anybody.
So you
survive without government.
So you should. I'm sorry, look, I wanted to. So you should know about slavery, right? The reason why these people who had slaves were able to maintain the idea of slaves is because they also didn't count those people in their society, right? They said only people within our society are the people that cannot be slaves. So all of these other people who are outside of our society, however they got there, whether we deem them outside of society or whatever, they can become slaves because they are no longer people. There's a concept in law called personhood. A person, right? That's not just because you have a physical body, but because you belong to the system or the body of law, therefore you have personhood. We in America is really the first country that said outsiders to our system have a type of personhood. This is why we have this argument right now about what ICE and Trump are doing, because through the Constitution we have developed a system of law that gives anybody that is on American soil what they call the 5 basic laws, right? And one of those things is due process. And that does not exist in every society or community. It's not universally recognized, because in many countries you go to, if you're outside of their legal system, if you're not a citizen, right? This is where we get the idea of citizenship. Having citizenship gives you personhood into society. If you are not a citizen, you are outside of their legal system, then you do not have any rights whatsoever, and yet you can be prosecuted by them by their system of law. Just because you are not within that legal structure as a normative citizen, as you say, does not mean that you cannot be impacted by the law itself.
I just want to say this. Look.
And under your system, it's still the police is still there. So I mean, in all reality, they are still coming in. Even if I do a basic, travel violation, or a basic, or say I offend you in some way, you're still contacting that police force to come use force on me. But then it could escalate even further than what we have now, because you're their client, you're paying for it.
All right, so
the people, keeping customers happy is the best business model. So they're more likely to keep you happy that's paying into that system versus me, who is just coming in.
Is the objective of your society to not have a government?
That's correct. No monopoly on force.
Wait, is it to not have a government, or not for the government to, operate through legislation and enforce it through violence?
Well, that's correct, yes.
All right, so what kind of natural rights is your society offering?
Whatever the people want to comprehend and collectively agree to, that's not up to me to decide. That would be up to each group to decide.
All right, so would you say land is a natural right?
No. A natural right, no, I wouldn't. Rights are only things that people agree to. So
right, what you said, natural rights are only things people agree to.
Well, no. What I'm saying is what the idea of natural rights are, right? What I'm saying is descriptively what it actually translates to is just people saying, okay, let's agree to say this, or let's agree to do this.
That's exactly what the Pilgrims did. And we see how that turned out for the people that already lived here.
But we see how the Constitution and the United States government colonized first another government, right? Do you see there's going to be a trend, and what you're going to see constantly is governments or this collective mentality coming and using massive amounts of destruction and funding people under the idea of government. So it was actually the United States. Individuals weren't enslaved. People were enslaved by the government because they had force, they had jails, they had agents, state agents to rob and do this because they were funded by taxation. Okay? These weren't done. In a voluntary society, that shit would have been cut out first fucking thought.
I'm going to say micro governments. That's what you're describing, micro governments.
So Bima, look.
But it's all the profit.
All right. So Bima, are you saying that people have to agree upon to preserve life, the right to liberty, the right to own property, freedom of speech, the right to make a living, and freedom of religion? I don't even include the right to have a family. I never heard of that. But price of religion. So you're saying that in order for these things right here to be a natural right, people only have to agree upon.
That's correct.
So if everybody agrees that slavery is legal, that they have a right to enslave people.
No, that's not. That's might makes right. That's just a bunch of people coming together, right, and just doing that and enforcing that on other people. Obviously, there's not an agreement upon everybody. Some people are going to say, "I don't want to be a slave."
All right, so individually you agree that a natural right is what makes someone able to say, I don't want to be a slave. I have the freedom of speech. These things that no one can take away, right?
Well, they can take them away. That's a
so
problem.
People could take away our freedom in this society legally?
Well, it has happened. That's what the United States did, right?
Yeah, and they established that a natural right of the freedom of liberty was entitled to all.
Then we collectively came together and we thought that it was wrong, and we created laws or rules in order to not do that
natural rights. To enforce these natural rights.
So do you think society largely believes that this was the better idea, like at this point? Okay. Do you think that okay, that's great. I want to hear that. Do you think that if laws disappeared tomorrow, that people would start enslaving people in the United States?
Yes, 100%.
They could because they could somebody else. Because like you working for me for free, if I said, hey, I own you now.
You're like presidency. You gotta remember, these are natural rights y'all speaking of, and that also entitles a freedom of property, the right to have property. And that was the dilemma. Was these
what is property?
What
no law?
And now
without law, what is property? What is property?
Hold on. They had to establish that each individual had the right to their own life. Now, once they established that, they was able to say this person is not property. This is not a thing. Now, if this is why I'm asking them, if we have these natural rights such as property, such as life, such as like liberty and happiness and all this, whatever the shit is, why not include land if it is just as needed as a natural right as all of these? You need land to make a living. You need land to be free.
But yeah, even under that system, the system that you're describing, Bima, there is no property. Because who draws up what property is? Who decides where the property line is?
The same, what do you mean? Years ago, before rulers and emperors and all this other stuff started to define what property was, people just they were just peaceful people. They came together and they made agreements, and that was it. And they kept their archives. They absolutely did. Because they used archives all over. They used archives. Hold on. This is what's interesting. You guys are saying That's not your So what I hear is that it's right to use to enforce your preferences on a bunch of people just because you think that it's right. That's what I'm hearing.
That's what your society would do as well.
That's exactly what my society could not possibly do. My society would literally not do that.
Okay, under your society, I opt out that murder dog. I go and I kill somebody. What happens to me?
Why do you thinking? Why do you opt out? Actually, I heard you. So why do you?
It doesn't even have a foundation. It's both groupists and individuals at the same fucking time, which is impossible. It has laws. It doesn't have laws. It has a collective agreement. It's just another term for law. I'll give you groupists and individuals at the same time. This is the first step. Let's stay here until we can go further.
Listen, most of society would be exactly the same. If I were to snap my fingers and we were all wake up in a voluntary society tomorrow, largely the structure all the structure would be the same. All of the things that we've already figured out are the better things to do, and we've already sorted through to see what are good ideas and what are bad ideas. We're not just going to disregard them. We're not going to just start to regress as people. The only difference is that we would mature because we'd be able to put our productive ability into things that align with our principles. That's the only difference. You were to wake up tomorrow. Imagine you woke up tomorrow
under the jurisdiction, correct?
Actually, but you opted out.
I opt out. Okay, I opt out. What happens to me? I opt out. What happens to me? And that's absolutely. I opt out. I don't think you stepped on my toe, so I murder you. If you step on my toe, what happens to me in that society? I opt out of the system.
Actually, you can opt out.
I think that's an egregious act. You stepped on my toe. So therefore, I pull out my gun and I shoot somebody. But I opt out of the system. I don't think murder applies to me. I think if you step on my toe.
They collectively agree they're going to live together and not kill each other, right? But are you individualist?
I cannot. I don't agree with that. That's what happens to me.
They're individualists, but they're also groupists.
Let her answer. I opt out. I do not agree that, that there are certain lines that can't be crossed. Me as an individual, that if you step on my toe, then I have every right to murder you because that is the morality that I have set for myself. That is what I opt in for. I do not
answer that, but it's just going to lead to another question, and then another one, and then another one, and another one. We should start at the very basics of this. She's proposing that individuals come together and collectively agree, and then they're going to be both individuals and groupists at the same time, which is not logically possible. Because they're not going to have the majority rule, right? They're not going to have a democracy like we do as individuals. They're not going to be like Japanese people and shit are all groupists, and they have unspoken rules and shit amongst themselves. If there's this individualist freedom, this is like the first step in this society, and I don't think it's possible to reconcile, is it?
So honestly, I don't even really know how to. It sounds like you're gonna. I mean, you're giving me these scenarios, but you know that you would never do that in real life, right? This is like a sociopath. When I say voluntary, you don't get to redefine voluntary as I get to do what I want without a consequence. That's not what voluntarism is, right? That's just illusion. You can opt out of the voluntary society, the mutual respect that you want, but you can't opt out of actual reality of what your consequences are. If you violate somebody's life or somebody's property, you still are the aggressor no matter what. And you just gave everyone around you moral and practical justification. Hold on, but you just, hold on, actually, to finish. What you just did by shooting somebody that stepped on your toe was you gave everyone around you moral and practical justification to stop you by any means necessary. Because you're describing psychopathy wrapped in workers. You're using opt-out to avoid responsibility for initiating violence. Right? That's exactly what voluntarism condemns. That's what voluntarism condemns. You understand? Voluntarism is you can live however you want to live as long as you don't initiate force. But once you just admitted more, you've broken the one rule, which is to not hurt people and who haven't hurt you. And that's it. You can't say I opt out and then murder somebody. Any more than it's easier to say I don't believe in ownership and then they can rob you. It doesn't matter. It's not about you opting out of you can't opt out of consequences. You would be stopped and you would be stopped quickly for the same reason why you wouldn't do it today. Okay, you don't need a government to justify self-defense. Well, I'm trying to say but Ashley, you would be ostracized. If you decided to shoot somebody who stepped on your toe in a voluntary society, nobody would pick you up in any way. You'd be ostracized. You'd be blacklisted from any type. Nobody would want to interact with you or contract with you. You would be a liability. You would be living on your own, completely isolated. Nobody would do anything. You'd be free to act like a lunatic, but no one else is obligated to tolerate it. Nobody's going to want you in their stores.
We also said that other person aggressed on me first, right? Because there's no law saying where that line is. Is it when I fear for my life, or is it when somebody steps on my toe? Because that can be seen as a form of aggression. If somebody pushes me, that's a form of aggression. The non-aggression principle is a maxim, actually. It's supposed to say if your life is threatened, right? If someone steps on your toe, if someone slaps you, if someone is like these things, okay, those are violations, but they're not life-threatening violations. If a 3-year-old kid comes up and slaps you on your leg, right? Your life isn't being threatened.
Yeah, you can live in a group of people and not kill each other. And it's called groupism. It doesn't need to be a law. It can just be rude. It can be frowned upon. They all agree. They all know they can't survive. That's called groupism. There doesn't have to be laws etched in stone. Individualists do need those laws. And you have both. And you didn't address that. I don't think you can. It's a very simple problem.
Didn't we have this argument with Carmelo Anthony with that whole trial that you said because he aggressed on because he had every right to tap him in the chest and end his life? Weren't you on that part of the argument?
So the thing is that listen, he could have done a lot of things. He could have done a lot of things, and that's not saying that should be the standard created for that type of scenario. Okay, but that's not what we're measuring when we put somebody on trial for murder. What we're saying is whether their actions were justified or not. And I'm saying that ultimately what I'm saying is Carmelo Anthony, was he a coward? We could say he's a coward. We could say he was a pussy. We could say he was weak-minded. We could say he was stupid. We could say that he had, that he was a horrible human being, that he was a piece of shit. We could say all of those things. But if we're going to put him to trial for murder, you cannot put the onus on the defender for a series of events that were initiated by not the defender, by the aggressor.
That person stepped on my toe. I'm going to go right back to that.
that person stepped on my. And I explained to you that that's the max of the non-aggression principle isn't to say you stepped on my toe so I get a chance to murder you. Nobody who believes in the non-aggression principle is going to say something stupid like that because that's not how it works. The idea is that it's used as a maxim to say if you believe your life is threatened, which you have to be able to logically, you have to be able to show, okay, look, my life was being threatened, so I'm able to defend myself, okay? If it was an accident, obviously these things, that's not non-aggression principle violations. That's just an accident. And what's another way of kicking these people out of your society? Jail. Because you said that, hey, I can't murder this person because they stepped on my toe. Even, let's say the step on was purposeful. They aggressed on me first. They slapped me. They pushed me. So I